Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Caliban, and welcome to the 300 subscriber read-along. Now, the book may look different from the previous read-along, but I promise you it is the same. Just posting on Blue Sky really quick. We left off last time at the foot of chapter 6, Detour. If I recall, here we're going to be, introducing a very important character to the lore, as well as, I think, yeah, we're going to progress the character's mental plot. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Trying to figure out what all to put in the tags here, because there's quite a lot. And then we'll put in horror in there as well, and hit live. As well as put... Can't tell if that's... going to bring me to the right place. Well, I hope so. Anyways. Post. I need to find some music for this, because it is going to be very, very difficult to keep this interesting. Without some sort of background in here. Lore time, yes, yes. So I am an evolved fungi. Or so am I an evolved fungi. I kind of am, yes. I am a collection of several different fungi, so I've got quite a lot going on. This story is very, very important to my lore. Trying to see if... Okay, it looks like, yeah, so this one is 100% confirmed, copyright free. And for some reason, this auto-plays into a completely... Are you just the mushroom, or are you the mycelium? It's complicated. Very, very complicated. Okay, now I'm gonna make this fair in how much audio it's putting out. I think that's probably pretty good. Dyslexic guy is very thankful we're getting an audiobook. Only technically. It's really a read-along stream, which is a funny little concept that. However, we will be, should probably make sure that Fen knows. Yeah. Okay, reopen that. Okay, wait. Go there, reopen that and that. You wouldn't be able to cut my hair. I think I'll leave it at that. Stuff also grows at will. And as you can tell, I have metallic material. But that metallic material is also fungus. Just to give you a small taste of how unbelievably advanced this technology is. I need to quickly find... Okay. Where is... Can I search, view? Can I sort by type? Looking for a PDF. What's after this? Unless the JPEGs are in first. These are all EXEs. WebP. Yucky. Okay, which one was the most recent one? I've found the PDFs I'm looking for. Yeah, literal biotech. Makes way more sense. Love biotech, yeah. Thank you, thank you. The metallic material. Yeah, so... The biomechanical metamycete. Okay, so this is December 13th, that's December 29th, December 7th. I think this one should be the version we need to look at. And I need to go all the way to chapter 6. Found it. Page 151. 141, not 151. 2-page view, fit to screen. Take this separate window, put it up here in this window. No, just this one. F11, and that looks fantastic. Okay. Let's go ahead and add this to our scene. We'll go here. I'll move myself. I forgot how to do that. I think I can stay fairly sizable on the screen. Let me... No. Stop that. Let me find window capture. Bam. No, I can't. I can't be this big. Let me see. Because I can probably change this a little bit. Force SDR, so that's the correct colors. So let's see. I'll give this most of the screen, and I will try to remain fairly small in the corner here. Human did not know that myconids are plants. Plants, not monstrosities. Keeps forcing me to conform to what he believes is right, D&D. Use your thinking brain. What a jerk. No, unfortunately, yeah, you can just change whatever. So in a lot of ways, this can just allow the DEM to change whatever the hell he wants. In a lot of cases, that isn't always too great. Here's our music, by the way. Nice little ambience for this. You want your guess to be an advanced form of ghoul after the body adapted to undeath. Now, I think you should be able to reflavor that. Because the players can mess around with flavor for these as well, so shouldn't be too not creepy. It's just ambience. Right. I have my monster. My vocal cords are afraid. But let's get started. Chapter 6. Detour. We crossed every edge of what we came to know as the Leper's Arrest. Every corner of it had suddenly sealed up as if to trap us. The doppelganger followed us wherever we went like a cat chasing a mouse. We saw no way out, that only death awaited us. We would be devoured. It was until we noticed, from the corners of our eyes, a small pocket leading outside of the leper's arrest. It looked almost like a tunnel of trees. We drove towards the dark, misty gate, hoping to escape our devoured prison. Michael very carefully lurched forwards, trying to line up the car just right. As we barely squeezed into the tunnel, the rearview mirrors on both sides were scraped off. The metal screeches and crunches against the wooded bark of the trees as the vehicle squeezes through the tunnel. Barely squeezing through the gap in the trees, our vehicle comes out on the other side of the leper's arrest. As I turned back, hoping the doppelganger had lost our trail. I turned back, hoping the doppelganger had lost our trail. To my dismay, my gut wrenched as I saw the twisted face of the doppelganger, her jaw unhinged. I felt a chill go down my spine as she crawled on the sides of the tunnel like an insect, her legs bent in freakishly inhuman ways, her arms spread in front of her as if to grasp something. She leaps onto the vehicle. A large dent forms in the roof, and a blade-like bone appendage strikes through the front windshield, barely missing Michael, who ducks down and to the left. I saw that hear me out, Toast. Out of the corner of my eye. Another blade-like appendage strikes through the roof of the car, tearing away at the metal, striking Elizabeth's face. From her cheek, a gleam of metallic material reflects the orange glow of our lanterns. As the appendage retracts, Elizabeth thrusts the shotgun through the hole in the ceiling, and a loud roar rips through the vehicle, followed by the shrieking of the doppelganger, which has now fallen in front of the car. The doppelganger rises to its feet, now with a hole in the side of the chest, exposing some sort of strange ribcage-like structure. It begins to approach the car slowly, letting out a high-pitched growl, almost screech. Michael slams the gas pedal, throwing us back with the car suddenly thrusting forward. The doppelganger slips backwards, gripping the front fenders. Michael drives the car directly into a tree, pinning the doppelganger. The tree screams, which seems to stun the doppelganger. Elizabeth pops out of the window and fires again, splattering its head against the tree behind it. "Did we get it?" asks Michael, seemingly winded. I think so," I reply, startled. "Wait." I notice the wound on its chest. "Something's wrong." The doppelganger's arms dislocate and rotate around its body, aligning themselves with the ribcage wound, which has since grown teeth and formed into a mouth. "What the hell is this damn thing?" Elizabeth points the shotgun at it. Click, 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 click. Her expression changes from determined to panic. Shit. Wrong form. Shit! Elizabeth ducks into the vehicle, and the doppelganger widens its jaws and lets out a thunderous roar louder than even the shotgun, bursting our eardrums and echoing deeply through the forest. I feel a burst of wind pass my face, hearing the sound of a whizzing arrow. An arrow lands in the left jaw of the doppelganger. It shrieks in pain, reaches at the arrow and breaks it, still clawing at the wound. "What on earth?" Michael asks. We all stare at it, puzzled. The doppelganger suddenly drops to the ground, a man standing firm on top of it with some sort of forearm-mounted blade. The man turns to us, crouches down, and peers into the vehicle. His skin is ghastly pale, contrasted by his dark hair and beard. He wears an eye patch over his left eye. His right eye is a strange, almost luminous red. You'd think you would find his facial structure on the face of a seasoned military veteran, stern and sturdy, despite his baggy clothing. I could tell he wasn't as bulky as other soldiers. His clothing is a slate gray in color. They bear the appearance of army fatigues, but to what country? Elizabeth looks at me. Something strange about this guy, and I'm not talking about his eye. Right. He's clearly skilled. I respond with a whisper. Oh well. Oops. Right. He's clearly skilled, I respond with a whisper. But that isn't what feels off. Are you unharmed? The man asks. Not many find themselves toe-to-toe with a doppelganger and live to tell the tale. I am the only one who was harmed. Elizabeth turns her head to the man who rescued us. It's nothing, though. I've just been grazed. I see. And what of the marks on your neck, big guy? The man turns his head towards me and asks. Oh, that was from that thing. It had me by the neck. I'm fine, though. Concerning, but so long as you keep a level head, you should be fine. You may call me Night Stalker. The man speaks to everyone in the vehicle. I am concerned, Toast. What flag is that on your shoulder? I reply, noticing his shoulder patch. It is a flag divided into 3 colors, green, white, and blue. From left to right, it is green, white, and blue. It has a coniferous tree in the center and is surrounded by 8 yellow stars. It is the flag of my nation. I am from Cascadia. Not from around here, are you? That place sits due northwest of here. Night Stalker replies. We've heard of Cascadia. We even met with a group of scouts north of Denver. We're survivors from Riding Mountain National Park. We're trying to make it back home to tell our people there's safety out there. Then I suggest you hurry along. Being this far from home with no communication device is bound to result in tragedy. Night Stalker commands with urgency in his tone. Michael leaves the car, and Night Stalker leaps off the hood. Michael pushes the doppelganger's corpse off the hood. That is the plan. He checks under the hood, his face focuses for just a moment, and lets off with a look of anxiety. But this car is probably totaled. I would think as much. Night Stalker moves next to Michael. Like I said before, not many survive a doppelganger encounter. You are lucky to be in a group. Doppelgangers track just one person, analyzing their mental fortitude and getting an idea of what they care about, their aspirations. They shapeshift into people they know and plan attacks according to their target's weaknesses. Should one interact with one, it is usually too late. Even in groups, these things can be a death sentence. Thanks to their rapid regeneration capabilities, taking them down with small arms is pretty difficult. For a normal human, you'd need something closer to an anti-tank rifle, high-explosive weaponry, handheld artillery, or whatever that huge revolver was that put a basketball-sized hole in an evolved rhino. From the front. And you killed it with an arrow, Edward exclaims. I think that's somewhat absurd. Your skepticism is understandable. I can explain. Night Stalker points to a black fluid inside of a vial. The bolts I fire from my crossbow are dipped in a special poison, one developed specifically for halting the regenerative capabilities of highly evolved devoured, and can even kill them if it hits the right place. That is an incredible development of technology. How can I get my hands on such a spectacular poison? Edward asks. Unfortunately, I cannot freely give any away, since the supply is quite scarce. Night Stalker places the vial in his vest. A chilling wind blows through, a freezing sensation passes over my body. We had better hurry and set up camp. The nights can get vicious around here. Night Stalker's eye narrows as a roar shakes the ground with tremendous strength. Nicole falls backwards into the car. Are you alright? Elizabeth exclaims. Sorry, I just lost balance is all. Nicole responds timidly. A light whistle can be heard echoing through the forest, emanating from Night Stalker. Being so close to the Crimson Woods is dangerous. That bloater in Saltzfeld attracts some grotesque beasts to this region. Black Forest legends. Even things so rare as arachnids will rip through these lands trying to shut it up. I feel something breathing down my neck, hear a bellowing sound from my back, and then something cold, wet, and fleshy touches my neck. My body freezes still. Ah! Fuck. My body freezes still. Something tells me not to move right now. A deep growl can be heard. Friend, Ross. Friend. Night Stalker speaks to the creature behind me. Ross? Is this a situation like George and Daniel? The beast turns and moves around me. It's a massive canine devoured, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not that situation. This is different. A bond of sorts between a human and a devoured. This seems impossible. The beast is almost paper white with red spots, almost luminously red. They almost look like some sort of acid sac, like those on an acid bath, but filled with blood-like liquid. Blood-red spines pierce its flesh along its spinal column, leading all the way to the tip of its tail, which has an almost fin-like scythe on the back of it. Its eyes are small and blood-red, like an albino. Its fang-like teeth are also blood-red, and they line its mouth from the tip of the snout to the very back of its jaw. The creature is grossly muscular, as if explicitly bred for battle. What on earth is that thing? I ask a Night Stalker. Have you never seen a bloodhound? He asks. No, never, I responded. I suppose it may be more regional than I initially considered, especially this one. This one in specific is a sanguine bloodhound. These devoured are only found where Night Stalker pauses. The Crimson Woods grows. It's tougher, smarter, and more agile than your regular bloodhound. Unlike regular bloodhounds, these ones can be trained with more advanced commands, like hunt, scout, or gather. Night Stalker explains. You can tell this one apart from the rest because of the red stripe along its back. That I painted on. The conversation carries on with mundane topics for several moments. The team and I, assisted by Night Stalker and his bloodhound Ross, begin to set up camp for a moment. Just a couple meters to the right from where we pinned the doppelganger against a tree, I began placing several large pieces of wood and thatch into a mound. Hopefully this will be big enough to prevent the forest from putting it out. Nicole is sitting down on a stump next to another tree on the opposite end of where the car is, but just far enough to the left of the fire to have eyes on Michael and the car. Edward is under a makeshift shelter to the right of the fire, asleep. Elizabeth is next to the fire, equidistant with the fire and Nicole, warming up. Her face is patched. Motherfucker. Mother, goddamn. Drink something. Her face is patched up. The bandages bloodied by the wound underneath Michael. What the fuck? Her face is patched up. The bandages bloodied by the wound underneath. Michael is working on the car, trying to get it back to a running condition. Night Stalker and Ross are standing guard next to a tree platform attached to the tree we pinned the doppelganger to. I approached Elizabeth. When we were attacked by that doppelganger and you got hit, I saw this shine from the side of your face. What was that? I ask. Elizabeth tips her head down. Her eyes focus to a point, thinking. Nazi experimentation, again. She looks up at me and traces the scar on her face. They replaced large parts of my skeletal structure with metal plates to see if they could make more durable soldiers this way. However, they would have used anesthetics on their soldiers. They'd say, don't worry, they don't feel pain, and even if they did, they deserve to suffer. In some of their eyes, I could see they didn't want to be there, doing these things to others. Fuck. When the doctors and scientists weren't looking, I could see the fear in their eyes. The surgeons, I mean. My face turns to one of shock and concern mixed together. Would you ever want to get revenge on the people who did that to you? I ask. I'm not sure, Elizabeth states, pondering. Why aren't you certain? After everything they've done, shouldn't you hate them? I do hate them. I hate them with all my soul. If I found that doctor who did those things to me, I'd probably lose it. Salzfeld was a sickening place, but at the same time it was quite turbulent. I saw many people take their own lives in Salzfeld, not just prisoners either. Doctors, scientists, surgeons, wardens. When it comes down to it, many of them were suffering with a gun pointed to their head, and a select few chose the bullet. And while I think suicide is often the worst possible choice in any situation, this time there was merit. The prisoners knew they were only going to further the sickening Nazi war machine. The scientists and surgeons couldn't handle the weight of hurting so many people for a cause they didn't support. And the wardens saw so much of the horrific shit in there that they even began staging revolts. Elizabeth takes a deep breath. I am proud of those individuals who stood up for others, stood against those who were wronged. While I don't think much will change of those delusional, sick monsters in the higher rankings, the people who truly had no other choice, they might not be such awful people. When it comes down to it, people will often try to preserve themselves over another person if given no other choice, and I don't blame them for that. I suppose that too is part of human nature, I responded, taking a moment to reflect. I would still want to take revenge, and even with that, avenge all the people who died standing up for what they believed in. You're right about that, but I don't want revenge. I want justice. I want to avenge the people who we lost in the Holocaust. Do you think Edward might change? I asked, looking at Edward, who's still resting in the tent. I think a part of him already has. After we saved him in the leper's arrest, the look on his face changed. He's questioning himself, everything he knows, really. When people like him come face to face with reality, that's when the lies taught onto them become, motherfucker, okay, I'll try this again. When people like him come face to face with reality, that's when the lies taught unto them begin to come undone. Give it enough time and anyone can change, I suppose, but how much could someone change? Must remember that monsters like Nazis aren't born that way. No one is born evil. They're molded into it. Bad experiences, bad people, misinformation, and lies all contribute to a monster's creation. Edward is no different. He was lied to and manipulated into believing he was better than everyone else. He was shown a false depiction of those below him so that he would believe that people like Michael and I are worthless. Worst of all, some of them don't even think they're racist, that the facts are on their side. I understand how you think. I hope you're right about Edward. Yeah, I hope so too. Elizabeth pauses and looks up. Hey, John? Yeah? I ask, feeling a bit anxious. How have you been feeling lately? Well, I guess fine. I'm not really sure how you want me to answer that. Relax, John. I'm not going to judge you for anything. I just can't help but notice you've looked lost lately. Elizabeth turns her whole body towards me. Sorry, it's my past. Seems the forest is eager to keep digging up my memories and throwing them in my face. That doppelganger, was it after you? Was that your... Yeah. It was imitating Ellie, my wife. Sorry, I know you told me she had passed. Do you want to talk about it? She had gotten sick, and I had to keep my distance from her so I wouldn't get it too. I wish I could have been there to save her, and once I noticed that she wasn't going to make it, I had to put her out of her misery. I wasn't about to make her suffer alone, cold, sick, and dying. Tears began to well up in my eyes. You took her life? Elizabeth asks, shocked. I feel a wave of guilt pour over me. I had to. She asked me to, even. She was in so much pain. My breathing staggers. No, I didn't mean it in a judgmental way. I was just shocked that you managed to do that. I don't think I could kill someone who I'd have married, even if they were suffering, but I suppose speculation can differ greatly from reality. I didn't think I could ever do that either, but watching her suffer as her condition got worse, and with the looming fate of her turning into a devoured, I couldn't leave her to that. I understand exactly how you feel. You still struggle with it to this day. Such things are not battles you can so easily win on your own, so I'm here to help. If you need to talk to me, just pull me aside and I'll lend my ear. Thanks for that. It means a lot. Gotta stick together. We're a team and morale is the most important. I stand up and look around, listening for anyone needing my help. Walk over to Nicole, sitting in the fetal position on a stump. Her arm wrapped around her knees and her head atop them. Technologically advanced fungi or cat girl, pick one. The technologically advanced fungi is significantly more capable. Hi, she timidly calls out. John, was it? Yeah, I responded. Thanks for saving me. She looks up at me. You don't need to thank me for that. It was the right thing to do, I think. I sit down on a log across from her. Even still, I appreciate it. It must be a pain living like that. I try to make conversation, not entirely sure how to approach the situation. I'm just glad to be out of that hellhole and away from Damien. She speaks into her knees. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad to be out of there too, I say, thinking myself. But I'm not free of Damien yet. I don't much care for fire. She looks at the fire briefly before turning away, almost hiding behind her legs. I look at the fire too, watching its embers float into the air. Fire has always been a bad omen for me. At first it was so small, getting burnt on a stove top, but it gradually worsened. Every time I saw fire, something bad would happen. So that's why you're looking away from the fire so intently. Nicole gently nods her head. Last time I saw fire, I was being slowly cut to pieces and fed to those around me. They kept me chained up and alive so the meat would never spoil. Her tale fills me with rage. They got what was coming to them, I say, clenching my fist and gritting my teeth. I'm glad you gave that sick bastard what he deserved. Sadistic freak enjoyed seeing the fear in our eyes. How many others were there, if you don't mind me asking? 5. I was the last on the chopping block. I wish we could have gotten there sooner. Maybe we would have been able to save more people. Not with just the 5 of you. You'd need more. They were too weak to walk, and there were more people then. You'd need to hold people off and get them out of the colony at the same time. She looks down as if to mourn silently at a funeral. Suppose you're right. Can't help but wish, though. I lean back. This was how it had to happen. She paused for a moment, her voice turning to a monotone, flat sound as she utters the words. Fate would have it no other way. Do you believe everything is predetermined by fate? I ask, curious. Why did her voice do that? Sure seems that way. Either it's predetermined by fate or something that is so powerful that it can alter fate. She looks up at the treetops. So then is fighting for our survival useless? Of course not. Whether you fight is too determined by fate, you know. I suppose in a way, fate is impossible to foresee. You can see the way that different actions may change certain things, but you're fated to make a certain decision. You just don't know it yet. Then maybe fate has us fighting for a reason. Precisely. I think fate has big plans for the five of you. What about you? I asked. What do you think? I'm a woman with a missing arm and no legs in an apocalyptic wasteland. My fate is not likely to be so grand. She looks at her hand, then to her legs. I hope one day to prove you wrong about that assertion. But how? It would be nice, I suppose. Nicole pauses. Thanks for talking to me. I know someone like me couldn't be much fun to talk to, wallowing in sorrow like I am. We all have our own battles. It's nothing to be ashamed of. We must fight them together. Yeah. She places her head down into her knees again. I stand up again and turn my head towards the shelter. Edward rubs his eyes as he exits the tent. He then looks around, locking his eyes on Nicole and I. He approaches Nicole and I, slumped over a bit, presumably from having just woken up. Hey, Nicole. He says in a strangely soft tone, which I had never heard from him before. It's your turn to sleep. Oh, is it? Nicole looks up at Edward and asks, Yeah, do you need help getting up? Do you need me to walk you there? I've never seen Edward this way. He almost seems like a completely different person. Does he have a soft spot for Nicole? That can't be right. She's not Aryan or anything, so it wouldn't be like that. If you could, just help me up is all. I can get there on my own. Of course. Edward reaches his hand down towards Nicole, and Nicole takes his hand. Are you sure you can make it to the shelter all right? He asks as he lifts her up. Nicole nods and walks carefully to the shelter. You seem a bit shocked, John. Edward turns to me, tracing the bandages on his chest. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing that side of you, I reply. Before I became a soldier, I helped injured children caught in the crossfire between the Warsaw Pact and the Third Reich. Nicole reminded me somewhat of those children, even though she's a fully grown adult. I would have never guessed you were that kind of person. I suppose it's not something I show people often. By the way, John, I had something I wanted to talk about. Edward sits on the ground next to where Nicole was seated. Yeah? I asked, tilting my head to the right. That Damien guy, he reminded me of some of the scientists I worked with. I'm kind of conflicted about that. He looked down at his knees, pondering. How so? I asked, not entirely surprised by the comparison. Coming from Edward, though, that was a surprise. The things they did to people, they were sometimes worse than even what Damien did. Worse than the war was doing to those kids. Yeah. I don't really know. I guess I'll take a couple extra moments to think on it, so I will get back to you when I believe I have my answers. Edward stands up from the ground. Sounds good to me. I hope you figure it out. I start to walk towards the car. Oh, and John. Yeah? Thank Mike for... fucking hell. Thank Mike for... motherfucker, okay. Thank Michael for me. He puts his hands in his pockets and walks off. Will do. I stepped away from where Edward and I spoke with a slight grin. Seems like Elizabeth might be right. I'll give him some time to ponder. Hopefully he changes his thinking for the sake of the team. Just a meter to my right is Michael, hunched over with one arm stretched to the fender and the other down in the engine bay. I approach Michael, mildly interested in his fixation on the engine. Hey there. How are the repairs going along? I ask. We got lucky. The doppelganger absorbed a good bit of the impact, and the reinforcement around the engine bay protected it from most of the damages. The Cascadian military seems to have thought these vehicles designed through. While fuel efficiency matters greatly, protecting the engine is still a top priority. Without a functioning engine, the car changes from a vehicle to a prison cell to a coffin. So we won't be here for very long, is what you're saying. Correct. The parts were mainly just bent or needed to be replaced, and luckily they made the repairs easy, too. That's good to hear. Also, Edward asked me to thank you for him. For saving him, I mean. Yeah? Well, I guess it doesn't matter if he hates me or not. We have to stick together if we're gonna survive. I'm glad he's come to appreciate it, though. It might be too optimistic for me to say he's gonna change his mind about Liz and I, though. Guess we'll see in due time. Yeah. Tell me, is there perhaps anything on your mind as of late? That doppelganger thing's got me spooked. Those things stalk their prey for months, sometimes longer before striking. Makes me wonder just how long it had been following us for. It couldn't have been very long. Wasn't quite suited to face the 5 of us, and based on what I've learned so far about these things, if it had been stalking us for long enough, it would have known how to deal with the 4 of us. What you're saying is it struck too early. My thoughts exactly. What's got me worried is the idea that there could be another one of them out there, watching, waiting, learning, lurking in the darkness to strike when the time is right. I still don't know half of what might be out there. Maybe there's something worse than even the doppelgangers. Who knows? Whatever lurks beyond our vision could be anything, I continue. Well, I'd better leave you to it. I don't want to be stuck out here any longer than necessary, and I'm sure you can agree with that sentiment, yeah? Yeah. Michael turns back to his work, and his eyes narrowing in his concentration. I walk around the camp for several minutes, checking around for anything that might lurk beyond our vision. I shiver. It's cold. Really cold. The darkness has kept many things at bay, and this includes the warmth of the sun. It seems an Arctic wind is blowing through this region from the northwest, or worse, something nearby is causing the temperature to drop substantially. Nicole is sleeping somewhat peacefully inside the shelter, but she's definitely cold. I go back to the car. Michaels is still deeply focused on his work. I opened the... I lost myself. I opened the back door of the vehicle to check for any potential blankets. Even a towel might help. The car is quite well taken care of, apart from a few holes in the cloth interior. Undoubtedly parts that have been stripped away from other vehicles wherever these are being constructed. Luckily, an old gray blanket, unfortunately rather thin, lays balled up in the passenger side. I reach over the seat, holding onto the seat firmly with my left arm and grasping the blanket with my right. A small brown spider scurries along the blanket. I watch it run blankly. It appears to be trying to get away from me. I gently let the blanket touch the seat, and the spider scurries off into the car somewhere, undoubtedly hiding from me. I walk back from the car, closing the door behind me and approaching Nicole at the shelter. Approaching calmly and carefully so as to not wake her up, I kneel down before her and gently place the blanket over her. As soon as we get to some sort of town with any salvageable resources, I'll look for some warmer clothes for you. It must be awful to have so little to fight against this bitter cold. I mutter softly. I stand up and move quietly to where Night Stalker and Ross are positioned. Night Stalker sits quietly on a bench. What the fuck? Night Stalker sits quietly on a tree branch. Watching, listening. Anything to report? I ask. The whispers of the wind tell tales of a great darkness nearby. Night Stalker replies in a mystical tone. I don't follow. There are many things outside of our vision that only those with the sharpest of ears can scent. The trees carry sounds for much further than one might infer. You've seen them, haven't you? The faces in the trees. I suppose I have, but I always assumed it was a simple matter of pareidolia. One would think that, one of a sane mind. But perhaps one tells himself that to keep whatever sanity they retain, whatever sanity they desperately cling to in whatever sanity they desperately cling to in hopes that they regain what they've lost. I'm not quite sure what you mean. I take a drink. Oof. The trees here, they are carnivorous. Night Stalker traces the bark of the tree. Notice the lack of greenery in their leaves. They aren't getting their energy from the sun. Rather, they are blocking it out. Blocking it out so the lack of sight may help them take down unsuspecting prey. Those faces you see are real. Creatures that have been swallowed up by the trees, and in a way, integrated with them. The trees can scream for this exact reason. With this in mind, they can quietly gossip as well. It seems, from the words of the trees, that the war never ended in the minds of some of this region's hermit occupants. You mean... precisely. The Nazis of the former FPE are still active, but their numbers dwindle by the day. And what of the East? I approach Night Stalker. No one has heard from the East since the devouring. It is possible that since the mutagens spread to the East too, their comms have been sent back to pigeon carriers all the same. Night Stalker stands up in the tree. So, they could be alive too? I reckon if there are survivors here, there also live survivors in the East. As for how many and how powerful, I am afraid I do not know. What is certain, though, is that hatred has superseded the devouring. Your father is finally back. Where is the context here? How long was he gone for? So, the war is still not over then. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who's to say? Though what is certain is that if the Nazis still plan to go about their business the way that they have, they will answer to Cascadian intervention, and perhaps too intervention from the greater California Republic. Night Stalker says, placing his right hand in a fist over his heart. It is good to know that we stand on the same side of this conflict. Despite not knowing its meaning, I follow suit, placing my right hand over my heart. Then to you I say well met, my brother in arms. It's confirmed he did drink and drive. Jesus. Sounds like your father needs a bunk. Missing for a little under 9 to 10 hours? Bruh. Bruh. Well met. I will now tend to the fire. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to pen that. I'm supposed to do that every time. And I failed. I'm a fool. I turn away from Night Stalker and towards the bonfire, Elizabeth still sitting next to it, watching the fire burn away in the firewood. When suddenly, darkness overwhelms the camp. No light. No light. Where's my lantern? Shit! Elizabeth, where are you? I talk softly in hopes I don't alarm anything lurking in the darkness. The warmth from the fire having already run out, the freezing temperatures become worse. I couldn't see but a minuscule distance in front of me. Oh. Try to change the page. That's when I brought my hand to the face. to my face. I could only see near... Ah, motherfucker, okay. As when I brought my hand to my face, I could only see it once it nearly engulfed my vision. The ground rumbles once more as a distant roar passes from tree to tree. Was I facing the bonfire, the car, the shelter? I no longer knew. A loud, howling breaks through the sounds of these trees, rattling the leaves behind it. Rattling the leaves around it. It was to my left and up. Bloodhound? A brilliant bright light slices through the darkness, and again, a strobe light. This light reveals a creature much like a devoured soul atop a tree branch, letting out a loud screech as it desperately tries to cover its face from the blinding light. The pitter-patter of footsteps can be heard nearby. All around me there were footsteps. 10, 20, 30, so many I couldn't count them. The light stops strobing at the same time the creature's shrieking comes to a sudden, gargled halt. Night Stalker stood upon the same branch with a flashlight of sorts attached to his crossbow. He had saved us. Night Stalker points the light around, revealing countless devoured souls with wicked and evil expressions on their twisted faces. Time feels as if it was at a standstill, when suddenly 3 arrows whisper through the wind, hitting 3 of the devoured souls to my right. More devoured souls take their place, zoning in on Night Stalker. But I quickly realize that I sit between the 2 of them, and will soon be caught in the crossfire. I see the flashlight shine some light on the shelter, quickly pulling to the left. I can just about tell where he's aiming by the position of the flashlight. If I dove to the left, getting a slight... I dove to the left, getting a slight semblance of where I am in the camp. I move back slightly, trying to feel around for where the bonfire was. I instead feel soft-textured skin, which pulls away quickly. Elizabeth? I whisper softly. Elizabeth responds with an affirmative humming sound. Sorry, I whisper again. She responds again with a hum, this time one of a more reassuring tone. Considering that I never heard her move, this would mean that Night Stalker in his current position sits behind me to my left, which is correct. Michael would be in a similar position, Edward straight in front of me, and Nicole a few meters to my right. I hear pacing in front of me hurry off to my left. Edward to Michael? I turn to Elizabeth. Let's hurry to Nicole and protect her. Do you still have that shotgun? I whisper to Elizabeth. I do. Elizabeth responds with a whisper. We can use that as a weapon. Just hit them in the head with the stock and they should flee. Got it. Its cover story is I'm taking garbage to the dump and fell asleep. Yeah, and counting for the 30 to 60 phone calls and messages sent to you and the smell of beer in your water bottle. Shit. Need some bonks. Elizabeth and I gun it for Nicole, and as soon as we do, the pitter-patter of footsteps turns to running. The devoured souls have begun to make their move. I quickly move to stand to the left of the shelter while Elizabeth takes the right. I understand. A strange voice unlike any I'd heard before. It sounds like it came from all around me, and in an instant, the bright light refuses. What? The bright light returns to a strobe. And a ground-shaking roar rips through the air and causes a visceral physical reaction from the devoured souls. Hunt, Night Stalker commands. Raw suddenly leaps into view, crushing 2 devoured souls under his front legs and taking another into his jaw, creating an unnerving sound almost akin to the sounds of snapping celery combined with the sound of cracking wood, as the devoured soul goes motionless in its mouth, impaled by 4 large, tusk-like teeth. Night Stalker is your new favorite character, love him. Hell yeah. We love Night Stalker here. I feel a sudden shift internally, and over my vision washes a wave over every surface around me. I can see it all. everything. The trees arc over each other, overlapping like the weaves in a basket. I can sense how cold it is, but I cannot feel it. I can see all the twisted faces of the devoured before me. I can see Michael, Edward standing in front of him with a bent metal pipe. Seek, destroy, kill, hunt. I hear a distant voice of a shade. You again? I look around to try to set my sights on the shade, yet see nothing. Only the trees, which carry on endlessly. The ground fades to the point of transparency, and yet again I found myself in what the shades called the heart. Here again? For what purpose? I asked into the heart. Self-discovery, Jonathan. A strange, almost ethereal feminine voice responds. A voice that flushes over me like the tides into a beach. Self-discovery? Yes, Jonathan. You know who you are, but you've simply forgotten. Or perhaps you wish not to remember. What are you rambling on about? None other than you, Jonathan. Your past has been replaced. Such a painful past. One you couldn't have avoided. Don't worry, Jonathan. We understand. We know you had no other choice. What past? Replaced? Impossible. I've always been me. This is who I am. You should be grateful, Jonathan. After all, we're the reason you've forgotten, and the reason you still live. Grateful? You destroyed the world. You plunged it into chaos. You have turned everyone's life into a living hell. When I brought my hand to my face, what? It didn't go. What? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Okay. Oh, Jonathan, you too, so naive. Don't you know you're... The voice suddenly stops. The ground redevelops underneath me. The wave pushing back towards me the overwhelming darkness that was once there, and an immense weight is pressed against my chest. Sound returns to me, though muffled. Strained grunting pierces the muffling weight above. My head aches tremendously. It is a pounding, relentless headache. The grunting persists. I can't see anything at all, but suddenly a light shines through the darkness through an uneven hole in front of me. My vision is blurry, but I can just barely make out the face of a woman. Elizabeth? John! Ellie screams. My head pounds again. I pull my hand up from under the weight. It is covered in this dark, almost black blood. I reach it out towards Elizabeth, who grabs it tightly. He's alive. Thank goodness. Help me get him out, please. With each passing moment, I feel more and more weight lifted off me. Just how many things had piled on top of me, I wondered to myself. I suddenly feel behind me 2 arms lift under my shoulders and pull. That would have never happened to Night Stalker. Funny you say that. That's all else. Funny you say that. I feel the weight shift from my upper body to my lower half. I can hear the sound of an engine cranking, then humming with life. A yellow light washes over me, revealing to me the surroundings. I was buried under a pile of devoured souls. Elizabeth had moved behind me to lift me out. Night Stalker was hoisting bodies onto his shoulders and placing them away from me. Soon enough, the weight falls off my legs and I'm lifted out of the pile, covered in dark crimson. What happened? I ask. I don't know, Elizabeth responds, kneeling downwards with me in her arms. You just charged in at them, recklessly. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I must have blacked out. I must have worried you so much. I say weakly between breath. Please just take care of yourself. We can't afford to lose you. Elizabeth sobs. I'll do what I can to not lose control. Could you hand me some CL9? I strayed, and my throat is dry as a desert. I didn't mean to do that. Yes, right away. Elizabeth begins to administer the drug, removing our gloves, which were quite worn and dirtied at this point. She takes the bottle into her hands, pouring 2 small pills into her right hand. I reach my hands out to receive the pills. No, I'll give them to you. Elizabeth looks at me sternly. I return a puzzled look. Look at your hands, John. You can't take pills with your hands covered in devoured blood. I look down at my hands covered in the dark, almost black blood. It looks as almost if it flows within itself, as if the very blood was its own being. Wiping my hands against the ground, I look back up at Elizabeth. Fair enough. Can't mix CL9 with anything, like the nurse said. I say, slightly embarrassed about not being able to do this part myself. Good answer, Elizabeth replies, smirking. Just open wide, okay? Alright. I open my mouth, she puts her hand up to my chin and gently slides the 2 pills into my mouth. I swallow twice, finding difficulty in getting the CL9 down without water. Let's hope next time we can spare some water for that. Let's not hope for water, rather we fight to secure our water. Elizabeth looks at me with determination in her smile. Well said, Elizabeth. I stand up, looking at Elizabeth, Edward, and Nightstalker, then realizing that Nicole is still asleep. I turn around towards the shelter, beginning to walk to Nicole. I feel heavy. My footsteps crash into the ground as if I'm a giant carrying a large boulder. I feel the cold once again wash over me with the breeze as I slowly make my way to Nicole. Kneeling down, I look for just a few moments before deciding whether or not to wake her. This is the first time I have seen her without the look of depression, sorrow, or despair on her face. I do wonder what all goes on in her head. Judging by her facial expression, if she's experiencing a dream, it's not unpleasant. To her, this must be the only time she feels comfortable, or even okay for that matter. I stood up, speaking softly to Elizabeth, who had quietly come in behind me. Let's not wake her up just yet. This is the only time she has looked at peace since we rescued her. I agree. Maybe in the meantime we could talk? Elizabeth asks expectantly. Of course. I've got a few things on my mind. My voice is getting fucked up. Give me a moment. There's a reason I still have this. Oh. No. 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 Bad. Thank you, Finn. Trying to find... Yeah, that's fairly visible. Let me make it more visible. Huh. Huh. I think I can make the thing louder. Not that loud. You're drawing Night Stalker? Hell yeah. Orange best color for visibility. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to contrast with everything else in there. If I made it black, it would look kind of like the text on the books, so... And if I made it red, it would kind of blend in with the other things on the screen. One thing is your hands have incredibly dry skin, to the point that my hands, if they contact liquid, absorb it quick. Huh. Interesting. Toad hands. You have toad hands. You drink through your skin. Like a toad. Speaking of which, I'll have to get food for them tomorrow. A frog person. Your hands absorb the smallest amount of alcohol from a sweat and bottle. Now your hands reek of alcohol. Jeez. Makes you want orange starburst for some reason now. That's funny. I'd say get some, but I know it's almost 10 p.m. for you as well, so... I can understand if you don't want to go out at the moment. I spoke for almost an hour straight without my voice going kaput. I can't wait to feel this tomorrow. There's a reason I only do this once every 100 subscribers. It's 12 for you? Oh wow. That must be like Newfoundland. Yeah, Halifax. Halifax time zone. Or in military numbers. Woo! The 0 o'clock. I just only have orange gummy bear. That'll have to do. And I like how you call it military numbers, not military time. But I have another person that I was talking to. I can't remember. I think it was Joxy, but there's another person I was talking to about military time, and what what I ended up saying is like, well, I mean, you still call it military time even though you got like you use it at your occupation. Just you should take ownership over it. Call it hospital time. And maybe I don't remember if she still works in the hospital or, organ harvesting. I propose an upgrade. Gorgon harvesting. Hell yeah, harvest Medusa. Seems legit. I'm gonna need another drink. Not another monster though. I'll grab something different. Bird. And put that there. Like this. It's too dirty. So, on the topic of beverages, right now I've got a Pepsi Wild Cherry and Cream, and I've noticed that there's kind of a trend going on with these sodas, where instead of calling it that and vanilla, they're doing cream instead. Fair enough. It is a slightly different flavor, but come on now. um, yeah, you love Pepsi? Hell yeah, I like Pepsi too. Um, and it gets reinforced by something currently going on, but yeah, I saw there's an orange cream Coca-Cola flavor, and I want to try it, but I'm currently involved in a boycott that includes Coca-Cola. So I can't have it. But I've been like trying to think of ways that I can conveniently like not pay Coca-Cola for their products. Like, and it's not even stealing either. Like, I pondered, like, what if I just stole it? Like, could I just do that? But a different way was actually that I would grab a Pepsi, right? And then I would grab that Coca-Cola, and I would scan the Pepsi twice to avoid paying for the Coca-Cola. I'd still be paying the correct amount of money, but I wouldn't be giving money directly with Coca-Cola. So I've been trying to like find a way around it. But then I'm thinking, wait, this isn't exactly what I want to do, and I'd rather all of this stay on the shelf as much as possible. So it's just like, well, I guess we'll just leave it be and hope that eventually Coca-Cola comes to terms with the boycott and changes their policies so that I can try their new Coca-Cola flavor. If someone else were to purchase it and I were to, you know, uh, like if someone else in my house purchased it and it was just sitting there, then I'd get to try it. Because now I have nothing to do with its purchase at all. But I won't directly ask anyone to purchase it because then I'm once again involved in the purchase in some way. It's a boycott. I kinda gotta follow it. No? I wasn't done with what I was saying. Funny thing is your father is not an outright harmful alcoholic. He doesn't hurt people, but his action choices do. He's drunk and drove more than once. Yeah, it makes sense. Check it out. But, yeah. And what's funny is the employees aren't paid enough to care. Anyways. I think I am ready to go back in. Vampire Zone Walmart. They're worse than vampires. They're parasites. Anyways, Where was I? There. I want to tell you about what happened just a bit ago. It looked like something had come over you, and you'd lost all sense of self-preservation in that moment, attacking recklessly. It was sudden, and the devourer raced towards you. You fought really well. With Ross at your aid, you two took on the brunt of the devoured horde, while Night Stalker, Edward, and I picked off the stragglers. If Ross hadn't been right there beside you, though, I'm afraid you might have been killed. I blacked out. I'm afraid I don't know anything about what happened during that time. For some reason, I was brought to this place, where there were trees but no ground, lightning with no clouds. That's a typo. I'll note that down. And voices but no mouths from which to speak from. Sounds like one huge hallucination. Elizabeth moves closer to me. Promise me, John. Promise me you won't turn into a devoured. Her voice turns to a near sob as she reaches her left hand towards me, presumably without much intention. I take her hand with my right. I can't promise anything, but I'll do what I can to stop myself from becoming one of those things. It's the last thing I want to happen to me, but in return, I want you to fight for your humanity, too. Of course, John. I should have fucking stopped there. Shit. Well, okay. A few moments of tedium pass before I wake up Nicole. I gently kneel at her resting spot and nudge her shoulder. Hey, I say in the most light tone of voice I can possibly muster. Nicole, wake up. Wake up, Nicole. It's time for us to go home. Nicole gently opens her eyes. Nicole, it's time to go home. I say as I look into her eyes. Nicole groans as she rubs her eyes. John? Yeah, it's John. Could you help me up? I can't exactly get up as easily anymore. Yeah, of course. I offered my hand to her. Hey you're finally awake. True. She takes my hand as I hoist her up into my chest, supporting her with my hand placed on her back. She stumbles to her feet, still not used to the prosthetics quite yet. Before I let her go, I asked, "Are you good to stand?" She nods with an affirmative hum. I let her go slowly, and we walked to the car, meeting Michael, who is covered in sweat and oil. Night Stalker says if we head a bit to the east, we'll find Interstate 25. That the road there, while taken over largely by the forest, should be easily navigable compared to our current direction of travel. Michael stays firmly while getting into the driver's seat of the car. Guess what? You can now locate where they are. Again. Interestingly enough, for all the Canadians that are currently in chat, the book did start in Canada. And they are now going back to Canada. Does this mean that Night Stalker isn't coming with us? I ask Michael. He can't come with us. He's on a separate mission with Cascadia. Important reconnaissance in the region. Stupid Canadians. Yeah, I think... Yeah, 3 of the... Let's think here. Well, I mean, Nicole... Is Nicole Canadian? I don't remember if I made Nicole Canadian or American. Let me check this. Oh yeah, you're so right. Let me get rid of that. It keeps telling me about tornadoes. Yeah. I don't remember if Night Stalker's Canadian or not. I think he is. He lived in Vancouver, I think. At some point. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I don't have that written down on my character sheets. Anyways, continuing. As I expected, or as to be expected, I guess, I just hoped he'd be able to protect us on our way home. Speaking of, now is a better time than ever to get home. Michael moves to the car, the driver's side door open, taking his seat inside. Agreed, let's get out of here. I approach the car with the rest of the group in tow. Chapter 7! Alrighty. This is a very long chapter. And I mean, it's an extremely long chapter. So, like, get ready. I think chapter 7 is 70 pages. So just sit tight. This one's a lengthy boy. I want to get at least chapter 8 done. But who knows? Anyways, we'll give it a shot. We drove north on Interstate 25 for 5 uneventful days, making small talk as the road continued forwards. Apart from Edward, who remained silent in his contemplations, only ever talking when he felt it necessary, taking twists and turns as the forest chose. Based on our guides, we should be on the approach to an exit that will lead us back to Riding Mountain. The forest has shown mercy, but after the events involving the doppelganger, there is no certainty that even peace is mercy anymore, but rather time for our enemy to study us from the shadows, preparing to slaughter us when the time is right. The scavenging we had done in the meantime was rather fruitless apart from the petrol we needed to continue due north. There were a few findings, things we improvised as weapons. Pieces of street signs were sharpened and welded to metal pipes to be used as bladed axes and pole arms. We sit in silence, the white noise of the engine's hum the only sound that can be heard. I look out the window, watching trees and small devoureds scurry about as we pass by. These were people, animals. They all wanted to live. This begs the question, why do some people turn into things like devoured souls when others turn into freakish abominations like the rhino? A loud sound startles me and interrupts my thinking. A train horn? Do you hear that, guys? I ask. Yeah, clear as day. Is that a train horn? A thunderous sound roars. There it is again, I exclaim. I think it impossible that anybody could get a train up and running for any significant amount of time in these woods. That reminds me, Edward says slowly. I think I remember the lepers talking about some light piercer things they hated for ripping through the forest. Yeah. Light piercer. It's what the devoured Christians like George believed was the Antichrist. Some devil spawn or something. They said it was made to tear down the beauty. Oh my god, what the hell? They said it was made to tear down the beauty of the second creation. Believe me, when you're anywhere near those crazies, the only thing you'll hear is their paranoid preaching to the forest in hopes that they'll be blessed with an evolution like the devoured. Elizabeth states in an annoyed matter-of-fact tone. Sure did pick up on a lot, I reply. Didn't have much of a choice. It's the only thing I could hear while we were trapped in that prison of a colony. Elizabeth replies. Hold on, Michael says as he stops the car before a clearing. John, could you go check out that clearing? Sure, I responded as I exited the vehicle hastily. I'll come with, Elizabeth shouts as she too leaves the vehicle. It's safer if we stick together. I approached the clearing, a strange gust of air chilling both Elizabeth and I. The wind was different from the usual gusts of wind experienced in the forests, however. It felt more like an ocean breeze than an Arctic wind, despite the ocean being hundreds of kilometers away in even the most direct route. The trees arched over the clearing in a strange way, forming some sort of tunnel, as if something had forced it to clear a path. I take my oil lantern in my left hand and lift it forwards, the warm light emanating towards the dark recesses of this large tunnel-like clearing, revealing to us a stretch of rails leading from one side to another. Railroad tracks. This clearing was forced through by a train. I step back, leaning towards Elizabeth. Train tracks. I place my right hand in front of her and step back so as to move her back with me, my lantern still hoisted in the air to make certain that nothing is geared to ambush us here. The loud sound of a train horn shakes the ground. Elizabeth looks towards me with a serious look on her face. Run, she commands, bolting off towards the car. Stunned, I followed suit, sprinting towards the car, swinging the door open and hastily crawling back into the back seat of the car, closing the door behind me. Elizabeth does almost exactly the same at almost exactly the same time. Michael, shut the car off. John, snuff that lantern, Elizabeth commands hastily, and we do as we are commanded without question, despite the danger of turning off the lights. These questions would all be answered by the approaching sounds of what seemed to be a locomotive train chugging through the forest, accompanied by explosions, gunfire, the screaming of trees, and the roaring of the devoured. I looked around at the darkness enshrouding us. Stars, it looked like, but they were, without a doubt, eyes of the devoured. Hundreds of glowing white eyes were moving forward from the darkness, annoyed by the loud sounds of the light piercer. The sounds approached swiftly, and before I could process what was happening, the muzzle flashes turned the darkness into light and shut the faux stars from the false night sky. The roaring of gunfire was immense and deafening, turning the silence of the forest into the chaotic thundering noises of a battlefield. The screeching wouldn't stop either. "Watch your fire! Civilian personnel carrier in the area!" Suddenly, someone commandingly shouts into a megaphone, and it echoes through both the forest and the train. "As long as we stay quiet," Elizabeth whispers, "they'll only go after that train." "Good thinking," I respond. "How on earth could they see us?" The train passes, the thunderous roar of gunfire growing distant by the moment, and the devoured shrieks growing faint. I relight my lantern and look outside the car. The only thing visible on the ground is bodies. Dead bodies of the devoured, everywhere. Their blood coats the trees like paint, and the only thing contrasting from the gore-filled sight is the brass casings littering the ground by the clearing. We can only assume now that it is safe to pass. Michael turns the key, and the engine hums to life once more. The car lurches forwards, and we're off to return to Riding Mountain. We had just come off the exit that leads back to Riding Mountain when we came across a promising, but perhaps too good to be true sight. A massive concrete structure sprawled across a wide stretch of asphalt stood alone in a graveyard of buildings, almost fending off the trees which had encircled and crawled across its every surface. In big, hardly illuminated letters, a sign at the front of the building read Vitamart. I couldn't help but find that name familiar, but from what? There wasn't such a thing in Canada. Perhaps this was a regional business? After a couple of seconds of pondering as Michael drove us up to the front doors, I recalled it. Vitamart, which was called Vital Mart when I had last heard of it, was a subsidiary of a company called Vital Foods prior to the devouring, and Vital Mart was its first step in the brick-and-mortar business. When it attempted to enter the Canadian market, the cabinet blocked it, claiming it was a monopolistic and predatory international business with practices illegal in Canada. Vital Foods attempted to sue the Canadian government over unfair trade, but eventually lost due to a long history of union busting which was strictly prohibited in Canada since 1946. We stopped just in front of the doors. Michael shut the engine off, and we all stepped out of the vehicle, apart from Nicole. Elizabeth turns around, noticing Nicole still sitting in the vehicle. As she begins to hoist herself towards the left of the car, Elizabeth clears her throat. Edward, you stay here with Nicole, protect her. John, Michael, you and I will explore the market. Elizabeth states without raising her voice much. Don't have to tell me twice, Edward says, turning around and leaning against the car. So, you think they might have anything in here? I asked, walking towards the front doors, which used to be made of glass but were replaced with particle boards. Only one way to find out, Michael says before kicking the door. The door doesn't budge. That kinda hurt, he says, mildly embarrassed. He's still just a kid. His muscles haven't fully developed. I'll help him. Don't worry about it. On three, I approached the door, readying myself for a kick. 1, 2, 3. Michael and I kicked the door. The doors swung open and slammed on the other side of the wall. The building was wide and expansive, dimly illuminated by flickering lights. Shelves were empty, and the entire place was ransacked. We walked into the building with our lanterns on, the warm light reflecting off fungal spores floating through the air. I stepped off to the left, towards some registers. Sort of odd seeing a market like this. Desolate, empty, devoid of life. Usually these places were busy, or at least they were in Canada. Can't say much about what goes on in America. I doubt it could be so different, though. Suddenly, the smell of a rotten animal violated my senses. I looked around to spot its origin, but no luck. That was until I turned the corner of the next register and the squeaking of mice pierced the ears as the floor seemed to almost move below me. Mice had scurried across the floor, startled by my presence, revealing the decaying and rotting remains of a person, whose identity had become completely unidentifiable. I could see their skull through their face, and their eyeballs had been eaten out and their entrails lined the floor with small bites all over. I felt like vomiting, but couldn't for lack of food. Look at that poor bastard. Damien's voice beams into my head, and I can feel his presence seemingly leaning over the corpse. Could you get the hell out of my head? I shout internally, reaching into my coat pocket in an attempt to pull out my pills. Come on, Jonathan. Surely you want answers, right? He continues to try to speak to me. Burn in whatever hell you crawled out of, psycho. I thought to myself as I took the pills into my hand and chucked them into my mouth, swallowing swiftly. Next time, then? Damien says, fading away. Hopefully there won't be one, I said, muttering to myself. What was that? Elizabeth asks in a curious tone. Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself, I responded, walking off to the leftmost part of the market. I came up to a toy section. There were flashy characters in bright colors, stained by soot, dust, and cobwebs all across the aisle. Such a tarnish brought upon something that would otherwise... Such a tarnish brought upon something that would otherwise cause joy for children. It brought back a sense of hopelessness and despair the entire woods emanated at all times. There were numerous toys still on the shelf. Die-cast cars, some toy guns, and an action figure. I looked at the action figure. It was a German soldier inside, with a red armband, SS uniform, and helmet to go with it. It even came with a little assault rifle. Lightning Krieg, our hero from the East. I can't believe they're giving these to kids. Innocent kids. I looked down the aisle, only to see something speed around the corner. Something small, humanoid. A child? Here? Alone? A sense of sadness and duty poured across my body all at once, and I hurried towards where the small figure had run off to. Then, in the distance, just outside of where my lantern's light could reach, I spotted the figure once more, standing no more than a meter high, staring back at me. Two tiny, glowing white eyes peered back into my soul. This was a child no longer. It approached slowly, letting out a high-pitched growl with each step. As it barely stepped into my lantern's light, I could see it for what it truly was. A child-sized devoured with deep eye sockets and stony flesh. It clasped its hands together, then striking off sparks. I reached towards my tool belt, but my hand stopped before I could reach for my makeshift axe. I can't. It still looks like a child. I can't do this. Imp, Jonathan, take it down! Elizabeth shouts. I can't do it! I can't! I shouted in response. I tried reaching back to my axe, but I couldn't bring myself to hurt something that looked so much like a kid. It's going to burn this place to the ground if you don't kill it now, Jonathan. I can't hurt. Suddenly a loud bang erupts from the back of the store. A gunshot echoes through the entire building. The imp falls to the ground, deep red blood spilling from the back of its head and onto the white tile floor. Then another loud bang, followed by a ding crack, another gunshot, but this time it was aimed at me. You better get your raider asses out of my damn house! A man's voice can be heard from the back of the store. I quickly jumped back into the aisle, sliding to the floor. Shit! Elizabeth shouts, ducking down into the aisle with me. Place is occupied. We're gonna have to find a way to stop him. Stop him? Why don't we just run? I ask, whispering. Do you want to turn your back on a sniper? Elizabeth whispered back. You know, that makes sense. How do we stop him? Well, we gotta get close enough. I'll use the random toys to distract him. You make a run towards the back of the building. Elizabeth takes a small board game into her hands. Got it, I say, getting up from my crouched position and moving towards the leftmost side of the building. Alright, ready? She takes the board game into her hand, approaches the corner. Go, she says, swinging the board game up and around the corner. A loud bang filled the building's steel halls once more, and I rushed towards the next aisle, being a sort of bicycle section, now empty, having been looted to the utmost extreme. Another bang follows, and a bullet cracks against the tiles to my left. He saw me move. Now what? I looked around my surroundings, seeing whatever I may be able to use. Instead, I noticed a graphic on the wall writing, "Vital, the official market of patriots," followed by a swastika. Sickening to put this near the eyes of children. I continued looking around, trying not to dwell on the propaganda for too long. A low howling suddenly struck my train of thought, and the ground rumbled. Clanking against the ground came miscellaneous items falling from shelves. I felt the sensation of pages turning in my head once more, and a vague feeling as if something were grabbing me by the arms and beckoning me forwards. Suddenly, a loud boom bursts from behind, and a pain strikes my whole back and flings me forward, spinning me mid-air while I fly directly into a shelving unit, crashing to the ground. It was a massive tree that had grown up in mere seconds. Another bang, followed by a crack, then another crack. The man shot at the tree. "Jonathan, get up!" Through the loud booming of the forest crashing through concrete, Elizabeth can hardly be heard shouting as she runs directly up to me, grabbing my hand and pulling me up. "Thank you," I say, winded. "No problem, just keep moving towards him. The growth should have been preoccupied." A bang interrupts Elizabeth as she recoils backwards and hits the ground. "Ellie!" I shouted, crouching over her and taking her by the shoulders. "I'm fine. That was a close call," Elizabeth says, turning her head towards me, revealing a blood spatter from the left side of her face, blood streaming from a cut across her cheek. "I've just been grazed. Nothing I haven't dealt with before." "In other words, his aim," I whisper to her, "is shit. He's also no soldier. You always aim for center mass." She completes my sentence. "I told you to leave, didn't I?" The man shouts from the back of the store. This time I can see him from a second-story interior window. As he leans back into the rifle. And I jerk my body backwards, just before I heard another loud bang. He missed. "I'll play dead, John. Just go get him," Elizabeth says calmly. "Wait, there's another one of yous out there, is there?" The man shouts as his body leans into the rifle and turns. As he draws attention away from me, I bolt forward. Bang. Boom. He shoots and more trees breach the building. The far wall approaches quickly, and I breach through a small office door, leaving the shooter's sight. The room is egg white on the top half, with pale red on the lower half. Desks with computers sitting atop them line the sides of the room. Straight ahead is a staircase leading upwards from left to right. I snuck forwards, trying to muffle my steps as best I can. As I reach the steps, I hear another bang. I try to make my way up the stairs quietly, and as I ascend the steps, the man comes into view. Click. The man reaches for his belt, his dark hand gripping a magazine. Now is my chance. I immediately bolted towards him, turning my body to the left. I can feel a pain in my left bicep as my shoulder impacts his body and the rifle, too. He falls backwards and onto the ground. I soon toppled over on top of him, taking the rifle into my hands and attempting to rip it from his arms. I can see the fear in his deep brown eyes as he struggles to keep the rifle in his hands. Soon I pull back on the rifle and rip the rifle from his hands and point it at him. My finger wraps around the trigger. Click. Relief passes over the man's eyes as he takes his hands into the air above his head. "I know when I'm beat. I surrender," the man says nervously. "You tried to kill me and my friends, and you think I'm gonna let you off the hook?" I ask angrily. "You don't have to, but whatever you do, show me some mercy. If you let me go, at least leave me here. If you kill me, at least make it quick. Not like I've got much time left anyways." The man gestures to some bandages on his right upper arm. "Shit," I said breathily, observing the almost jet-black stains on the bandages. "Alright, listen, you get to live, but whatever supplies you have, I need them. My team is hungry. That's fine, but also, I have one question," he states with a miserable look on his face. "Make it quick, we gotta move." I notice the magazines on his belt are empty. Was he planning on dying? You're the first people I've seen since I left Riding Mountain. Do you know if there's a treatment yet? The man asks. My soul stricken with astonishment, I ask, you're from Riding Mountain too? Too? I never seen you there. Thought everyone around those parts was either in Riding Mountain or dead. He states firmly, and an awkward silence envelops the room. Dante? Michael's voice pierces the silence from behind us. Michael? The man asks, approaching slowly, squinting. I can't believe it. I almost shot my own brother. Tears begin to well up in his eyes. You're alive, bro. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry, Mikey. If I had known it was you, I'd never fired a single shot but at that imp. Dante sobs. It's alright, Dante, I understand. You couldn't have seen my actual face at that distance. Michael says calmly, you're always that kind of boy, Mikey. Always so understanding, forgiving. I hope no one's taken advantage of that yet. Dante states, still in tears. Not yet. By the way, Dante, what happened to your glasses? Michael asks. Lost them. They got broke on my expedition. We were attacked by a group of devoured and I ran. I ran away like a coward. I'm the only one left, now hesitating to even show my face at Riding Mountain. But what counts is that you lived. Elizabeth walks into the room with a handkerchief on her on her cheek. Because you ran off, you're now the only one who can tell us what happened. Otherwise, we'd have never been able to give the people back at Riding Mountain closure. Elizabeth? You're on an expedition? But why? Taking matters into my own hands and taking responsibility for the failures that recent expeditions have been. She walks up next to me, facing the reunited brothers. Has it really gotten so desperate? Afraid so. Since your squad went missing, we lost 4 of the 6 sent out in the next expedition, and reportedly lost 19 when an entire section of the building was taken over by the forest. Elizabeth looks down, emanating misery and hopelessness. But now is not the time to mourn. The building could collapse at any moment. The forest is growing. Understood. I have some supplies in that room over there, Dante says, gesturing to a door to mine and Elizabeth's left. I'll take care of the supplies. Michael, take Dante to the car. Jonathan, stand guard. Don't let anything sneak up on us or Michael and Dante. Elizabeth steps off to the left, entering the other room. Will do, Michael says, taking Dante to the stairs with haste. Understood. This forest fucking sucks. Yeah, it's a fucked up place, you know? It is really, really a fucked up place. So, like, what are you gonna do, Ugh. Ow. Fucking hurt. Where were we? Understand. Oh, fucking hell. Understood. I have some supplies in that room over there, Dante says, gesturing to a door to mine and Elizabeth's left. Okay, wait, no. Understood. Responded. Looking out the window at the dimly lit, partially wrecked supermarket. Lucky the place wasn't swarmed when the forest grew. Elizabeth speaks up from the other room. Thought it happened every time, I say, watching as Michael and Dante make it towards the front doors. Not always, but usually. The sound disturbance usually attracts them like moths to a lamp. Wait, so why not this time? I asked, worried. No swarm means something scaring him off. Considering none ever came in the first place, it means that whatever that is must also be a devoured. Elizabeth leaves the room with a large backpack stuffed with whatever supplies she could scrounge up. There's a nightmare-class devoured around here, and it's only a matter of time before we meet it. How can you be so sure? I ask, alarmed. Elizabeth lifts up and points her wrist screen at me. The screen appears like television static, and it doesn't appear to have updated in some time. The wrist screen started malfunctioning shortly after we entered the building. My compass and watch have gone haywire as well. Even on emergency power or a generator, the lights inside the store should be brighter. She states, seemingly looking around for any signs of nearby devoured. I keep looking forward, Michael and Dante just now leaving through the front doors. This forest really fucking sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it's killed most of the world's population, and it took it over in about a couple weeks. It was not great. Time to go, I say, heading for the staircase. Yeah, she said, seemingly looking around for any signs of nearby devoured. I keep looking forward, Michael and Dante now leaving through the front doors. It's time to go, I say, heading for the staircase. Elizabeth follows behind. I entered the room, turning towards the staircase. As I crossed over to the staircase, an uneasy feeling washed over me. I felt like I was being watched by someone, something, somewhere. I began down the steps. Stop. A dark, whispery voice spoke into my mind, stunning me still. A crack rips through the air, and in a near instant, a pale white, bony appendage appears directly in front of my face. My eyes widen. My body moves sharply backwards, falling into Elizabeth, who braces me and pushes me back onto my feet. With a crack, a second bone-like appendage crashes through the wall, and with a swift slice, a massive creature blasts through the side of the wall. From the dust peers through a set of white eyes, and as the dust settles, an easily 3-meter-tall devoured soul is revealed, its long, fang-like teeth illuminated by the fluorescent lights. Run! Elizabeth shouts as she grabs my shoulder and pulls me backwards. The massive devoured soul growls deeply, remaining in place as we begin to flee. We paced quickly to the door of the room, suddenly stopping and performing a quick heel turn. The devoured soul remained in place, staring us down as drool pours from its outstretched grin. It lets out another deep growl. It's blocking our exit, Elizabeth mutters under her breath. I look towards the front of the building at the window, looking down at an over 4-meter drop to the ground below. I lean towards Elizabeth, maintaining eye contact with the devoured soul as I whispered to her. We'll have to jump. It knows that's the only safe way down. She nodded, and in an instant we threw ourselves toward the window. The crashing sound of the glass around us is all that can be heard, plummeting to the ground as the impact knocked the wind out of me. A loud, bellowing roar pierces the ears. Elizabeth shouts, "Get up," as she reaches for my forearm, yanking me to my feet. The devoured soul crashes in from above, slinging itself into a group of shelves, the clanging of metal echoing through the market as Elizabeth and I begin to dash forwards towards the exit. I looked behind me and to my left and saw as the devoured soul began to run atop the shelves, knocking them down as it kicked them off with its large, kangaroo-like legs. I could see the beast's devilish grin grow wider and more sinister as it came closer to Elizabeth and I. Suddenly, it slowed, reared, and leapt, filling me with terror as it slammed me into a nearby pillar. "John!" Elizabeth shouts, turning around and seemingly searching for some way to stop the beast. I took the rifle into my hands, and as the devoured soul lifts one of its blade-like arms, I put the rifle between us. The beast's arm strikes down, hitting the rifle and slowing to a halt just before reaching my eye. Suddenly, I felt this enormous pressure on the rifle, pulling it down, away from me, the tip of its arm leading away from my eye. The devoured soul swings its other arm, and I try to jolt myself out of the way, the blade striking just barely away from my cheek, deep into the pillar behind me. Chink, clang, clang. A sharp pain pierces my abdomen, the devoured soul's bladed arm tearing straight through my flesh like scissors through paper. The rifle had been cut almost cleanly in half. The devoured soul leans in closely to my face, and I can feel the heat and moisture of its breath as it seemingly drools from the corners of its mouth. I can hear its deep growls as it breathes, its teeth grazing up against my face. Crack. I hear something begin to break behind me. The creature begins to reel backwards, opening its mouth wide. This is it. This is where I take my final breaths. Was it even worth it? I wondered to myself. Suddenly I fell backwards, the pillar giving in to the weight of the beast pressing against it. Elizabeth charges towards me in a last-ditch effort to save my life. She grabs me by the leg, pulling me as quick as she can, the ceiling above us beginning to crack and fall apart. The devoured soul gets up from the rubble of the pillar, almost making eye contact with me as Elizabeth pulls me away. I look up at the ceiling, watching as one of the large pieces of stone comes dislodged, plummeting to the ground and striking the devoured soul in the leg. More rocks begin to fall, and in a split-second decision, Elizabeth drops me, grabs the shelf, and pulls it down, and darkness enshrouded my vision, my body feeling like a small animal having a sledgehammer dropped upon it. The crushing weight making it nearly impossible to breathe. In just mere moments, I found it difficult to keep my eyes open, my focus beginning to wane as my body became weak. Is it now my time? Did Elizabeth only delay my death by a mere minute or more, sacrificing herself in the process? It wasn't time to think, rather it was time to rest. What little I could see faded away as my eyes slowly shut, covering my vision in an ominous darkness. The sensation like pages turning in my head started back up. Flip, flip, flip. But seemed almost slow. Flip, flip. 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 Finally, a silence to that sensation. It was only a matter of time, I suppose. The strange voice from before peered into my mind. I could feel my heartbeat slow, my hands and feet going numb and cold. A freezing sensation passes over my whole body. Damn it! The sound of a man shouting at the top of his lungs pierces the ears through the muffled sounds of loud strained grunting. He's here. I can see his hand. Help me lift this shelf. Edward? Why would he come back for me? For Elizabeth? It's dangerous. Or have you really begun to change? The immense weight upon my back began to lift, my eyelids feeling like boulders are attached to them as I barely opened my eyes to look forward. My vision was blurry and surrounded by an abyssal vignette, but I could just barely make out the silhouettes of Edward and Dante. Grab him, pull him out, then grab Elizabeth. I'll try to hold this up as best I can, Edward shouts, placing his body between the floor and the shelf, lifting it with his neck pressed against the surface of the shelf. On it! Dante rushes towards me, using all of his might to pull me out from underneath the shelf. Woods have got a funny way of bringing people together, huh? He says jokingly. Suppose there's truth to that. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I feel my legs break loose from the immense weight of the shelf, my breathing finally restoring to me as Dante drags me out from underneath the shelf. I can just barely see Edward's legs trembling as he grunts heftily. I'm not gonna let you die easy, either. You hear me? He shouts, his voice strained and gravelly. Here, I can fucking voice act that, even in my condition. I'm not gonna let you die either, you hear me? He shouts, his voice strained and gravelly. He lets out a deep, guttural scream at the top of his lungs as he falls to one knee under the weight. Dante rushes underneath, ducking down and begins to pull Elizabeth. What the hell? Why is she so damn heavy? Dante shouts. They probably replaced an ungodly amount of her body with metal components. Just pull her out. Edward shouts, strained. I'm almost free. What the hell? I'm almost free. I just have to get this damn rock off my foot. Elizabeth wheezes. I looked over where the devoured soul had last stood, the area covered in large chunks of concrete with dark red blood secreting from the crevices where the rocks met one another. A single, bony, blade-like appendage poked out from the rocks, blood dripping from its tip into a puddle beneath it. With a loud grunt, Dante manages to free Elizabeth and begins to drag her out from underneath the shelf. Just as Elizabeth passes the threshold of the shelf, Edward falls over, the shelf plummeting to the ground atop him. I barely manage to stand up, the feeling returning to my body. Alas, it was not your time yet. I shall lend you some strength, at a price. Return the favor later. The strange voice returned again, and her voice seemed to reverberate through my entire body. The sensation of the pages turning in my head, flip, 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 returns. My muscles grew warm, and I felt strong once more, like an adrenaline rush. I paced towards the shelf, crouched down, placed my fingers underneath the shelf, feeling the sensation of its cold metal pass into my hands as I pulled upward with all of my might. You are not to die on this day, Edward, I shouted, lifting the shelf off the ground. Blood dripped from Edward's head as he lay on the ground. Dante rushed over, pulling him quickly out from underneath the shelf as Edward assisted by trying to crawl with what little strength he had left. Dante sets him down next to Elizabeth, and I drop the shelf, falling to one knee, barely catching my breath. The strength begins to leave my body. I feel faint, my legs faltering. What on earth happened to y'all in here? Dante asks, looking at the wrecked surroundings. We were ambushed, I strain. By a nightmare-class devoured soul, Elizabeth says, completing my sentence. Oh, what? Dante's eyes widened. Nightmare class is a distinction we've given the devoured, capable of interfering with electronics. Elizabeth states. Right, and just one devoured soul did this. Dante takes Elizabeth in a human crutch, beginning towards the entrance. Nightmare class devoured tend to evolve from highly irradiated environments. They're stronger, faster, smarter, everything you don't want in a foe. I stood up, picking Edward up off his feet. Thanks for having my back, I said to him, looking at the rubble from the collapsed part of the store. You're lucky that thing got crushed by that rubble. Clean cuts, Edward stated, looking at the rubble. The thing cut clean through concrete. Just how sharp could that thing's arms be? He mutters in a shaky tone. Wait, wasn't I pierced in the fight? I looked down at my abdomen, covered in crimson surrounding a hole in my coat and shirt. I looked down closer at the area, but couldn't find a scratch on my body. How can I keep healing like this? We made our way out of the building, seeing the car lights on as the engine hums to life. I can just barely make out Nicole's face in the back seat. We approached the car, I opened the door, letting everyone in, and just as Elizabeth is the last one to enter, I realize the car is full. Elizabeth knows too and calls out, Hey, we need to pack ourselves in a little. And everyone responds by sliding along the seat to get closer together. I placed myself at the very left of the back seat, closing the door behind me and squishing everyone together in this now cramped SUV. The car lurched forwards, and we were on the road once more. Oof. My voice is tired. Holy shit. We won't be seeing that nightmare class devoured soul again. So what I will say is that it didn't die from that. The falling rocks did not manage to kill it. It is still alive under there. Nightmare class are often regenerative. So that thing will basically heal whatever wounds it's got and eventually regain the strength to get out of there. But it won't return. The cast will be a little too far away for it to actually matter. It makes me wonder just... yeah. Those things do not die easily. In the slightest. Ugh. Chapter 8 is on page 241. My poor throat. This thing isn't even the strongest devoured, not even remotely close. This thing's just demonic. I'm gonna get another drink. Because boy do I need it. Vocal cord pat? It's what? Yeah, it's not even remotely close to the strongest devoured. What one is, at least in the arc logs? I think I know which one is in the arc logs, but I'm gonna check anyways. I like how it still shows my mouse position even though I'm not on that. I'm not on here. That's funny. So which one is the strongest? So I have that one at a threat level of S3. 6, so the Nightmare Golem is stronger. I don't think we see a Nightmare Golem. No. That's not depicted. Oh. Do you guys remember the crustacean at the very beginning? I think it's in chapter 1 that punctures a hole and then gets chased away. Punctures a hole in Jonathan's abdomen and then gets chased away by a shade. That thing is ranked higher than what we just saw. Those aren't even Nightmare class. Those things are just massive. And damn near unstoppable. These creatures, once crabs or lobsters, developed in size quickly, easily weighing over a ton each. Their massive claws are used to rip through basic and average fortification with ease, and are easily capable of ripping apart their prey. What do you mean? Yeah. The claws of the devoured crustaceans, he was pierced by a leg. the claws can just casually rip through. And this is an alternate universe, so basic and average fortification would be steel and titanium. So yeah. And if you want to know some versus battles wiki stats, that thing has the strength rated at small building class. Have fun with that thought. What are you feeding him? Because he's too damn big. Yeah, remember, that thing had, that thing was part of a bus. That thing was using a bus as a shell. I think it was a Volkswagen bus, but it was still a very large vehicle. Oh, and then there's the... Is the Nightmare Rhino even referred to? Maybe. That one's S12. Threat level X doesn't really count. Nightmare Arachnid. That's fair. This one also isn't depicted in the series. Again, this is a, this is an alternate timeline. So what? Are you referring to? Nightmare Rhino? Yeah, Nightmare Rhino. You want to hear about the Nightmare Rhino? Hold up. This irradiated rhino has evolved far darker skin capable of blending in with its environment, not to mention faster speed, strength, and intellect. Logs of this enemy are few and far between, their witnesses all dead. The assessment also reads, attempt to record, it is unlikely you will live through witnessing this creature. Do you want to hear about the Nightmare Rhino? Yeah. Terrifying. The Nightmare Arachnid is even worse. This elusive Nightmare-class arachnid is one of the most feared creatures across North America and Australia. With an insanely tough exoskeleton able to survive small VTOL missiles and many Teslan laser-type weapons, its ability to avoid weaponry that could injure it with relative ease and speed that makes the Nightmare-class arachnid one of the smarter devoured. Relative ease and speed. Its ability to annihilate city blocks with one strike and a spit attack that can ground helicopters makes this creature next to impossible to fight against. Of course, it's fucking Australia. Yeah. Assessment: only attack with VTOLs or space-to-surface railguns. Which actually does not put its durability at mountain class. That's wrong. That puts its durability at continent class. Space-to-surface railguns destroy continental plates. They named the most dangerous spire in the world the Newcastle Big Boy. I fucking love that. That's funny as shit. But yeah, there's also other things that haven't been put in the ARC logs, since the ARC logs are actually really old. The ARC logs, they only account for some of the devoured that exist. And, I should probably put that back up. And a lot of the devoured aren't, you know, they don't exist yet. Because we're too early in the timeline. Because guess what? Later on, shit gets even worse. Got like the putrid forest and shit. That's for the second book. What do you mean it gets worse? Oh. You know... I mean... What if there's something just casually worse out there, just waiting to be released from containment? We are only in Chapter 7, and we're less than halfway through the entire story. Keep that in mind. Alright, I think I'm ready. We drove for several more hours, finally stopping near a lone cabin in the woods, which had been taken over by plant life. The trees twisted around the building and ripped through the sides of the cabin. The air is crisp and dry, but something is different. Some sort of pollen-like substance floats in the air. Upon closer inspection, the dark trees are spotted with deep purples, a strange look for the trees that trapped us in a nightmare for so long. It's amazing. Amazing in a bad way, for clarification. Yeah, it gets so bad. It gets so terrifying. A tree pushes from the far right corner of the building and hangs off a 2-meter drop in the terrain, taking the form of a weeping willow tree. The way the trees wrap around the terrain here make it look like this place was some sort of shrine. Strange tree formations, Elizabeth calls out. Yeah, never seen anything like this out here. You sure we went the right way? I ask Elizabeth. According to the map, this is just about the right area. Riding Mountain is just a bit to our northwest. I exit the vehicle, shutting the shutting of the door echoing through the forest. I lift my lantern up slightly. The lights on the car are bright enough to cover a cone pointed at the cabin, but if I need anywhere else, I'm going to require the light from the lantern. Oh, there's another thing that isn't written. Interesting. I just remembered. Funny. That one's not in the ARC logs. Wait for me, John. Elizabeth shouts from the car. Keep the car safe, Edward. Almost said Esward. I turn and look at Elizabeth, who jogs towards me. As she catches up to me, I turn back towards the cabin, lantern in hand. I walk towards a segment of the raised terrain which reaches somewhat above my head. I take my lantern in my left hand and gently toss it up to the top. Taking 2 steps backwards, I look at the top of the ledge, and with a running start, I jump to the ledge, grasping at the ledge's edge with my arms. I reach down at my hip, quickly pulling out a metal pipe with a piece of a stop sign welded onto it, and stabbing it into the ground in front of me. I use it to pull myself forwards, and I just barely hoist my leg up atop the ledge, allowing me to push myself back onto it. I turn around, looking down at Elizabeth. I'll help you up, I say, as I lower myself to the ground with my arms extended downwards. Elizabeth follows my lead, taking a couple steps back, getting a running start, and leaping upwards. I grab her arm with both of my hands and begin to pull her up. Thanks. She pauses. Oh, I'm not clicked on. That's why. Grab your weapon. We might need it, Elizabeth says to me calmly. I turn around, grabbing up the makeshift axe and placing it back at my hip. I stare into the darkness, and it stares back. Two white eyes peer back from the darkness, followed by a hiss. I shine my lantern at the eyes, unsure of what the creature staring back might be. The eyes were far apart and much larger than any devoured I had seen yet. I lay my eyes upon a massive, twisting tree. Don't go near that. It's not a tree, Elizabeth shouts. Before my very eyes, the tree moves rapidly away in a slithering motion. Snake? I ask Elizabeth. Devoured serpent. Their bodies are camouflaged to look like trees. They aren't particularly hostile to smaller beings so long as they don't attack them. They prefer larger prey, like rhinos, lake snappers, and bloodhounds. Some of the bigger ones are rumored to even be capable of preying upon devoured crustaceans. This one is a juvenile. They grow much bigger than that one is. You sound like you speak from experience, I say, turning the corner of a set of trees. I am. When I was escaping from Salzfeld, a group of survivors mistook a serpent for a tree. What followed after wasn't pretty. At the time, there were about 170 of us, but that serpent took at least 30 of us before it felt sated. Where do you come up with these things? This is what happens when you work on the same book for like 2 years. How many people in your group survived, do you think? Only 8 of us made it to Riding Mountain alive, and only 3 were still alive when we left Riding Mountain. My goodness, my condolences. I hang my head. Thank you. Elizabeth and I entered a slight clearing in the trees, where they surrounded and enveloped a lone cabin. Our lantern's light reflecting off an ambient purple mist. The cabin is a dark, dilapidated log cabin. The windows are boarded up. The front door is shut tightly. This place, it's almost like the forest has enshrined it, but why? Elizabeth says softly. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of orange light reflecting off of metal. I let out an inquisitive, as I walk towards the piece of metal which is attached to the side of a cabin. Just below the window. Just below a window. It is a pair of shackles. Okay, so more on the devoured serpent. That head was probably about 5 meters wide. Its eyes were probably about 3 meters apart. Those things are enormous. It's also why they don't attack people so much. And it needed 30 people in order to not be hungry. Freedom units, please? Fucking hell if I know. What the fuck is a foot? Three meters. If a meter is like, what, 3-ish feet? Fuck. I don't know, convert it yourself. Right. Ah, blast. An overwhelming sense of loneliness comes over me. I am alone inside my cabin. A cold breeze flows through the cracks of the boarded-up windows, that cold juxtaposed with the heat emanating from the fireplace in front of me. The light from the fireplace softly lit up a corner of the cabin in which it sat. A tattered red rug lies disheveled below me. It is just barely better than the old, rotting wood below it. My stomach rumbles. I haven't eaten in a while, and my stomach twists with pain. For weeks I had been over-consuming water to fill my stomach, trying to collect it wherever I could. I knew only one thing at this moment. I must ration whatever food I can get my hands on, so that maybe the military might find me in this cabin alive. However, that possibility grew slimmery for each day I hadn't heard them on the radio. It had been 2 weeks since our last transmission, and I began to fear the worst to have happened. I truly began to think that the military had collapsed, and that there really was no salvation coming. I stood up, stumbling to my feet. My body felt heavy. I was getting weaker. Without food, my muscles began to atrophy. My mind felt like it would collapse in on itself, and soon after, my body would too. Just want to pop in and say congrats, can't stay because work has been busy, don't want to lurk because I'd rather pay attention to these types of streams than have it as background noise. That's fair, that's fair. Best of luck in your work, Zero. It was the crab, wasn't it? Yeah, totally. I checked the cupboards, the fridge, and even the supply room, but nothing. I knew there was nothing, but I checked anyways in the foolish hope that something, even a bug, might show itself. I had to go back outside to fetch more food, so that I may still live. Bang, bang, bang. I heard something pounding on the wall outside of the cabin. It was trying to break through the window. My mind began to fog. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding continued. I took up my axe once more to protect myself from the devoured trying to break in. I began towards the door, but just before I could make it, I could feel myself being taken by the shoulders and shook violently back and forth. "John, wake up! John, please, wake up!" Elizabeth's voice pierces me out of slumber. I grab her by the shoulder. "Did I pass out?" I ask. "You stood there for several minutes and suddenly fell to the ground. I thought you'd been attacked by a leech or something." "I'm sorry I worried you again. This place. I know where I am." "John?" Elizabeth tilts her head at me. Elizabeth tilts her head and looks at me in the eyes. "Is this place?" "Yeah. This is my cabin." Elizabeth looks on in shock. Her eyes dart around the cabin's exterior, taking in the gravity of the situation. She lets out an audible sigh. Turning to me gently, she asks, "Do you want to just turn back?" "No, I think you deserve to know." "You don't have to do this if you don't want to." "I insist. Come, follow me." I step off towards the front door. The door is a dark brown with a brass doorknob, the doorknob smeared with dried blood. I step closer, placing my left hand on the doorknob, and I turn the knob. It stops. Locked? I place my right hand in my pocket and rummage around. It seems I have lost my house key as well. I step back for a moment, thinking back on where I had my spare key. "I put a spare key under the doormat in case you ever get locked out again." A disembodied voice rings out. It was distorted, but it sounded like Ellie, or even like the doppelganger. Nightbot over here fucking gambling. I looked down at the foot of the door, a doormat lying half buried under the dirt. I swing my leg back and kick at the dirt that had covered my doormat, then reaching down and pulling it loose. It was a brown doormat that read, "Home. It's where the heart is." Such a corny doormat. Surely enough, there was a slight glimmer of orange light reflecting off a tarnished silver in the ground. The house key sits halfway submerged in the ground, nearly having been enveloped by the earth. I reached down towards the key, grasping it with my thumb and forefinger. I lifted it just a few centimeters from my nose, staring at the dirt-covered key. "Do you seek the truth of your existence?" A strange voice pierces the silence as I stand up. "By using this key, you will find what it is you seek, but at the cost of this." I feel a hand grasp my face, then poke at my head. "By using this key, you open yourself to the knowledge of your greatest mistakes, and will soon after find out the truth behind the doors, potentially costing you the constitution of your mind." What is this voice, and what does it know that I do not? I speak to you from the heart, in your own tongue so that you may understand. You would not understand my language of the firing of neurons to the same extent of the human tongue. I know many things you are not yet aware of, and all the knowledge you currently possess, be it true or false. John, you don't have to show me this if you're not ready. Elizabeth puts her hand on my shoulder. I look at Elizabeth, taking the key in my hand. Even if this is hard for me, it has to be done. I cannot guarantee either of us or this building will be here another day, so it must be done now. I say as I place the key into the lock on the doorknob, turning it left. The lock clicks, and I turn the doorknob. I've been making that joke too much, clearly. I turn the doorknob, opening the door. What lies inside was barely recognizable. The trees had twisted themselves around every wall, their roots tangling, interwoven across almost every surface, though strangely, the forest did not change the shape of the building as much as it does with other buildings. No trees grew through the structure, only along the sides. It seems almost as if the building had been dodged by the forest entirely. "This was your home?" Elizabeth asks. "Yeah," I responded. "It's quaint, cozy. If we weren't in the midst of an apocalypse, I might even say it feels like home. For a time, that's what it was. I suppose that doormat has some truth to it. Home is where the heart is. My heart ain't here anymore. If your heart isn't here, then where is it? I'm afraid I don't know anymore. I think back to the time before the devoured, the normal life I had. The simplicity of selling wood to state lumber and buying necessities, commodities, and living comfortably, in spite of the looming threat of America to our south. Then thinking on today, where the cabin only brings to mind terrible memories, starvation, heartbreak, loss, and hopelessness. Where the people I am closest to cling to what loose cohesion we have, and have likely only stuck together in fear of what may happen should they go it alone. I have to find it. It's out there somewhere, I'm sure, be that Cascadia or Riding Mountain or somewhere I don't know yet. And I'll be here the whole way. We're a team and we'll always be a team." She offers her hand for a handshake. I take her hand, shake it twice, and release. You know, I do wonder, when we make it back to Riding Mountain, what will happen between us? Well, I'd like to say we'll continue to stick together. We're a good team making it this far. Though, depending on how well Edward's opinion of us, Untermensch, changes, maybe we could do without him. I'd like to think we could stick together, and as for Edward, I think the stunt he pulled back at the market must mean something about him has changed. Maybe he's not too far gone. Maybe, hopefully, it would mean one less problem for humanity. I take in the environment for a moment. It's been a long time since I was last in this cabin. Looking left and right, it's hard to tell what area the main room was used for what purpose. Chairs, tables, sofas are all strewn about in the room. The only place you could tell the former purpose of was the kitchen, thanks to the difference in flooring and the countertops, and the fireplace, which was now wrapped in twisted jet black trees. I doubt burning anything in that fireplace would be a good idea. Screaming of the trees would result almost immediately in attracting large predators to the front doorstep. Not that it was likely this cabin would ever be used again. Being consumed by the forest, it was no longer safe to live here. The noxious fumes are so dense you can see the spores floating about in the air. Elizabeth? I ask softly. What is it, John? Elizabeth responds. There's somewhere else I should take you. Where's that? You remember what Damien said about the body of a woman? Yeah. Why? I think he may have disturbed Ellie's grave. I think you should come with me, regardless of whether or not it was disturbed. I pulled her towards the front of the cabin. I understand. Where is it? It's behind the cabin, on the opposite side of where we came in. Oh, then it isn't far. That's good. Elizabeth looks forward with conviction. I take Elizabeth outside the cabin, closing the door behind me, unlocking the door back. It's quiet, but I can sense something's gaze. Something is lurking in the darkness. An uneasy feeling comes over me, but strangely, taking this time with Elizabeth is strangely soothing. Something possibly akin to a weight off the chest. We turn the corner and my eyes lock onto the grave marker. It is untouched. Did Damien make the body statement up? The grave is marked with an old hunting rifle which no longer functioned. A withered flower sits at the end of the rifle. Elizabeth puts her hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry for your loss, John. Thank you, Elizabeth. I will give you this moment. Soon you will know what really happened to Ellie, Jonathan. The strange voice returns and my vision pulses like it did at the camp with Night Stalker. I see the bones underneath the grave. It's just as Damien said. No arms, no legs. But why and how did he know? Let us go, Ellie. I say to Elizabeth. John, please don't call me that. If you're going to give me a nickname, I'd rather it not match that of your deceased wife. It's a painful reminder. Call me Liz. That way it's harder to slip. Plus, calling me Ellie might not be good for your mental state. Could blur the lines between reality and illusion even further. You're right. I apologize. I've just been slipping up. That's all. From now on, I'll call you Liz. Thank you, John. Thank you for being so considerate. Of course, what are friends for? We have to have each other's backs. Yeah, let's go, Liz. We return to the car, Edward and Michael sitting guard outside of the front doors. Edward is smoking a cigarette, Michael simply gazing into the abyss. Edward turns his head towards us, noticing our presence. Took you long enough. Did you find anything? Edward asks in a relaxed tone. Nothing. That cabin's empty. I responded. Understood. Shall we get moving then? Yeah. Michael turns around, facing the car, then sliding into the front seat. Guess that makes our next destination Riding Mountain, huh? Michael says, turning the key in the ignition. Well, we're a bit behind schedule to say the least, so I'd better hurry this along. The car hums to life, and Elizabeth, Edward, and I stuff ourselves into the seats. As soon as we close the doors, the car accelerates forwards. Cramped, we hit the road once more. Riding Mountain wasn't far. We only rode for maybe an hour from my cabin to the national park. I finally recognized my surroundings. This place wasn't ever quite a home to me, but I know some semblance of safety exists there. The trees grow taller, indicating a tall building is near, but I can just barely make out the silhouette of Riding Mountain Apartments coming into view through the cones of yellow light. I feel at ease for the first time in a long time. The vehicle slows to a halt. Elizabeth exits the car first, followed by Michael, then Edward. I remain in the car, helping the coal out of the car. I had forgotten what riding a mountain what Riding Mountain Apartments had looked like from the outside. It was a beige building with repetitive windows and balconies, jet black tree roots crawling up its exterior. Pieces of the building were crumbling, illuminated by the light emanating from the interior. We walked across a crumbling sidewalk leading up to a small staircase, and were met with a heavily reinforced double door. Elizabeth knocks at the door. "This is Sergeant Elizabeth Walker. We have returned from the expedition." Elizabeth spoke loudly with a commanding tone. No answer. Elizabeth's face turns to worry as she reaches into the front left pocket of her pants, pulling out a set of keys and hastily inserting a key into the door. It turns, making a loud click sound. Elizabeth hastily opens the door and swings it open with significant force. Bodies littered the ground in the reception area. There wasn't a drop of blood on the ground nor on the walls. What happened here? Elizabeth, Edward, Michael, and Dante immediately panic, all running to different people who were on the ground. I take Nicole with me to Elizabeth. "They're not dead. They're in some sort of deep sleep," Elizabeth states. I observe the room. Roots climb the walls, not a devoured in sight. The floor was infected by the tangling roots of the forest, but yet there was still no indication as to why everyone was in deep sleep. What the fuck? Yeah. Dante rushes to the reception desk, looking left and right, runs to the north wing, and opens the shutter door. Jesus, what on earth happened to the north wing? Dante exclaims, looking at the remnants of the north wing. Forrest took it over. I raised my voice. It was a terrible day, but I think you'll be happy knowing Michael saved Elizabeth and I from being mauled by a rhino. Really? Dante turns around. I'm proud of him. It means I've been a good figure for him. Yeah, Michael's a good man, I say, turning around and heading back towards the south wing. I walked back into the reception room on my way to the south wing and noticed Michael on his hands and knees, shaking a sleeping body. As I approached him, Michael tried to pick up one of the sleeping bodies. Whoa. What the hell? He exclaims, his face turned to utter shock. A black root is fused with their spine. A shiver runs down my spine as I spot the grotesque roots entangling their necks. Michael reaches towards the root and grips the root firmly with his left hand. He tugs on the root, but it doesn't give. He pulls harder on the root, but it still doesn't budge. Everyone is accounted for, except for... Elizabeth enters the room, shocked by what is currently unfolding. She seems to try to figure out what is going on in her head. Michael, what is going on here? I lifted Jesse so I could start moving them to a safe location, but I felt something pulling him. There's a root, looks like, clinging onto his neck. Michael responds. He appears to be breathing just fine, though. I look down and to the left. The sleeping body of a middle-aged blonde woman lies at my feet. I lift her head up a little, just enough to notice a root attached to her neck as well. It's like this with her, too. I trace the root from her neck to the floor. Could it be that everyone's like this? Michael asks. In response, Elizabeth walks towards the sleeping body of a teenage boy. Reaching down, she lifts the boy's head slightly, revealing a root attached to his neck, too. I notice her Star of David necklace is extremely rusted. Is time really passing that fast? Kilo Record 56 plays in my head. Could it really be 2003? It seems nonsensical, but how do I know they only have the same knowledge I do? Could they know more about what's going on? Maybe I can find answers if I find them. Dr. Castillo. That's a name I can remember. It's the same with Matthew. There's a root on his neck as well. Elizabeth calls out. Like I was saying before, everyone is accounted for except for Dr. Samuel Evans. He's missing out of these bodies. If we act fast, he may yet be near. Got it. Michael and I responded simultaneously. Michael, Dante, and I head to the left of the reception desk. Black roots crawled up the yellowish halls, a putrid scent emanating from their tendrils. As I stepped to the first door on the left, I noticed an issue. Keycard access was required to enter most of the rooms. Elizabeth had one of the master keycards, so I can safely assume she checked all the keycard required rooms. So what were left were restrooms, storage rooms, and other miscellaneous rooms that weren't locked via keycard. Of all the rooms on this floor of the south wing, there was just one room that wasn't locked by a keycard. A small broom closet with an old cleaning supplies that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. A metal shelf was on the left, lined with an old plunger, a half-empty bottle of window cleaner, and an empty bottle of toilet bowl cleaner. To the right was a mop leaning against the wall, with a bucket sitting beside it. The bucket was empty. I'm sure I've piqued your curiosity. A chill shoots down my spine, and I jump in fear as I hear Damien's voice from behind me. I turn around quickly, ready to put my makeshift axe through his skull. There was no one there. You again? I shout. Check behind the bucket, but beware, should you walk this path too far, and seek out what should remain concealed, you may spend the remainder of your life fleeing from the jaws of an unstoppable beast. You may spend the remainder of your life like Tidor. Damien speaks cryptically into my mind. Where are you, you sadistic animal? I shout angrily. You know where I am. I am dead. You drove an axe through my heart, don't you know? I can feel a presence in front of me, pointing at my chest. Then how on earth do you speak to me now? I'm afraid the forest has taken me hostage. My consciousness lives on wandering aimlessly through these woods now. I decided to follow you, to watch you struggle. Damien pauses. It has provided me ample entertainment in my afterlife. I'll cut through this entire forest if it means putting you down. I clench my fists. None of that matters anymore. Like hell it doesn't. You tried to burn me alive. I feel an immense burning rage. I feel like my whole face is about to ignite in a fiery blaze. And you brutally butchered me alive. Think we're even. Like I said, I'm just a lowly hostage now. Hostage? What do you mean? I asked, trying to hide my irritation. Forrest thinks it has a great enemy, and that I'm one of them. Can't say for sure if it's right about that, but it probably isn't wrong. Damien replies. What the hell are you on about? I ask, utterly lost. Just know that when you seek too far, a timer will start. A timer that will number the seconds that remain in your life. In silent contempt, I check behind the bucket. Just as Damien said, there is a small tape leaning up against the trim on the wall. Kilo record number 61, it reads. Play the tape. You will find another piece of the puzzle. I comply, taking the tape in my right hand and grabbing the Walkman in my left. I remove Kilo record 56 and place it in the inner pocket of my coat, then gently place Kilo record 61 in the Walkman, putting the headphones on and switching the recording on. Damien missed the date. What it is you demand is done. The Morning Star line was a mostly failed experiment, and 13th was just a peon. Execute him. On what grounds do we execute him? Mutiny. Mutiny? You believe him to have gone rogue? It is the only explanation. Well then, I suppose I haven't much of a choice. Who shall I send? Salazar. Agent Salazar? Is that not a tad overkill? I do acknowledge that this matter is far underneath Salazar's capable hands, but he is not far from Damien's last known location. He's after that mark, Cascadia's hunter. Understood. I'll relay that to Agent Salazar at once. Is that my toads? I think so. Keep my ear open. I apologize for my intrusion, but it appears DM-13 is currently fated to die at the hands of one Jonathan Stanwood Price. Your intrusion has been pardoned. You bring up useful information. If you could, Bishop, make a log of this man. Have Salazar's unit keep tabs on him. He may be a useful pawn yet. Understood. I will make a log and send it to our servers as a file attached to this recording. And the physical copies? As tape recordings are audio files, they will have no such data attached to them. Very good, Bishop. As for you, Dr. Castillo, I believe our work is done. Meeting adjourned. Another mysterious recording. One of the voices was the same as last time, Dr. Castillo. Something is slightly off about his voice, but I can't figure out what. Another man was in this recording. His voice was very clearly tampered with. Some sort of security protocol. And then a third man, who sounded completely unreal, had a reverb to his voice that was simply impossible sounding, Bishop. Most alarming, however, my name, mentioned in full. Mentioned they would be keeping tabs on me using members of a unit led by a man they called Agent Salazar. Agent Salazar seems like someone I don't want to agitate. I should be careful. Even then, is it too late? This log had a lot of information to unpack. Acknowledging this, I placed the tape recording in my pocket, saving it for later. I quickly reminded myself of the mission... I quickly reminded myself of the mission at hand. I must find Dr. Samuel Evans, or at least, answers to where he may have gone. I proceed to leave the broom closet, turning to a flight of stairs immediately to the left and walking up the stairs. A door hangs open, a dark mist invading the hallway, as if light were to have been entering through the open door. I walk slowly towards it, and turn to find an office with a desk in the center. The name tag sitting on the desk reads Dr. Samuel Evans, Ph.D. Behind the desk is an old rusty desk chair that sat turned halfway away from the desk. Behind that desk, a window that was left open, the boards ripped off from the inside. He fled? I think aloud. The computer sits on his desk. Maybe he wrote something on it before leaving? I dislike invading privacy, but this time it's necessary. I walk into the room, turning around the desk, and I sit in the chair. It creaks around... fucking hell. It creaks underneath me. And I can hear that the sound echoed through the forest. I can hear that sound echo through the forest behind me. On the computer's desktop were a few folders. Patients, medical data, supplies, residents. Which all look to be fairly usual. Then one, mutagen time dilation research, which seemed out of place for a typical medical doctor. I then opened the folder to see a series of documents. Chronometer corrections, time resets, project supply run, and sleep experiment 1, sleep experiment 2. I open all the files one at a time, reading them in order. Chronometer corrections. 4th of March, 1998. I recently noticed that all of the computer's dates were off. By my calendar markings, I can safely determine the correct date being the 23rd of December, 1989. But all the dates at time of this motherfucking hell. God damn. But all the dates at time of this observation were set to 30 August 1996. When patient care duties lighten up, I'll make a point of fixing all the dates on the computers. Time resets. 11th of September 2001. I reset all of the computers yesterday, but upon boot they appear to be resetting to satellite time, which is strange. I suppose there's no reason the satellite should have gone down, but it's strange that the satellite data is readjusting the time to the incorrect dates. I will look further into the matter when I am less restricted by Sergeant Walker's leadership. Project Supply Run. 7th of January 2003. Supplies running low, meaning I'll ask Elizabeth to go on a supply run. Seeing how we lost some of our better scavengers in a battle against a large pack of devoured, she'll probably have to go herself, leaving me to take charge of Riding Mountain. During this time, I'm going to run a large number of tests to figure out what is happening to the time. Sleep Experiment 1, 9th of November 2005. I believe after all this time I have finally come across answers. I found a small uninfected rat with a root connected to its neck. At first I thought it was dead, but upon further inspection it had a pulse. A very slow pulse. By severing the root, the severed part of the root connected to the rat's neck disintegrated and turned into some visible gas, which dissipated after a couple minutes, after which the rat woke up, along with two others that I was not yet aware of. Tonight I will stay up for as long as possible and run a bit of an experiment on the residents at Riding Mountain. I have one last knockout gas grenade I was given to me when motherfuck. I have one last knockout gas grenade I was given when me and my team were exiled from the Union of Britain into the Free Patriots Empire, the last bastion of hope for the Aryan race. I hereby nickname this grenade Action. We'll first move to the supply closet below the hidden below the reception desk. Ugh, fucking goddamn. And use the gas mask I stored there. We'll then throw the grenade into the ventilation system, knocking everyone out. Sleep Experiment 2, 19th of November 2005. I feel like I'm going insane. I've been up for nearly 10 days straight and not a single person has awoken from the sleeping gas. Roots are all attached to their necks and not one of them seems to be in pain. The roots are inducing a state of hibernation and putting them into a super deep sleep. The reason the time has been passing the way it has is not because of faulty chronometers or bad satellite data. It is a result of the forest putting us to sleep for potentially months at a time. I am also certain the lack of light does not help our situation in the slightest. We can't even be certain of a 24-hour day under these trees. I shall report my findings to the Nazi Party at once. I have already set a distress signal in a cipher only the high-ranking Nazis should have the key to. Now, I just wait. There are no more files left to read. I feel stunned by the things Dr. Evans wrote on his computer. He was a Nazi? I thought to myself, shocked. I want to deny his findings on the basis of morality alone, but it lines up almost perfectly with everything I've experienced thus far. The rotting wood on the door leading to a small computer hidden away in the leper camp. The recording between Damien and Dr. Castillo saying it had been 14 years. All of it put together makes too much sense. I couldn't accept it mentally, that what felt like in the blink of an eye 16 years had passed. What didn't make sense, however, was the aging of our bodies. I am 47 and yet still look the same as I did when I was 31. Which seems like an impossibility. Perhaps the forest-induced sleep causes aging to work in different ways. Whatever the case, I must report my findings to Elizabeth at once. Interesting. That's kind of realistic. Weird. I got up from the chair and crossed the room at a slow jog, hurried down the stairs and into the reception room where I found Elizabeth, just entering from the doors leading to the outside world. John, did you find anything out? You look like you've got something to say. Liz, Evans betrayed us. I say out of breath. What do you mean? What did you find? He was experimenting on the people at Riding Mountain while we were gone, trying to figure out why the time on the computers kept resetting to times that he believed were incorrect. That seems like a massive leap in logic. Why would he go that far? Well, he apparently found out the roots will attach to sleeping bodies, putting them into deep sleep for months. I paused, pointing to the vents. Threw a gas grenade into the ventilation system, knocked everyone out, recording his findings, and fled. These people may have been asleep for weeks now. How do we wake them up? We sever the roots. They'll wake up a few minutes afterwards, but there's something more important. What might that be? Liz, Evans was a Nazi. He planned this whole thing and is planning on reporting his findings to the Nazi Party. Send a distress signal. They've probably already taken him away. I could see Dante and Michael's expression twist to a betrayed disgust. Dr. Evans? A Nazi? He never showed any feelings of the sort, and he was British. The British hated the Nazis. Why would he? She stops. It doesn't matter. I'll find him. And I'll make him answer to this. Her hands tighten into fists. Let's make haste and cut these people free. Yeah, let's. I ran to the nearest sleeping body, lifting their head while Elizabeth cuts at the root. The root screaming in pain as it is slowly cut free from the person's neck. When it is severed, I hear a strange, chattering noise as all the roots around us begin to crumble away, disintegrating and becoming the gas that that Evans wrote about in his documents. I noticed Elizabeth holding her breath, and I followed suit. After a couple minutes, the gas disappeared, and people began to wake up one by one. Elizabeth and I stopped holding our breaths and simultaneously let out a gasp for air. So I noticed that you like Dr. Evans as a character. So in the very beginning of the book, chapter 2, Dr. Evans was the person who had helped the main character Jonathan back to health. And there was something in there that I remember putting in. I think he was like staring at the wall behind Jonathan instead of looking at him. And like that was remarked as odd. That was like a tiny hint of foreshadowing that he was not all there. That he was a little sociopathic. But yeah, we are 10 pages from chapter 8. Now, whenever I reach chapter 8, I'll probably be taking another recovering break, and then I will run through chapter 8, because we can definitely do it. We can definitely get through chapter 8, and it definitely won't be like a 6-hour stream. Chapter 8 is so fucking long. Yeah. After about half an hour, we managed to gather the people of Writing Mountain in the reception area. Hello, Gaming with Rico. Welcome, welcome. Over on Twitch. How do you do? The people of Writing Mountain in the reception area. Right. After half an hour, we managed to gather the people of Writing Mountain in the reception area. I never would have guessed there were this many people here. There are far more than I could have imagined. Elizabeth steps forward to address the crowd. All goods, that's good to hear. You need to follow me. You can find my Twitch, I believe, through the pinned link. And I should probably send the link tree here as well, really quick. HTTPS tree. That way the people here can pin the window. Okay, I can't really pin it from this area. I have to go onto the website. There, that's gonna stay there now. I forgot to put it there. Anyways, continuing. Hello, Toasted and Fried. Welcome, welcome. I see that you have moved to Twitch really quick. Yeah. But yeah, I need to get through this so I can go to the bathroom. Elizabeth steps forward to address the crowd. The crowd waits eagerly in anticipation of what Elizabeth is about to say. She takes a deep breath. Attention everyone, it has come to my attention that Dr. Samuel Evans has betrayed us. I apologize for not taking the proper precautions to ascertain the right people are put in charge of the settlement here at Writing Mountain. Still gonna be watching on YouTube, but I have how to Twitch, yeah. It's still called Wrong Platform, because I only recently started multi-streaming, but yeah. Actually, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I have to. I'll be back. I'm back. But yeah, you're still gonna be watching on YouTube, which is probably what you should be doing. The viewing experience is better here. Which gets half the quality that you do. Because Twitch will only allow me to use half the quality. Anyways. Where were we? She pauses for a moment, reading the room. However, I have good news. There are survivors out there, an entire country. They call themselves Cascadia, and their capital is Seattle. I have decided that it is best for us, for our people, to travel westwards to Cascadia. Resources have become scarce in this region, and if we remain, I cannot guarantee our safety, but with Cascadia, we will have strength in numbers. Oh. It didn't go. Elizabeth's eyes dot the room. The faces of the inhabitants of Riding Mountain are a mix of excitement and intrigue. So, I shall say, we will light our way to hope. The crowd echoes a rallying cry. Elizabeth steps back, and the crowd clamors. The crowd clamors. Dante appears to be catching up with a few people, who seem very happy to see him again. Elizabeth turns to me, taking a cigar in her right hand and a lighter in her left. She lights the cigar, then lifts the cigar to her lips. After letting out a puff of smoke, she reaches her right arm towards me, a cigar between her index and middle fingers. Well? She then looks at me expectantly. I don't know why I skipped that. Well? She asks. Sorry, quit smoking in 81. I replied, waving my right hand in the air. Oh, I didn't know. You sure? I know you've been stressed. It might help. Well, I suppose just this once. I don't want to make a habit of it again. I take the cigar from her hand and smoke for no longer than 2 seconds. Yeah, that does help a little, I guess. I just don't want to get back into the habit. I just don't want to get back to that point before 81. Cost me too much. I hand the cigar back to her, and she takes it to her mouth and smokes a bit more. There's a shortage in the forest anyways. Hard to make a habit of anything like that anymore. Suppose you've got a point. You ever drink? Elizabeth waves her right hand meaninglessly, a trail of smoke following her cigar in the air. Not much. My mother was an alcoholic. She was a very sweet woman, but when she'd get drunk, she'd get violent and abusive. Oftentimes my father would have to step in and stop her. He was a military man, American. He was very tall, probably 5-6 centimeters taller than I am now. Father was with the FPE? Elizabeth looked shocked, giving me a look that said, no way, right? No, he was an immigrant. My mother was Canadian. That makes sense. Her expression turns to relief. Right. Got off track. The reason I don't drink much is because I'm afraid that if I get drunk, I'll get violent like my mother did. I'm sorry your mother was like that. It must have been difficult not being able to trust your own flesh and blood like that. I appreciate your condolences. I should probably tell you about my family, since you revealed your past with your family. She looks up towards the ceiling, recalling an old memory. We were close-knit. My grandparents fled to Canada from America when they joined the Axis in 1941. They joined the Canadian Workers' Party in 1943, and after becoming citizens, fighting for workers' rights. My mother was always into the sciences and logic. She was always calm, collected, and very straightforward. My father, on the other hand, was a man of the arts. He would practice painting in the mornings, and then when the sun would set, he would always play the piano and sing. He and my mother were pretty different, but they never really fought. I mean, they did argue from time to time, but they never blew up on each other. My family was really good to me. I'm happy for you, Liz. I'm sorry if that came out pompous. What I mean to say is our home life was very different. I couldn't imagine growing up in an unstable household like that. She places her left hand against the back of her head. That's not how you came off at all. I appreciate your empathy. Of course, Elizabeth pauses for a moment. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Not now. I'd like to save some conversation for the road. Well, I suppose that is a good idea. I wouldn't want to exhaust our conversations halfway through the trip. She looks to her left. Oh, looks like everyone's about ready to get moving along. I decided to look over at Edward. He's tapping his foot anxiously. His face gives off the impression that he's debating something in his head. He glances at me, shakes his head with a slight smile. Elizabeth, John, Michael, Dante. I want you to come with me. I want you to follow me. Come with me. Fair? Close enough? Whatever. Edward says with an unusual conviction. I look at Elizabeth, who seems puzzled, then to Michael, who seems concerned. I put on a confident face, despite feeling unsure about the situation. I decide to follow, Elizabeth following suit, and Michael, who shrugs and decides to follow as well. Dante followed Michael, seemingly trusting his brother's choices. He starts up the stairs, continuing all the way to the 3rd floor, and down a dimly lit hallway, coming to a stop at room 361. He swipes a small yellow key card at the door, the lock clicking, permitting access. Beverage. Anyways. Beyond the door was a usual lodging room, but with furniture arranged in a different manner. The bed was settled in the furthest right corner of the room, the dressers rearranged around the perimeter. A worn-out couch sits right in front of the door, facing it, which exudes a rather uncomfortable energy. Edward enters the room, inviting us in. We reluctantly follow him. He arrives at a particularly unique dresser, strangely large in size for the little space it has. He begins to speak, stifling his accent as best he can. Dr. Evans and I were trying to overthrow you, Elizabeth. We kept a small weapon stash in my room, hidden away, just waiting for the day we would be able to rise against you. He looks over at Elizabeth, who looks very concerned. After our last expedition, I have changed my mind. I want you to have these. Edward reaches down into the dresser, revealing a false bottom. 5 hunting rifles, 5 pistols, and ammo for each can be seen in the very bottom of the dresser, laid out neatly alongside one another. Does that mean there are other traitors in our midst? Elizabeth asks Edward. Under normal circumstances, I'd have lied to you to cover the backs of my patriots. But not only do I not really consider myself aligned with them so much any longer, but those 3 men died when the North Wing fell, leaving just Dr. Evans and I, and now it is just me. Those men were Stephen Hall, Andrew Callahan, and Jacob Klein. Edward replies, standing away from the dresser. Really? Elizabeth says in an astonished tone. I thought Andrew and Jacob might be a bit prejudiced, but Stefan was really kind to me. Stefan was a bit of a pushover in his life. I personally got the sense he wasn't totally committed, if that helps ease your mind. Edward replies. Elizabeth steps forward carefully and reaches down toward the rifle and handgun, lifting the rifle to her left arm and wrapping her arm around the rifle. She takes the handgun into her hand, holstering it on her tool belt. She then pulls the sling of the rifle, placing it over her arm and hanging it from her shoulder. This does weigh me down a bit, but it's a lot more firepower that I lacked before. Michael, Dante, go ahead. Michael approaches the dresser, looking down at the firearms with a concerned stare. He reaches down with his left hand, taking a pistol and bringing it up to eye level. Analyzing it. It's not the best for me, but it will do. He holsters the pistol on his tool belt. What's wrong with the gun? Elizabeth asks. I'm left-handed. Not all weapons suit me as well as right-handed people, Michael responds, gesturing to his left hand. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to grab a rifle? Right. Michael responds, reaching down for one of the rifles, taking the sling over his shoulder and lifting his body up hastily. Dante steps forwards, taking a light brown bolt-action hunting rifle in his arms, inspecting it briefly, and nodding his head with a smile. Mauser Gewehr 98. I'm surprised one of these is still in working condition. He takes the rifle in his back just as Elizabeth. He takes the rifle to his back just as Elizabeth does, then grabbing a pistol. He inspects it for a moment and says, ASP, decent sidearm, as he holsters the pistol at his tool belt. Nerd! Jonathan, Edward says expectantly. I nodded Edward, who gestures down at the remaining 2 rifles and 2 pistols. The rifle was an old brown bolt-action hunting rifle with a typical pattern etched into the wood stock. I pulled the pale white sling over my right shoulder. It rests firmly over my shoulder, but it's a tight fit. I loosened the sling a bit, adjusting for a more comfortable fit. I reached down at the pistol. It's a sleek black sidearm chambered in 9mm. There's a large black 5-pointed star on the grip panel. It looks almost Russian in origin. I place it in a holster on the tool belt. Edward proceeds to grab the last rifle, then the last pistol. He looks down at the pistol in his hands, unloads the magazine, replacing it with a full mag. He takes the weapon into his hand by the barrel, and then hands it to me. Take this to Nicole. She will need it if she wants to survive this hell in her condition. Edward looks me in the eyes, giving me a sort of determined, trusting look. I will, I responded, taking the gun in my hand and checking the safety. Edward crouches down at the Edward crouches down at the dresser and tosses 3 boxes of ammunition to me. One was a red box of .308 rounds, and the other 2 yellow boxes of 9mm. One is for Nicole. And I mustn't forget. These 3. He picks up 3 magazines. Edward is so goated. Yeah, he's becoming a good person! He picks up 3 magazines from the dresser, handing them to me from behind his back. Each of the pistols is different. I had to make sure you had the right magazines. Right. could you get the gun to Nicole, please? It would be better if you got it to her sooner than later. Edward says as he looks through the dresser. Yes, of course, right away, I responded. I zoned out for a moment as I went down towards the reception area, looking for Nicole. When I came to, I noticed I had a strange pounding headache. I noticed I had a pounding headache. Strange, I thought to myself. I closed my eyes tightly and opened them, hoping that it would help something, but it was futile. My head pounded heavily. Finally, the time has come. A shade appears in front of me, but I ignore it. I noticed out of the corner of my eye Nicole sitting down on a wooden chair on my right. I paced over to her. Hey, I called out to her. Edward asked me to give you this. I pulled a pistol from my coat by the handle. Oh, I haven't actually used a gun before. She responds, reaching timidly at the sidearm. It's alright. We'll have time to train you while we head west. It's best if you have something to defend yourself with. I suppose. Nicole takes the gun into her hand. Looking at the weapon. It's kind of heavy, but I think I can get a handle on it. My head feels like it's fogging over, and a mist closes in on my vision. An immense feeling of both confusion and fear comes over me as I begin to lose the feeling in my hands, my feet, then my legs and arms. I sense myself falling backwards, and the cold floor knocks the wind out of me as I hit it. John? John! Elizabeth! John needs help! I can hear Nicole shouting as loud as she can, calling for help. I'm trying to hold on to my consciousness as well as I can. Nighty-night, Johnny boy. The shade seems to lean down to me. My eyelids feel heavy, and I'm straining just to keep my eyes open. After just a few more seconds, I can see a glimpse of Elizabeth, her face showing an expression of panic and fear as I pass out, unable to call out to her or reassure her. And now we are at Chapter 8. So now we're seeing Edward go through a sort of redemption arc, right? Very important character development. As, you know, he's consistently rescued by the people he has hated for so long. It kind of changes the way he thinks, as it would with anybody. Like, I mean, if the people that I hated, you know, suddenly saved my life repeatedly, it'd be like, you know what, maybe you aren't so bad. Redemption arc Edward, yeah, buddy. And I will say though, this definitely wears down on my vocal cords. But we still have time, which means we are going into Chapter 8. When does Chapter 8 end? Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, of course. Chapter 8 ends on page 332. Chapter 8 is 93 pages long. Holy fucking shit. But we are starting it. And we will finish whenever we hit Chapter 9. By the gods. By the gods. Am I sure? Now, under normal circumstances, if this was just something that I did, I would not be sure. But this is a 300 subscriber special. And I am ready. I think we've read 100 pages so far, so we're about to double this. Basically. So get ready. Because Chapter 8 is one wild hell of a ride. And also, how would you feel if I left you off on a cliffhanger like that? That would be evil. Straight up fucking evil. Okay? And I get it, I'm a villain, but even I don't leave people off on horrific cliffhangers like this. So we begin. I woke up in a haze, a lukewarm air enveloping me. It is almost comforting, but still somehow off-putting. The feeling of humidity had become foreign, I hadn't felt it in so long. Everything feels heavy as if enclosed in a gelatinous mass. Barely finding the strength to open my eyes, I look around me. The ground is clear. I can see the tops of leafless trees, and it looks as if they fight a sort of battle with one another. The way they tangle at the end. Flashes of lightning blitz all around, but this time it's not just blue. It is red lightning, too. It is not just white trees, either. There are black trees, too. I have once again found myself in the heart. I'm sure you are curious, the voice of Damien calls out from somewhere far off, as to what your real past is. Clearly, you've sealed the deal already, just like that Night Stalker. Why are you here? I strain out a question as I use my strength to fight my way to standing up, my arms and my legs all working together just to stand. Oh, Jonathan, you don't know. Damien chuckles slightly. You see, I got infected by the mutagen, but I was resistant. The manifestation of the forest, well, it admired my longevity under the effects of its plague, so it cut a deal with me. One where my consciousness would integrate with the forest, for however strong my willpower will allow. Wait. Resistant? To the mutagen? How? Well, I'm sure by now you've begun to pick up pieces of the puzzle. Yep. Night Stalker mentioned. I was a member of Oculi. With what I was sent here with, I should have been immune to all disease, and in truth, I was. The mutagen was different, however. It found its way into my blood, and it festered in my head. It spoke to me just as it spoke to you. However, in my time it did nothing but pester and belittle me, told me to prove my worth and prove my superiority. In truth, the Damien you met was a far cry from what you see now. Oculi also mentioned. Yes. Oculi. Disease immunity. What on earth are you talking about? His words confuse and disturb me. I suppose I shouldn't have expected a narrow-minded dweller, native to their timeline, to quite comprehend the great machine that turns overhead. Ultimately, there is not much I can tell you about Oculi. There was once a long line of morning stars associated with Oculi, but we were mere pawns. I was sent here with a small division of agents, all of which had died by the time you had met me. I am truly curious, however. Oculi Command is not usually one to make mistakes. How does any of this help me? Why are you even telling me this? I am getting to that. There is one last division that remains here, and in actuality, one single soldier. Okay. What about him? I will get to that in a second. When I ultimately missed the evacuation date almost 3 years ago, I started to notice the ticking of a clock, and... okay, I made a typo. And no matter how many clocks I smashed, no matter where I was, that ticking persisted. That was... until you arrived. The ticking stopped, and I thought my time had come. What does the ticking mean? There's a particular infiltration unit in the Black Vipers that they send as a one-man cleanup crew, or for when they wish to turn someplace into a graveyard. Agent Salazar. He is still here somewhere. I do not know why they keep him here, but for whatever reason he remains. The ticking sound is played directly into the mind of who he intends to kill. As to how this occurs, I am unsure. Once that ticking stops, a sound much like that of a church bell rings in your head, indicating the time of reckoning. Damien pauses, letting out a sigh. Oculi must be after something in this timeline, but I am unsure as what that thing could be. Should I try to find Agent Salazar? I asked, though uncertain if I'd actually do so in the first place. No, absolutely not. He is far too dangerous and unpredictable to go looking for. Look, I know I've done things. Horrible things. Things I can never ask forgiveness for, but I need you to hear me out when I say this, because I am saying nothing but the honest truth. I suppose even though I would rather stab my ears out than listen to you, I will make an exception just this once. Look, I understand, and I thank you for listening. Whatever he's after, it isn't you. At least, not yet. I can tell you haven't been driven to madness by the ticking of the clocks yet, which means that you have yet to fully pop up on Oculi's radar. At least, not as someone they would go out of their way to execute. However, should you continue to pursue the truth of the great machine above, I cannot guarantee you will make it through this apocalypse alive. If at any point you hear that wretched sound of a clock ticking, you cannot be saved, not by anyone, anywhere. The tone of his voice conveys an urgency I've never even heard before. How on earth could he be so powerful that no one at all could stop him from killing someone else? If I had to guess, with what Oculi has granted him, not even this whole planet, this whole forest, could take him down. Every technological advancement that you have seen thus far in your life, which seems like it has been purely the realm of science fiction, is a mere attempt to imitate Oculi and their technology. Like an advanced alien civilization, I mutter. You could say that. Not even I know how far they have come with their technology. For all I know, they could have been giving me table scraps. So, what you're saying is, if I value my life, I should tread carefully around Oculi. Yes, I want you to make it through this. You have gotten immeasurably lucky this far, Jonathan. I will try to guide you for as long as I can, but... Damien appears from around a tree. His body is restored from the wounds I had inflicted on it, but he is partially transparent. My consciousness is already fading from this world. The bargain I managed with the mutagen will only get me so much further. Is this your way of trying to apologize? Even though I am not proud of my actions, even though I do lament over them and I wish to apologize, I believe myself that I am undeserving of forgiveness, and thus I believe I should not ask for it. The heart structure changes, and an undulating black mass appears. It emits an ominous hum. I must go. According to the bargain, I must not remain in the sight of the manifestation. Wait! I call out as Damien vanishes before my eyes. Greetings, traveler. A strange voice from the mass calls out to me. It's the same voice as before. The only difference is the ominous hum, tuning itself to the inflections in her voice. I am the manifestation. To most people, the end of the road. Am I dead? I approach the manifestation, stopping a good fighting. Yeah, motherfucker. stopping a good 5 meters distance away from it. Yes and no. It really depends on what you believe constitutes death. If you base your definition of death in the literal sense, then no, you are not dead. Then why am I here? If I'm not dead, then why? I shout, pleading. Your hostility is warranted. I ask you to reserve your hostilities for a later moment, so that we may speak. What happened to me just a moment ago when I collapsed? That was the final stage of our symbiotic relationship. Could you be a little less cryptic? In human terms, you are infected. Infected by us, who were given the name Mutagen K-14 by a group of scientists notorious for bringing about the end of the world. The being pauses for just a moment, the ominous hum returning to its previous state after revving up once again. In the last stage of infection, we seized your brain. You held out for a long time, having significant portions of your memory replaced, and then you wanted the truth. Plot twist, yeah. You will experience several more of your memories soon enough. You will get what you desire. What you see, however, may not you. In return for the knowledge of the truth of your life, I want the truth behind Salzfeld, the Crimson Woods in particular. Your group will ultimately cross into its territory. And if I decline, I lift my hands from my sides in a meaningless gesture. Should you decline, your body will begin to seize up, and you will be paralyzed from the neck down. You will die soon after. Should you accept, however, you will survive. The mutagen will remain active in your body, and the shades will begin their retreat. You have done well not to give in to them. Those who give in too easily, too quickly, they are not so lucky. I don't really have a choice, do I? I look down at the translucent ground, fading into a white fog beneath me. Not if you value your life. Fine then, how do I accept your bargain? This is no bargain. This is an accord. To accept the accord is simple. Embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness. Embrace the dark. Embrace the dark. Embrace. Strange whispers begin to chant all around me, urging me towards the manifestation. I feel an intense, invisible force pulling me towards the manifestation. I step forth, and as I approach, the ominous hum vibrates the surroundings gently. I place my hand on it, and sink into the mass. And it sinks into the mass, pulling slightly on my arm. I feel a strong sense of duty to sink my entire body into the manifestation. I slip into the dark mass. It is cold, chilling to the bone. It envelops my entire body, and I can feel myself begin to fall. As faintly into my ears echoes the hum of the manifestation, its voice calling out to me. Excellent choice, direwolf. I feel as if I am drowning, but floating up to the surface of the water. As if I were to breach the water's surface, I wake up, gasping for air. The surroundings are dark, dimly lit by small oil lanterns. Corrugated scrap metal walls and rusted steel I-beams line the corners of the room. There is an old wool blanket clawing at my skin, but a soft cushion below me. I can hear the sound of metal rolling on metal, and my heavy breathing. I can feel the place rocking from side to side, being pushed by the gusts of wind from outside. The headache that I had before had vanished, and my head feels warm. A slight groan to my left startles me. I look over, down, and to my left. Elizabeth is laying down next to me, her eyes barely opening up in a lethargic daze. John? Elizabeth whispers, rubbing her eyes with her hands and springing up to a seated position. Her eyes narrow and her eyebrows with them, and her mouth hangs slightly ajar, a look of astonishment and confusion. "John!" She leaps onto me, wrapping her arms around me in a sudden action that catches me off guard. "You're alive! Thank goodness." She looks up at me, tears welling in her eyes and a smile on her face. "I was so worried." I place my right arm on her back and pat her gently. I can feel her trembling slightly. "I'm glad I'm alive," I say to her, unsure about how exactly to deal with this situation. Can I even tell her about the heart? The manifestation? The accord oculi? Would she understand any of it? I'm uncertain of what to say first. "How long was I out for?" I ask her, just trying to assess the situation. "It's been a week. You haven't moved a muscle for a week." She looks down slightly. "There is a rule that after 7 to 9 days of being comatose with the infection, the host will die and become devoured. Once those 9 days are up, we have to kill the host. John, I was worried that I'd have to take your life." "What? Why would you have to do it?" "Because I insisted on taking you with us. Everyone immediately assumed you were on your way to becoming a devoured, and so I had to make a deal with them. I would stay in a storage car with you, alone. If you did start to turn, I'd have to do the deed myself. So I accepted." "Is this why you're trembling?" "I'm overwhelmed. I thought I was going to have to kill you." "It's okay now. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not becoming devoured." I look at her, trying to comfort her. I definitely cannot tell her, or anyone, about the heart then. Make his girlfriend kill him? They're not dating, guys. Chill. "He'll kill me on the spot. She might not, but if she slips and word gets out, I'll be killed. I don't know what all this accord entails, but I'd rather not find out if it can stop a bullet to the head." Hey, John, can you stand?" I can try." Elizabeth lets go of me, and I stand almost instantaneously to my feet. Something's off. Something's off about my strength. I'm 87 kilograms, too heavy to be able to stand up that quickly, that easily. I may be quite muscular, but I'm not nearly strong enough to lift myself off the ground like that. "Whoa, you must be eager to get back up," Elizabeth says with a laugh. "I'm thankful I'm alive, I guess," I say, squinting at me and swaying. Elizabeth squinting at me and swaying. Does she already know? Did you get taller?" Elizabeth says, making a very confused face. I utter, looking down at the ground. "I guess so. I mean, I feel taller." "Well, hopefully you don't start hitting your head." "Yeah," I chuckle. "That would be an issue." "Right, I should probably update you on the situation." Elizabeth lifts herself to her feet, stumbling a little as she stands all the way up. "Oh, right, got a little sidetracked." I approach her, noticing her stumbling. No, it's alright. I've just got an iron deficiency, that's all." Fucking hate tall people. That's it. How tall is Jonathan Price? How tall is he? How tall is this man? Oops. 194 centimeters. He is very tall right now. What? What a loser, least favorite character. What the hell just happened? Why did the window capture go away? There we go. Back. What a loser, least favorite character. She regains her balance. So about 3 days ago, we made it to a place called Kappa Station, a train station operated by the Cascadian military. Before then, we had been walking alongside the car with our weapons drawn towards the darkness. Over the course of those 4 days, we went from 87 survivors to 31. We were sitting ducks the entire journey. I paused for a moment, taking my time to think. 56 people have died since I went unconscious. How is Michael, Nicole, Edward, and Dante? Are they alive? I asked. They're all alive and well. Allow me to continue. At Kappa Station, we reunited with Night Stalker. He put in a good word for us, with the people at Kappa Station, and they let us in. There, they repurposed our vehicle to be more of a train. We're on some older rails right now, heading west towards Seattle. We couldn't take their rails to Seattle? No, only their trains can run through there. The Light Piercer, turns out it's a massive military train called the Lumina 2, 2 in Roman numerals. They used it to clear the train tracks, clear cities of devoured en masse, and of course for any offensive military purpose they may need it for. If we go down the primary track to Seattle, we'll likely get hit by the Lumina 2 on a head-on collision and will be killed instantly. That makes sense, I say, envisioning a massive oncoming military train. Continue. When we set off for Seattle, Night Stalker approached me, asking for you. I told him you were currently sick and couldn't speak, but he explained he wasn't needing to speak with me. Fucking hell. Speak with you, but he just wanted to make sure you were alive. He also said he was authorized by Cascadia to escort us on our way to Seattle. So he's on board with us? That's correct. He knows about the situation with you as well, and he says he wishes to speak with you if you make it out of the coma alive. Why am I so important? He didn't tell me why he wanted to speak with you, just said it was necessary, nothing else. Should I go find him? I'll take you to him. Again, they didn't exactly trust my decision to take you aboard, so they'd want me to keep a watchful eye while we're on this pseudo-train. Elizabeth turns to her left, looking at the side opposite of where we were sleeping. Come with me, I'll take you to Night Stalker. We walk towards the backwards of the train car, swinging a rusted makeshift door open. A chilling burst of wind hits the face like suddenly being splashed with ice water. We're moving decently fast on these rails. The car is doing this? Elizabeth opens the door revealed ahead of us, stepping carefully onto the coupling and up onto the next car. I follow suit, entering the next car, which appears to be some sort of storage car. Boxes and barrels line the walls, pinned down with nylon straps. She continues to guide me to the back of this car after closing the doors behind us. It was the same, down to the coupling, then up onto the next car. This one appeared to be another storage car, but in the furthest left corner, a workshop and sleeping bag. A man in Cascadian fatigues sat at the desk tinkering with his odd equipment. Night Stalker. Elizabeth raises her voice slightly. A metallic echo rings throughout the train car. Night Stalker turns around in his seat, silently. John's awake. Are you ready to talk to him? Ah, yes. Of course. Some privacy, though, please. I'd like to discuss something important with him. Night Stalker says, waving his hand in the air at Elizabeth. What's so important that not even I can be present? Elizabeth asks, but doesn't seem annoyed. There are a number of things that may be commonly spoken of between two people that are not appropriate for others to hear, things varying from childhood abuses to guilty consciences about crimes committed decades ago. Please. It will only be a moment. I will whistle when it's okay to come back in. You've made a sound argument. Elizabeth nods at Night Stalker, turning around. I will go now. I am left with Night Stalker in the train car, the door closing behind me. I can sense a strange presence radiating from Night Stalker, one I did not sense before. He motions with his right hand for me to come closer, then gesturing his arm out to a chair near to him. My friend... He lowers his voice just above a whisper. What did you see in your coma? I don't know if I should tell him about the Accord. I look at him, but really can't come up with an answer. It's alright, John. You can tell me. I may already know. A strange voice echoes in my head. I lower myself with my voice, managing to get out just a single word. Accord. Night Stalker's eyes widened. Did you hear a name at the end of your dream? He asks, eager to hear what it is I say next. It called me Direwolf. Direwolf. I wonder what that entails. Anyways, congratulations. Night Stalker takes me by the hand in some sort of handshake. You just survived a mutagen infection. My jaw drops. What? But the mutagen... Yes. The mutagen still flows through your blood, but it now coincides with your body. You're immune. We are the same in this regard, as I too survived the infection. We don't know how or why this happens yet, what causes one to survive the infection, as known cases still sit in the single digits. However, the Accord is the last thing the infection does when someone survives, and all it asks is one favor from the survivor. My task was to survive. Was to find other survivors. To gather them. What did it ask of you? It wanted me to find the truth about the Crimson Woods. I state firmly. Night Stalker's face turns to nervousness in an instant. What it's asking you is to go into the depths of Salzfeld, to look into the Crimson Woods and that sprouted around it, and maybe even that bloater. I know, it seems like a tall order, but if it means I get to survive this infection, then I will gladly do it. I like your determination, and luckily for you, this rail system goes right through Salt Lake City, and right by Salzfeld. I see. I'll make sure we make a stop at Salzfeld. Also, you can't tell a single soul about the Accord. The residents will get the wrong idea. Night Stalker finishes what he is saying, then takes his thumb and index finger into his mouth, letting out a loud, ear-piercing whistle. The door rattles open, and Elizabeth appears from behind the door. Is that all you needed, Night Stalker? Elizabeth asks, entering the train car. There is another matter I wish to discuss, and your opinion is required. Alright. What is it? Is there a stop we need to make? Yes, actually. Command authorized me to go with you if and only if I investigated Salzfeld. They believe they may be hiding answers as to why the Black Forest exists, and perhaps reasons for the Crimson Woods as well. I see. Elizabeth's expression turns. Her eyes look like she's looking off in the distance somewhere, sorrowfully. Then, we will make a stop there. I don't wish to upset your superiors. If you do not wish to go near there, we can stop somewhere a few clicks away and go there on foot. No, it's fine. That's too risky anyways. Her face changes expression. Her eyes narrowed and her eyebrows furrowed, casting a shadow over her eyes. Second thought, I suppose I could do with fighting some Nazis if the operation there continues. In fact, she smiles grimly. If an operation is still going on there, nothing would make me happier than dismantling it with my own hands. That's the spirit, Elizabeth. Report to your engineer. Tell him the next stop is at Salzfeld. Will do. John, come with me. The others will be eager to see you alive. Elizabeth takes me by the wrist again. Elizabeth takes me 5 cars in the opposite direction, towards the front of the pseudo-train, past where we had been sleeping, and there was a kitchen train car, a makeshift oven, and a makeshift icebox, and a bunch of cooking utensils, pots, pans, and plates. After that, there was a dining train car, tables and chairs strewn about with dirty plates and silverware stacked in the center of the tables. People had eaten just recently. After that was what could only be described as an inn train car. Rooms lined the car's right and left sides. Personal rooms for the passengers, 2 to a room. There seemed to be 10 small rooms. This one car held 20 people. This was followed immediately by an identical car. And in the hall stood Edward and Nicole. Jonathan, you're alive! Nicole perks up upon noticing Elizabeth and I. It's good to see you're okay. It's good to see you're alive, Nicole. I reach out and shake her hand. Ah, John, it took you long enough to wake up. Elizabeth? Fucking hell. Edward chimes in. Something is off about Edward. I wonder what's on his mind. Edward's accent has returned, but he's giving off a strange, uneasy feeling. His uniform is in bad shape. The coat is dirtied, more so than usual, and the awards, particularly the rusted Iron Cross, are in disarray. He seems to not be motivated to clean and take care of his uniform. Or perhaps something else is going on? I can't be sure. I'll try to ask him later. We walked a little further down the train car, coming to a stop near the corner to our right. Dante sits on a bench, looking out the great covered windows with a distant expression. This was the first time I'd seen him without a gas mask. He looked vaguely like Michael, but had more prominent nose and chin. On his upper lift. Is that? I don't know, maybe I forgot that word. Maybe. Started a long scar leading just left of the cheekbone. He showed little signs of aging. He couldn't be more than 6 years older than Michael. Oh my. Jonathan, was it? You're alive, that's incredible. Dante says as his facial expression relaxes. I chuckled. Thank you. Good to see you're still in good shape. I wish I could say that's entirely true. Dante grips his right arm, wincing in pain. Though, I do have to say, I really am sorry for what happened back at the Vitamart. Dante apologizes suddenly. If I had known it was you guys, I would have never taken shots at you. And maybe I'd still have that rifle, with some ammunition to boot. You don't need to keep apologizing to me. You know, I've already forgiven you. Yeah, I know, I'd still feel guilty about it. He sighs. I understand that. But I think who really needs to forgive you is, well, yourself. I said, sitting down with him for a moment. Elizabeth stood next to the door, smiling proudly. You mean that? Absolutely. No one involved holds any grudge against you for what you did. The only one left to forgive you is yourself. But how can I forgive myself? Dante looks out the window. I ran like a coward. Abandoned riding mountain before, only to almost kill more of you later on. Well, there were reasons for what you did, I'm sure. People don't just make decisions for no reason at all. Yeah, you're right, I did have my reasons, but would the dead forgive me for having left them? Would you forgive them if they had done the same? I don't know, but I think I would. He seems to gesture uncertainty with his hands. Then you can forgive yourself, right? I asked him. I probably should, but what can make it right? You could start by telling me what happened on that expedition that made you flee. Elizabeth walks over to us, now searching for answers. You really were never one to run when people you cared about were threatened. Yeah. Alright. Dante closes his eyes, seemingly attempting to recall dark, uneasy memories. You don't have to talk about it yet if you're not ready. I totally understand if it's too much for you right now. Some people have things they'd never want to speak of. No, it's quite alright. Dante sighs and continues. So, me and my team had heard of this supermarket to the southwest from a guy at that old camp that was dealing with some leprosy outbreak. Alvis, was it? I can't quite remember anymore. Yeah, probably Alvis, I say, surprised to hear the name. Seen a few of his poems there at that place. Oh, you've met him. Is he doing well? I wouldn't say I've met him, and as for his well-being, afraid he was cannibalized. Cannibalized? They turned to cannibalism? Dante exclaims with a frightened and disgusted look on his face. Yeah, by the time our expedition ran through, their place had been wrecked by leprosy and their new leader turned them to cannibalism. Elizabeth mentions this in a sorrowful tone with an expression to match. I knew it was getting rough over there, but I'd never imagined it'd get that bad. What a shame that is, Dante says solemnly. I should get back on topic. We had headed out for that place, and decided to camp out in an old convenience store which had some supplies left to last us a day or so. Right. Assuming some of that was the supplies you had at the market, then? Yes and no. I did bring some of the supplies to the market, but everything from there had been exhausted before you'd made it there. Dante responds, continuing. On our way there, we stumbled across this massive devoured carcass, and I mean massive. The whole thing was probably the size of a small town. We managed to work out that what we were looking at was just a single leg of one massive spider. Some sort of nightmare-class arachnid, maybe? Elizabeth mutters, seemingly shocked. I didn't even think such a thing was possible. I started walking around it. That was when suddenly all our lights started flickering. Even the flames in the lantern, Dante says, shaken lightly. These massive lights came on, blinded us all, and suddenly there were all these guys dressed up in some crazy-looking combat armor like nothing I'd ever seen before. Even weirder, I'd never seen any of their military insignia before. They all had this snake decal climbing up their left arm. Some had a white snake, but two of them had silver ones. Yeah, that's the fucking spider. Like Alistair, I muttered, recalling the strange man from Riding Mountain. When the time comes, you'll know what to do. His voice rings in my head. What could he have meant? You're right. Elizabeth's eyes and tone of voice turned to shock. That's exactly how Alistair dressed. Well then, we have to find him, I shout, standing up. Everyone in the train turns towards me. No, Elizabeth exclaims, grabbing my wrist and stopping my advance. He slipped away when we set out for Cascadia. We presumed he was dead. And they probably withdrew him by now. Once again. Or wait, whoops. And they probably withdrew him by now. Once again. Too slow, Johnny boy. Damien speaks into my mind again. You don't get to call me that, I thought at him. You can't exactly stop me, so the way I see it, I can call you whatever I like, Damien says back, filling me with irritation. You're insufferable. It's one of my defining characteristics. Then I look at Elizabeth, sighing. What can we do? Afraid there's nothing until we find a new lead. Elizabeth replies. Can I continue? Dante asks politely. Yeah, apologies, we didn't mean to interrupt, I responded, sitting back down. When they showed up, they just opened fire on everyone, ripped through everything like they were made of parchment paper. Dante sobs. Wait, you said you were attacked by a group of devoured, not armed soldiers, Elizabeth interrupts. Yeah, I lied. I'm sorry. Dante hangs his head. I didn't want to scare Mikey. I didn't want him to worry. Boy's too young to be worrying about that right now. Especially with the forest already making things so difficult for him. Dante seems to wince in pain. Are you alright, Dante? Elizabeth asks. Yeah, hopefully I'll be alright. Dante grasps his right upper arm tightly. Listen, wherever you guys depart next, leave me with the Cascadian man. What? Why? I asked, surprised. I don't want things to get worse in front of Mikey, and the last thing I want to do is collapse in front of Mikey and make him be the one to take my life. Dante looks at me. There's a deep look of anguish and fear in his eyes. If I turn, I want it to be in front of people who won't think twice about putting me down. I understand. Dante kind of reminds me of your brother. Or reminds you of your brother. Hell yeah. Dante is supposed to be written kind of as a brotherly figure, so at least that's kind of coming out. The, I think probably a reminder is fairly... No, I guess they have been mentioning that they are brothers pretty frequently. But yeah, Dante is uh, Michael's older brother. I understand, says Elizabeth, placing her hand on Dante's shoulder. I'll do my best to make sure it happens that way. Thank you, Dante says, leaning back in his seat. Allow me to finish up my story, then leave me to rest. One guy, it was like there were flamethrowers attached to his arms. I ran as fast as I could, but still got burnt. Dante lifts his jacket from his... weird. I didn't put arm there. revealing a... Dante lifts his jacket from his arm, revealing a large, severe burn scar stretching from his upper left arm to the base of his neck. Maybe it's from his shoulder. Oh. Elizabeth looks on at the scars in horror. Haven't seen anything like this since, yeah, the napalm incident. Damn, I responded, having little to say. I played dead and hid. Heard him talking to each other. They seemed to be confused. These weren't our marks, one of them said. The other went on, thought we'd simplify, but he must have slipped away. Search the area, he can't be far. Just as everyone left, he said, Damn it, Salazar is gonna be pissed. Why send me out to find all the TARS outbreak patients anyways? Guess I shouldn't think about it too hard. I don't understand. If there's people so advanced out there, what would they want from a bunch of immunocompromised people? And his voice, he sounded so unreal, like he was straight out of a sci-fi movie. Dante continues, startled. You're lucky you even made it out alive, Elizabeth states, sighing. What a disaster. To think good men were slaughtered in cold blood like that. I just sat there, holding my breath every time one looked my way, and eventually they all left. I ran and ran until I couldn't hear their muttering in the trees. Thank you for telling us, Elizabeth says softly. We can at least give people some closure now. Yeah, and I'm glad to get this off my chest. Dante finishes, resting his head against the wall of the train with his left hand pressed against his upper right arm. Oculi is after TARS victims? But why? And could this be the reason they were tracking me? So many more questions and no answers. There's gotta be some reason why they've been tracking us. One of them's gonna have answers, and it doesn't seem Damien knows either. Ugh. My voice, it is pain. But yes, as you see here, this is Oculi's doing. As you can see, the plot is starting to progress, and you are starting to see more and more of Oculi involvement. And just in case you forgot, a very important detail. Take a look at my left arm. Take a break? Yeah, I'm going to. Because my throat is hurting right now. I'm hurting. The vocal engines are fried. What's this huh about? What's with your left arm? Hold on, let me see. So I can select the text in here. Good. Right here. This line here. This line is important. It's important to make that connection. They all had this snake decal climbing up their left arm. Am I Dante? No. Dante is... I mean, I guess I technically... No, not yet. I don't have that capability yet. Dante is black. I'm not Dante. Now later I can change my physical appearance to that much, but not yet. Not where I'm depicted in at this point. It's too early. I mean, technically. So, I'm able to, like, canonically I'm able to change my entire appearance if I want. I can become a completely different person. If I wanted to look like Samuel L. Jackson, I could look like Samuel L. Jackson. Just polymorph right there. Wait, are you Jonathan? No, I'm not Jonathan. But I like that you think I've disguised myself as a member of the main cast. That's pretty funny. But no, it's pretty distinct that Jonathan would probably know a lot more about what's going on if I was him. It would be pretty clear. Because he doesn't really have a suspicious amount of knowledge for his position. Who the hell's Jonathan? What do you mean, who the hell is Jonathan? Jonathan is just a regular guy. Granted, he's a TARS victim and a survivor of the mutagen, but that's like his only. Is Jonathan past? No, it's not me. I am from World Route Sierra. This is in World Route Kilo. This is the wrong place. You'll know who I am. I promise you. You'll know. Anyways, I think I'm ready to go again. This is Jonathan Salazar. No, pretty sure he'd be pretty aware of doing these things. Let me get another sip of this Dr. Pepper. It's funny. I have fucking 5 different drinks on my desk. Crack theory time. Yeah, the funny thing is that one of my friends in real life who read this also had absolutely batshit insane feelings. Like, he thought... So he had a lot of weird theories. One of them was that... he jokingly had a theory that Edward and Michael were attracted to one another. Like, he thought Edward and Michael were gay for one another. It's like, no. That's not how this would go. I'm trying to remember some of the other weird theories he ended up, like, coming up with. It protects Michael as canon. No. Unfortunately, no. That is not how this goes. Though, for the sake of the crack theories, yeah, unfortunately, Michael isn't straight. To clarify, he's not straight, but it's not mentioned ever. I never, like, ended up moving the novel in that direction. But Michael would not have a thing for Edward. He also jokingly made Night Stalker X Ross, which was absolutely batshit insane. Fair. Yeah. Okay. Elizabeth and I stood up, leaving Dante to relax as best he could. We turned towards the train car door, and Elizabeth took me one car further. The vehicle's interior only slightly resembles what it used to be. The small cramped space that used to be expanded at least 2 meters. Instead of being made out of scrap, this car was made of more durable materials, likely due to being at the front of the pseudo-train, where it could sustain the most damage. There were a few seats and a map against the wall to my left, with an X marked Seattle. The map was also marked with The map was also marked with important rail lines and numerous Cascadian train stations. Michael stands at the front of the car at the makeshift control panel. Elizabeth, good morning, or night. Not sure which it is now. Michael says, letting out a light-hearted chuckle. Good morning, or night, Elizabeth responds, shifting slightly to put me in front of her. Like they went to romantic dinners and raves. John's up too. Michael's head perks up in surprise. He turns his head back, locking eyes with me briefly, then looking hastily back at the rails. Johnny boy, you had me thinking you were a goner. Good to see you on your feet. Good to see you on your feet. So, what do you see in that 7-day slumber of yours? Michael says, his smile slipping through audibly. Real cryptic symbolism. That, and Damien was there talking about something, oculi, disease immunity, and resistance. It was honestly bizarre. That does sound pretty strange. I sometimes wonder if dreams mean anything at all. Probably not. If they do, I'd probably have a lot of trouble deciphering the meaning behind the ones involving banana people trying to teach me how to knit. Michael lets out a guttural laugh. Well, I suppose you have a point. By the way, is there something you need? Night Stalker requested we make a stop at Salzfeld, Elizabeth states commandingly. Salzfeld. You really sure you're okay with going back there? Michael asks. Without a shadow of a doubt. If Night Stalker is there to investigate any continued operation going down there, I want... motherfuck. Going down... If Night Stalker is there to investigate any continued operation going down there, then I want to be there to dismantle it. Nana people trying to teach me how to knit is so real. All of your dreams are like that. That's hilarious. I've personally never had a dream like that, but I decided I was just going to combine some random things together because that is exactly how dreams work. Will it just be the two of you? Michael asks. No, I'll be going with you. I won't miss a chance to fight the Nazis, I responded with conviction. Well, considering you're all adamant on this, I suppose I'll make a point to stop there when we approach Salt Lake City. Michael states, writing something down on a small notepad and placing it in his left breast pocket. However, you must consider something. You should know that what I'm about to bring up, Edward. You should know some... fucking goddamn it, strangle you. Anyways. However, you must consider something. You should know what I'm about to bring up. Edward. How do you think Edward will react to you getting potentially trigger-happy with his ideological siblings? You have a point, Michael, Elizabeth states, likely now considering this variable. I think I will take him with us. A test of loyalty, so to speak. That sounds like a perilous idea, Elizabeth. You know that Edward is currently armed and could betray you at any moment? Michael asks. If he does betray us, we shouldn't have had him traveling with us in the first place. I do know one thing, though. Elizabeth draws her pistol. Between Edward and I, the winner in a combat scenario would be obvious. Not to mention Night Stalker and John at my back. Outnumbered and severely outgunned. I hope you're right about that, Michael states. I know I'm right about that, Elizabeth replies. A loud roar rips through the forest, the ground trembling with so much force that I stumble to the side of the train car. The lights flicker in response to the tremendous noise. I open up the window immediately to my left, looking out. Some sort of odd sense draws me forward. I feel the need to hunt down the source of that noise, to kill the source of that noise. My head pounds and I close my eyes tightly. Calm down, direwolf. We will draw near enough in due time. A strange voice calls out to me from all around again. It sounds like Night Stalker's voice, but the reverberation makes it sound almost transcendental. I open my eyes, taking a deep breath. The view of the outside sends a chill down my spine as a tremendous fear looms overhead. I hadn't paid much attention to the outside while going from car to car, nor when talking to Michael. But looking out this window, it was evident I was in a different place, one much more dangerous, exotic, and unpredictable. The trees were a pale, blood-stained white, braided-looking wood. Red sacks of blood-like fluid, very similar to the ones spotted all over Ross's body, lining parts of the tree. In the deep parts of the tree, there appears to be a viscous crimson fluid pouring from within, as if the tree was bleeding. The faces on the trees are twisted in horror, bleeding from the mouth and eyes. The leaves were many shades of red, ranging from a rose red to a dark maroon. From those leaves hung a moss-like translucent red substance, like a viscous blood. The light shined through the trees, but only so that it looked as if the entire woods were covered in a mist of blood. This was the Crimson Woods, and not just the sliver of that biome I had seen in the leper's arrest. This was far worse. I turned away for a moment, startled by the grotesque appearance of the Crimson Woods. This is where creatures like Ross hail from. This is where the bloater causing tremors from hundreds of kilometers away resides. This is where the devoured go to die. Elizabeth, stumbling to her feet, puts her hand on my shoulder. I thought you had noticed. I'm sorry. I should have told you. We're heading directly through the Crimson Woods. But why? Why through here? Isn't it dangerous? I ask, startled by the hostile environment. Well, of course it's dangerous, but this is the only way. What could have caused this place to exist in the first place? I stand up, regaining my balance. My guess is, well, probably Salzfeld, or rather the closely guarded secret hidden underneath. Salzfeld Kriegsbunker. Salzfeld what? Salzfeld means salt field, and Kriegsbunker means war bunker. They called it Project Immortal. It was a plan to live through nuclear war. Fortunately, I doubt the bunker they created was built against this kind of apocalypse. How did you know about this? I could hear the soldiers and guards stationed there gossiping about the current events. Overheard a conversation between higher-ups talking about the Kriegsbunker below. They didn't realize my cellmate could speak German. And if something is still going on there, we dismantle it. Speaking of, hey Michael, how far are we from Salzfeld? Elizabeth turns to Michael. 2 days, one if I hurry, but it's a risk. Michael responds, don't risk it, too many lives on board. You got it, boss. 2 days pass. The roars from the ravenous bloater draw near, and I can barely hold myself back. I want to kill it. I want to shut it up. This headache has been persistent since I first heard it after I woke up, and it's only getting worse. I am sitting in the back of the train where Ross resides, with Night Stalker tending to Ross's needs. It's unfamiliarly warm. The Crimson Woods differs immensely from the cold, dark environment of the Black Forest. Something tells me that this warmth is a false sense of comfort, that the creatures that exist within this biome are far worse than anything the devoured of the Black Forest could be. I look at Night Stalker, who is on a stool and appears to be petting Ross. So, Jonathan, I have a question, bearing great importance. Night Stalker perks up and looks down and to his right, locking eyes with me. Ask away. Doubt I could hide much from you anyways. Well, you could always try. Anyhow, the question is simple. Do you know anything about oculi? If so, what do you know? His question sent a chill down my spine. Oculi? Well, you don't need to be afraid. I'm not one of them. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing here. I can't quite figure out what their aim is. I've come into contact with an agent of theirs and a few of their logs, but I don't exactly know who or what they are. It is as I feared. You've popped up on their radar without a doubt. If you continue on this path, you put your life in extreme danger. If you do wish to continue, I have a few audio recordings that may clue you in on what oculi is. Do you have anything that looks like this? Night Stalker pulls out 3 audio recordings, Kilo Record number 7, Kilo Record number 19, and Kilo Record number 25. I do believe so, I say as I pull out the 2 audio recordings, Kilo Record number 56 and Kilo Record number 61. Whoa. Those are much later than the logs and mine are. Do you mind if we swap? I'm assuming you do have a Walkman, correct? That's correct. Then let's begin. Night Stalker hands me his 3 logs and I hand him my 2 logs. Placing the first of these logs into my hand, I pull out the Walkman, putting it on, and placing Kilo Record number 7 in the device. I've sent 2 detachments to Kilo Prime, one led by Damien Morningstar, the 13th, and the other led by Salazar of the Black Vipers. I'm assuming Morningstar is bait then, yes? That's correct. He was made to believe he was led to lead a rebellion against the Nazis. He'll be gathering followers in his stationed area. And what about the infiltration unit? Afraid his purpose was not relayed to me. His orders are coming directly from Redacted. Must be some top-secret program, then. Understandable. We would not be able to exist if it weren't for our secrets. This much is true. And even if someone does find out about our secrets, we have the Black Vipers to perform cleanup work. And it's looking more and more like Salazar is poised to take over the Black Vipers when the current Commandant gets code zeroed. I suppose only time will tell. Slamming noises, things crashing around. This timeline is going to shit, Castillo. Would you like to explain why I'm in a timeline full of Nazi scumbags? Look, Salazar, I was ordered by the High Council to send you to the west coast of North America in Kilo Prime in the cardinal year 1955. If I could have sent you anywhere else or hell sooner in the plan, I swear, I would have done so. You know me. You know how I operate. Loud thud. Fine. I can't fight with the High Council. They'll condemn me and zero me in an instant. This better be worth it. Can't stand this place. Door closes. This was to be expected of Salazar. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? No, that will be all. Meeting adjourned. So it seemed that Oculi's active agents have been here since 1955. But for what purpose? I could maybe understand trying to research the Black Forest, but sending them in so early. I can't comprehend why they'd send them in 34 years prior to the devouring. Even more curious is the Morningstar line they had stationed here for so long, or was that a facade put on by Damien? I can't be certain. I take the record out, then loading the next one in, Kilo record number 19. I'm not sure I can say I'm happy with the way things are turning out in Kilo Prime. What do you mean? These people, in this timeline, they're nuts. Complete sociopaths. Do you remember your training, Salazar? These aren't people, they're tools. You have to get the notion of people out of your head when you work for Oculi, or else there's no other way to achieve our mission. Echoed out, just like the higher-ups. I've heard it hundreds of times, but I'm still a person, born and raised in Sierra Prime. Like it or not, I've got those instincts. I've worked for Oculi for over 2 centuries. Trust me when I say this, you will eventually lose human empathy for those below us. I'll stay content for a little longer, but if by the year 2000 I'm still left waiting for these asshats to get overthrown, I'll be taking matters into my own hands. Damien is on it. Revolutions take time, you'll just have to be patient. Might I ask why we're relying on an incompetent fool to handle a revolution? The entire Morningstar line was the result of a failed cloning experiment, with each successor becoming more messed up than the last. Isn't it time we rid ourselves of these pitiful embarrassments? As much as I agree with you, I have to reserve my thoughts and actions to the command of High Council. They've taken everything into account, and likely your unpredictable nature rests within their considerations as well. It could very well be their intention to send Morningstar on a suicide mission to end his line. That, or prove him incompetent and send your Black Viper's division as cleanup. That, however, is far above my pay grade. Want something to change? Take it up with... Fine. I'll see what strings I can pull with the head of Supernatural Acquisitions. I'll return to you when I have any information. Meeting adjourned. Salazar's voice alone is enough to send chills down my spine. It's deep, grilling, and sounds almost mechanically made, as if instead of vocal cords some machine was creating vibrations, sounds in place of the natural ones formed by the voice box. His voice was akin to a growl as it reverberated through the entire room it was recorded in. In this situation, it was clear that Dr. Castillo had next to no control. Salazar is very clearly some sort of ace in the hole, but what could make him so special that he could actively defy chains of command, and have a general lack of respect? He's cocky, but I'm sure there's a valid reason for his confidence. I quickly swap to the audio recording for the next one. Kilo record number 25. Salazar must really be special to have pulled strings like this, totally swaying the opinion of the High Council. Truly, swaying them that much must mean they favor him in some way. I hear rumors saying that he's got to do with Project Excalibur. You're not kidding, are you, Bishop? Project Excalibur? You mean to tell me he's qualified for a mission of that clearance? It would appear so. I think has big plans for the young man. I mean, I suppose I've been able to detect some order of strength within him. That I couldn't possibly expect his potential to reach quite so high as to be assigned to Project Excalibur. I'm not entirely sure. Something is off about him, and I'm not sure what. The High Council won't even let me access that data, and I have a remarkably high data clearance thanks to my duties as a sleeper. Time will tell. It may be decades before Project Excalibur is finished, and only then will we see the point of all of this. For now, I think it is best we send Salazar on a mission to gather up research subjects in North America. Transmission. Route Manager Salvador Castillo to Captain Salazar of the Black Vipers. Cardinal year 1990 forward. Gather research subjects as they appear. If they do not comply with your orders, zero them. This should appease the High Council. Maybe they'll stop breathing down our necks if we supply them with ample research subjects. If we supply them with ample research subjects and samples. Your logic is sound. That's all I had today. In hoc signo vinces, Andreas. In hoc signo vinces. Hello, Flowerheart. Welcome, welcome. How do you do tonight? Gonna take a sip of my drink really quick before I continue reading. Wuthering Heights 2026 is coming closer and closer, and I'm scared. Wuthering Heights? I have not heard of this. Did you know it's gonna be bad? I don't know what this is. Film. Based on an 1847 novel? Holy shit. What in the hell? Some sort of... Yeah, some sort of like abusive relationship, it looks like. Damn. 1847 then. Holy shit. That's an old ass fucking book. Yeah, I've only just heard of this, by the way, so forgive me if I don't really know what anything Recently I got a bit obsessed with that novel, long story, and first I was a bit glad that the adaptation was announced, but now I want to scream. Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about it, because I don't really know a whole lot about movies, generally. But I do hear a bit about things, and I don't know if I'd heard. I don't think I'd heard of Wuthering Heights, so... Maybe. Maybe in passing. Like a vague familiarity, but I'd never heard of it. To my knowledge. Every new thing I'm learning about just gets worse and worse. I see, I see. Well... I'm using this time to recover my voice. That way I can continue reading. Oh my god. There's like 50 more pages in this chapter. I think I'm almost ready. Been reading Crime and Punishment. I actually have a copy of Crime and Punishment. Right here. You can't see it, but I just picked it up. It's a really, really pretty copy. It's got like a gold trim on each of the pages. It is beautiful. I'll have to take a picture of it and send it to the Discord really quick. Yeah, I never got the chance to complete Crime and Punishment. I started it a while back, but I ended up not being able to finish it. But I have this copy. I'll send the photos to the Discord really quick. Under crimes. You'd read it in the original language. That's pretty cool. I'm not fluent in Russian, so I wouldn't be able to do that. I could read you the words, but I wouldn't really be able to tell you what many of them mean. I'll put it in photos. Oh, my Eevee just reached level 30. Russian is your first language, English is second. Very cool, very cool. I can read the characters. I know the alphabet. So I'm not entirely illiterate. I just don't know what any of the words mean. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it, because it does seem like a really good book. I also have No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. However, I already finished that book. I just wanted a physical copy. I don't actually know if... Yeah, okay, you saw it. Hilariously, and Pokemon interrupted my photo, but yeah, it's a beautiful copy of Crime and Punishment. You really want to read No Longer Human? I believe there is a few audiobooks for No Longer Human that are pretty good. So if you are a little bit more of a busier person who doesn't really have time to pick up a book like that, or you're having trouble finding it, there's a lot of audiobooks online that will allow you to listen to it. It's a very, very good book. One of my favorites. I love No Longer Human. Continuing. Dr. Castillo, I will find you, wherever you are. You should know by now what is going on with this disaster. You of all people sound like you would know. It appears Dr. Salvador Castillo is a brute manager. It sounds like an important role, but I'm not sure how it pertains to what is going on here. Salazar is apparently a, or possibly the, captain of a unit called the Black Vipers. It seems that unit holds significant value to Oculi. The connection between Salazar and the High Council, as Dr. Castillo and Bishop put it, seems to be a special case. As for Project Excalibur, I can only imagine they're making some sort of weapon. That's all I can surmise from this recording. There is one last thing that sticks out. In hoc signo vinces. It sounds like that's some sort of motto for Oculi, or at least specific divisions. Those were Damien's last words. If I remove the log from the Walkman, looking up at Night Stalker. Finished? Night Stalker asks. Yeah, just got through the last one, I responded. The info your logs had was disturbing, Night Stalker says, handing the recordings back to me. In what way? I ask, tilting my head at Night Stalker. Let me start from the beginning of my theories about Oculi. The people of Oculi are not from this world. They're sent here from other timelines, other worlds, to serve whatever purpose Oculi might be searching for. Like, time travelers? I ask. Close. There's something more. Multidimensional time travelers. These people come from entirely different worlds, with entirely different events. According to what I can surmise from the tapes, and some other evidence I've picked up along the way, the world we live in is labeled World Root Kilo, or Kilo Prime. One of the two, maybe both. I'm not certain. The only other world I can figure out is Sierra, mentioned by Salazar. He was apparently born in that world and picked up by Oculi from there. Night Stalker pauses to take a breath. One could surmise that Oculi comes from neither Kilo or Sierra, but there's no evidence to suggest they do not hail from Sierra themselves. That sounds accurate, but also conspiratorial. It's only conspiracy when you don't have enough hard evidence to back your claim. Continuing, it appears they've caught on to calling the survivors of the mutagen hunters, just like the others do. Apparently, Salazar has been sent after a Cascadian hunter. Is there any other hunter under Cascadia? Not to my knowledge. I'm the only registered hunter residing in all of Cascadia. Salazar has been sent, likely either to capture or to kill me. Do you think he stands a chance? Let me tell you a story. Then I want your opinion. I once met a fellow hunter, one by the name Arachnid. He was a masterful user of the mutagen flowing through his blood. He could grow from his back 8 spider-like legs that he could use to slice and stab things with. If my method of keeping track of time is accurate, he went missing in 1996. There one night, gone the next morning, poof, almost entirely without a trace. It is now late 2005 or early 2006. He's been missing for almost a decade, and he was the first of 6 to go missing. All of this occurred after Salazar was given the command to gather up research subjects. If not even Arachnid could go up against Salazar, what chance do I stand? You've got a fair point. Can you run? Hide? I'm not sure. I doubt I can stay out of his sights forever, but we'll see how far I can go. I don't tend to stick around in one place, and if he's currently after me and not off on some other mission ordered by Oculi, then he'll be following a very long paper trail to get to me. I'm just hoping I've gotten lucky enough for him to be busy with other, more important matters. This does remind me, though. Here, take this. Night Stalker hands me some sort of blood extraction kit, then taking into his hand a vial of black liquid. The same as when we met him on our way back to Riding Mountain. Fuck, I cannot speak right now. Shit! I can't speak! The serum, before I end up caught, I have to pass down my teachings. The serum is actually the blood of a hunter, or for general speech, someone who's survived mutagen infection. That's the reason it's a limited supply. That, and there's a dark truth about hunters. Due to our biological makeup being permanently altered by the mutagen, the only way to restore certain substances in our body is through the digestion of meat and blood, particularly that of humans. A chill is sent down my spine as he says this. I have to... Yes, I know what you're thinking. I have to eat people? And while this is mostly true, it is not necessary for your survival. The only reason you'd have to go through with that is because you need to regenerate through the mutagen's protein specifically. Otherwise, once you've sustained enough injuries, you will begin to break down and eventually lose control. There are other things you should probably know about, but I will save that for another time, as we are getting fairly close to Salzfeld. For now, you must know how to extract blood from your body. Don't worry, this can be naturally restored. Nightstalker goes on to explain how to use the extractor to put my blood into a blood bag, allowing me to use it as a toxin to the mutagen, considering it contains antibodies capable of fighting foreign, hostile mutagen. As he finishes his explanation, the pseudo-train comes to a stop. I look out the window, seeing just barely in the field of vision the gates of Salzfeld, with a large sign reading Arbeit macht frei. The same phrase that was written on the outside of Auschwitz. They never changed, and they never will. I open the door on the back of the pseudo-train, looking around for any hostiles or sanguine devoured. A foul darkness looms overhead, an imposing feeling of dread and misery, as if the souls doomed inside this camp wandered it still. The air felt heavier than ever. Nightstalker and Ross followed me out of the car, and he and I managed to meet up with Elizabeth. Michael, Edward, and Dante. Oh, my bad. Meet up with Elizabeth, Michael, Edward, and Dante. Elizabeth looks determined. Her face speaks 1,000 unutterable words, 1,000,000 unutterable truths. Michael looks determined, but uneasy, the foul nature of the camp weighing down his very spirit. Edward looks uncertain, as if he were unaware or unsure of this place's very existence, or perhaps he was unsure if he wanted to know what lies within, unsure if he wanted to find the answer to what lied inside those cursed gates. Well, looks like I'm back, Elizabeth speaks up. I'm still not sure if I'll even be able to handle being back here. I was certain earlier, but looking at it like this, it does not fill me with the determination I had before. You've got this, Liz. I'll have your back during this. If there's lives to save in there, we'll save them. I know we will. I spoke up to Elizabeth, trying to reassure her. You're right, John. If there's even a single person they deem Deutermensch still alive within their grasp, we'll get them out of there. Lebens wird es leben. That's what they always told me. All the schools, all the teachers, all the men, all the women, it's all I ever heard. This air feels heavy. I do not know what to think of this place. They never told me about these places, only that there were places where the Untermensch were kept from the Herrenvolk. Edward said, his voice shaking and wavering as he looked down at the ground. I approached the massive arching steel gates. They were a dark steel gray, not quite black. It was made up of these thick metal bars akin to that of a prison cell. The trees wrapped their ghastly white roots around them. The gate on the right was slightly ajar. Reaching out my hand, I touched the right gate, pushing it lightly. It slowly creaks open, sounding like its hinges are grinding up against themselves with a loud screech that can be heard echoing uncannily through the woods. The place looked abandoned. Old American military vehicles with an adapted swastika or Balkenkreuz emblazoned upon the old United States military logos. In front of me lies an old poster, looking to be from the 1950s, reading "Live the American Dream." It depicted a pastel-colored house with a big green lawn with perfectly trimmed shrubbery. To the left appears a driveway with a bright red classic car from the late 40s. In the front, the focus of the picture is a family, a man and a woman, blonde hair, blue eyes, with 4 children, all blonde hair and blue eyes. The man stands on the right, holding the youngest of the 4 children, an infant, in his arms. There's a red armband, white circle, and swastika on the man's left arm. It is stitched into his coat. The woman on the left, wearing a pastel blue blouse, also wore a swastika-bearing armband. In the bottom right corner, barely legible through the dirt, it read German-American Publicity Bureau. This message is officially sponsored by the Rockwell administration. President George Rockwell won 5 elections in 52, 56, 60, 64, and 68. He was the one who started the intense propaganda campaign backed by the former President Fritz Kuhn that would later turn the United States into the Nazi hellhole it was during and after the 1952 Armistice Treaty. Looking at this poster, even half a century later, is nauseating. I throw the poster down on the ground, stepping on it as I press forward with the rest of the team. Civilian cars lined a dead parking lot, wrapped with trees and roots. They all looked so similar to one another. Michael walks up beside me. Those cars are mostly populaces. They started in 1944 when Kuhn wanted to try to replicate Nazi Germany's idea of an affordable people's car. Being out on the main front of the war as much as they were, they found a bit more success than the Germans did. These cars could be bought for cheap, so almost everyone who didn't have a car then tried to get their hands on one. Supply still wasn't an easy thing to work out, but from what I heard, it still worked better than the Germans' attempt. I guess all these populaces in one place show that. Michael explains a small history lesson in the automotive industry. I didn't know that. Interesting. I don't think we should investigate yet. Save it for later. Yeah, let's stick to the road for now. Should bring us to the prison section eventually. The ground shakes, startling me and the rest of the team. Nightstalker begins to look around for something frantically, and Ross seems spooked. The ground shakes again. Nightstalker's eye goes slightly foggy for a brief moment, returning to its normal look soon after. He looks at me and whispers, "Golem." I look to the direction of where the ground shaking is coming from, and a huge devoured comes into view. It looks almost as if it was made up of rocks, its skin a paper white and the depths of its flesh a blood red. A tree appeared to be growing around its arm, a tree from the Crimson Woods in particular. The leaves shake with each step it takes. Golem. Something that I never truly thought could exist until now. Taller than a house, skin as tough as concrete, and punches that hit like wrecking balls. Somehow these beings were once human, evolved rapidly by the mutagen and too possibly from radiation exposure. Oftentimes, such creatures evolved from former bodybuilders who dared through the forest without a gas mask to protect them. This one, however, was unfortunate enough to dare through the Crimson Woods, their soul now lost to this world, and their body sent to wander through the woods, destroying anything in its path. They're really stupid, by the way. Make it mad and it'll only chase you, no matter what. Manage to slip away and it'll forget you ever existed. They've got very poor senses, too. Sometimes they'll attack something for no reason, possibly out of the belief that something might be there. Nightstalker whispers, "It's possible he's after the bloater. Let's follow him, but keep our distance. He could possibly pick up on Ross if we get too close." A roar tears through the woods, echoing so loudly that the trees scream it. The ground shakes so terribly that I'm knocked off balance, falling into Elizabeth, who is barely maintaining her stance as well. Ross sidesteps, then does a wet shake, regaining balance and letting out a deep, unsettling growl. I hear the cracking of concrete to my front and right. Looking in that direction, I notice a crumbling watchtower hanging from it Nazi war banners. I notice the top of the tower beginning to tip, then hits the ground with a huge crash, spewing rubble all about the ground. A ringing can be heard in the ears from the sheer volume of the sound that tore through this area. We need earplugs. The roars of this bloater are becoming deafening. Regaining our organization and footing, we press forward. The trees are growing in height, but it doesn't appear to be because we're entering a city. Where's the music? Music. Music. That's what I thought. Asshole. I can hear the music, so I heard it. Regaining our organization and footing, we press forward. The trees are growing in height, but okay, wait. The trees grow exponentially in size from that of a weeping willow to a fir tree, then finally the size of a redwood. These trees in this area are of an unprecedented size. Some could have engulfed entire houses. I begin to wonder if this is the way the Black Forest grows around places like New York City or San Francisco, or perhaps even Toronto. I couldn't be certain. Whatever we were about to come across was going to be of an unprecedented nature, much like the size of the trees in this area. Then, very suddenly, the golem we had followed fell down and vanished in an instant. Unsure of what had happened, I sprinted there to figure out what had happened. "John, be careful!" Night Stalker shouts. Before I could quite comprehend what he was warning me against, the ground opened up beneath my feet, and I slipped off what appeared to be the edge of a cliff. This was it. I'm going to die. I turned quickly behind me to try to grasp the edge of whatever it was I had fallen off, and I luckily managed to barely get a grip on it, but I was slipping. I didn't have much at my disposal here. That is when, very suddenly, a fleshy hook wrapped itself around my arm and pulled me up off the edge of a cliff. I followed the pale flesh, tracing it back to Night Stalker's left shoulder. As I look at the rest of the team, I notice 3 faces of pure shock. "I will explain later," said Night Stalker, shape-shifting his arm back to that of a human's. I turned back at where I had fallen. It was a sheer drop of incalculable distance, but I could see bioluminescent red sacks stretching across the entire facility on large white fleshy masses seemingly without shape. Those sacks and masses littering the ground below. Then I saw something. A huge red glowing mouth opened up, one that looked like the size of an entire supermarket. It revealed in a blood-red light the golem that we had been following, dwarfed by the size of the beast's gaping jaws. As the golem approached, it fell into the gargantuan beast's maw, and the mouth closed up. As it ate, its entire body pulsated with a blood-red glow, revealing a massive crater, and in the walls of that crater, massive lithic structures, brutalist in design, cascading into the ground. Lined within, iron bars and fortified windows of a Nazi bunker in desperation. As the red glowing pulse sends up its ghastly tendrils, it lights up massive sheets of concrete and titanium beams sprawled across the crater that is the Salzfeld Kriegsbunker. Nazi Reichsadler logos are stamped all over the large concrete surfaces, where tattered and burned banners still fly. Nothing can ever sate their vanity, it seems. Night Stalker appears to be looking round for something, perhaps strategizing. "Do any of you see an entrance?" Night Stalker asks, hopping onto Ross's back, trying to get a decent vantage point. "You mean you want to get closer to that thing?" Michael asks, likely shocked by the sight of such an unthinkable beast. "Yes, that is exactly what I mean. You all get secure. I'll go and look for a bird." Night Stalker falls off Ross, and suddenly figures appear from the darkness, entrapping Michael and Elizabeth. "Night Stalker! Liz, what's going on here?" I shout angrily, sprinting towards Elizabeth, when out of the corner of my eye, a man in Nazi military fatigues appears wielding a rifle, a dark blurry mask striking me in the cheek. My vision blurs from the impact, and I just barely managed to capture a glimpse of what appeared to be a dart sticking out of Night Stalker's neck. Hitting the ground with a deep thud, Ross, too, falls to the ground. Edward is the only one left standing, his hands in the air. Through muffled hearing, I hear, "Look at what I have brought you, my comrades in arms," Edward says, stifling nervousness. "2 Untermenschen specimens to research. I am no traitor, you see. I have returned." Edward seems to be pleading to the figures. "Sturmfuhrer Haas, do not realize how long you have taken in your mission." A high-ranking-looking man appears in a well-kempt Nazi uniform. "Yes, I do, Reichsminister Ribbentrop. Sir, I deeply apologize for the delay. I swear to be quicker next time." "Damn you, Nazi scum, I'll kill you all! I shouted with the energy I have left. "Fisher, shut him up!" Ribbentrop commands. A rifle collides with the side of my head, and my vision goes black. Woke up on a floor of concrete. The room was entirely grayscale. Directly to my front were the bars of a prison cell. To my left, nothing but a stale gray wall of concrete. To my right, a toilet which looked more akin to a cinder block. I feel something chillingly cold around my neck. As I move, I can hear the clinking and clanging of chains. I feel up my neck, a cold steel meeting my right hand. I look behind me, seeing the chain linked to the wall to my back. I grab onto the clamp around my neck, trying to pull it off out of desperation. "Foolish man, you think that is going to work. Then it's dumb." A man in a full-face helmet and Nazi combat gear taunts me at the bars before walking up. I pull at the clamp again, but it seems to have some give to it. It's bending. I look at my hands, which seem to have grown substantially since I last laid eyes on them. In fact, I seem to have grown substantially. My arms from the forearm up look to have grown significantly, displaying an almost grotesque shape and musculature. I pull harder on the clamp, the cold metal bending to my grip, and I begin to feel the structure of the clamp begin to falter. With all my strength, I took my hands to the clamp and pulled apart. A crack and breaking feeling beneath my hands, reaching finality with a loud crack, followed by the clanking of iron against concrete. "Attention! The time gate is opening. Achtung, das Zeittor öffnet sich." My mind wandered about what a time gate could possibly be, but was immediately interrupted by the sound of a blaring alarm. Okay. "Attention, we are under attack. Achtung, wir werden angegriffen." From the depths of the Kriegsbunker, I can hear the shouting of Nazi soldiers, soon followed by screaming. From this distance it sounds like incoherent nonsense, but then a sound I can never forget echoes through the Kriegsbunker. A clanging sound followed immediately by a thunderous roar rips through the air. Then I hear it again, and again. It sounds almost as if a volley of cannon fire is lighting up the entire bunker from somewhere deep below where I'm being held captive. Standing up, I cross the cell towards the bars, certain that the Nazi forces would have been on their way to meet the attackers. I take my hands to the cold steel bars and begin to pull the bars apart. The bars barely bent to my will, but I managed just barely enough room for me to squeeze through. To my left and right are long walkways ahead, the crater-like shape, leading to the surface. As I approach the concrete railing lining the entire perimeter, I hear more gunshots. I peer over the railing, just in time to see a huge ball of hellfire erupting from the lowest level of the facility. A massive boom shreds through the wind, followed by the screaming of the bloaters sitting at the bottom of the bunker. The scream is a harsh, high-pitched, demonic screech, the volume being likened to a grenade exploding inside of my ears. The entire bunker feels like it's going to tear itself apart. Far to the left, a massive support beam of concrete crumbles at the bottom, causing the entire pillar to come tumbling down, and with it an entire section of the bunker, like a cave-in inside of a mine. Large pieces of concrete, rock, and steel crash into the ground, falling to the deepest levels of the Kriegsbunker. The sensation like pages turning passes through my head, bringing to mind a thought that had yet to occur to me. I can feel a shiver pulse throughout my body, a chilling feeling sent from the top of my neck, down to my spine, hand, then out my fingers and toes. Elizabeth, Michael, Dante, did they... As I think this, I feel an odd sense from within me. My vision pulsates like it did when we first met Night Stalker. I see faint red lines, what looks like veins stretch across the bunker, and for just a brief moment I catch a glimpse of what might be Elizabeth. I quickly look left and right, searching for what might be a staircase. She's about 3 floors down. Locking my eyes on what appears to be an opening, I sprint towards it. I can feel the wind through my hair, the ground being pushed away by my feet. Deep within, I knew that I had never ran faster in my life. Down a flight of stairs, down another flight of stairs. I felt like I was mere seconds from either flying off the edge of the Kriegsbunker and falling to my death or running face first into a concrete wall. And by the last flight of stairs I had to traverse, I was leaping off the top of the staircase to the bottom. Left. I sprinted quickly to the left. "Ellie," I screamed, the sound of my shout echoing through the halls. As I sprinted, I noticed I was suddenly not in the bunker at all. I was somewhere in the Black Forest. Where am I? I look left and right, beginning to recognize where I might be. My entire body moves on its own. I now begin to grasp where I am. My cabin sits up ahead. As I approach it, an inhuman feeling comes over me. A black splotch of darkness seems to hover over the side of the cabin as I approach it. A memory block, Something so traumatic your brain blocks it out by force. How intriguing. Perhaps later I will be able to uncover this for you, so that you may finally understand your past. For now, we shall continue. Manifestation speaks to me from every direction. I walk past the dark area and turn the corner to the front of my cabin. The door seems to open by itself as I walk right into the cabin. Just as I left it. Good, I say as the door shuts behind me. I lay my lantern down on the dining table, taking some oil from my coat and carefully filling the lantern with oil. On the dining table also resided a radio. I pulled a chair out from the dining table, sitting right in front of the radio. I take the radio into my hands, tuning it, searching for any signal at all. I sit there for what feels like an hour before giving up. Still no transmissions, and it's been 2 months. Is this really the end of the world? Or so you thought. The year was actually 1997, and the military's signals had stopped in 1989. My stomach rumbles. Lunchtime. Again. I say in a strangely somber tone as I approach an ice chest. I open the ice chest, revealing several cuts of fresh meat. A weight places itself upon my head, a spinning sensation rushing into my forehead and eyes. My focus began to wane, as if I were beginning to faint from blood loss. I suddenly fall to the ground, and through the floor, face first. I hit the ground hard, falling onto the concrete and something else. I can barely open my eyes, and my dizziness from the flashback has yet to go away. I've landed partially on something warm, contrasting greatly with the chillingly cold concrete. "John, please get off of me," I hear Elizabeth's muffled, strained voice from underneath me. "You're really heavy." "Liz?" I ask, confused and dazed, trying to pull myself off the floor. "Yeah, it's me. You knocked the wind out of me. Please get off." Elizabeth pushes against my torso, and I push against the ground and to the right, away from Elizabeth. She is still wearing the same outfit we came here with. Black leather jacket, green sweater, and dark blue jeans. However, there was one thing that I had noticed. Her necklace was no longer there. She had a startled look on her face, her eyes wide open and her cheeks flushed red. Seems I'd barged in on her and caught her by surprise. A broken clamp lay on the ground and two behind her. "We need to rescue Michael. Do you know where he is?" "They were holding him 3 cells to my left, but they took him just recently, moved him to a floor below. If we hurry, we should be able to get to him before whatever is tearing this place apart gets him first." Little bro needs to stop hallucinating. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem that he has. You say little bro about a 194 centimeter man. Who is most certainly older than you. Elizabeth explains. "Let's not waste time, then," I say as I reach my hand down, helping her up. Elizabeth and I began to rush to a staircase, hurrying down them. This time, however, I noticed something. Sub-level 17 is written on the wall next to the staircase. It appears that we are moving down to sub-level 18. But just as we turn the corner to find where they took Michael, I come face to face with the rear end of a rifle. The stock hits me like a truck, and I am knocked to the ground. A gunshot rips through the air, and I hear Elizabeth lets out an ear-piercing shriek. I look up at the Nazi soldier, kicking him in the knee and bending it backwards. I launch myself up towards the man, who is knocked backwards and onto his back, but manages to hit me again with the barrel of the rifle, burning the right side of my forehead. He and I both drop to the ground, and a man suddenly appears from a door behind him, lunging at me and restraining me. I manage to look at Elizabeth, who has taken a bullet to the leg and is holding her leg tightly. Well, 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 if it isn't a couple of escapees. A man appears from a door behind Elizabeth, along with the 3 heavily armed Nazi soldiers. Oh, and a man and a woman, no less. Look at you 2 lovebirds go, trying to escape my little cage. I managed to get a closer look at the man. It's the same man from before, Reichsminister Ribbentrop. Damn you, you sadistic scumbag! I'll rip your throat out as soon as I get my hands on you! I shouted at Ribbentrop. Oh my, what strong words are coming from this one. Tell me, what do you think should happen in the event you try anything? Ribbentrop pulls a Luger from his coat, pointing it at Elizabeth. Should you make any sudden move, I might have to have a bit of an itchy trigger finger with Girlie here. No, they are not dating. Chill out. Ribbentrop is an asshole. If you do anything to hurt Elizabeth, I swear. I rustle around underneath the soldier on top of me. I swear I will make you wish for death. A gunshot rips through the air, missing Elizabeth. Oh, naive one, do not test my willingness to honor my word. Besides, mein Feind, Girlie here is an Untermensch, eine betrügerische Juden. It's a wonder you made it this far with the likes of a Jew on your side, mein Feind. Maybe I should save you the trouble, even put a bullet in her skull myself. Ribbentrop points the gun at Elizabeth's head, and a gunshot rips through the air. Bang, 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 bang. Blood splatters across the ground. Ribbentrop suddenly falls back, liquid crimson pouring from a bullet wound in his gut. The stressful weight resting upon me is freed, and a loud bang pounding my eardrums, accompanied by a loud ringing. Elizabeth is unharmed, a Nazi soldier dropping to the ground like a sack of meat. One who had been hardly held up by the rifle he carried, tips slowly, collapsing into me as his blood runs down my torso. The other follows and defends Ribbentrop. A man wearing a black Nazi coat and white gloves lays down a Luger next to me, pulling the body of the dead Nazi off of me. I turn to look at the man, whose easily recognizable Aryan facial features bring more relief than would ever be expected of them. Edward, you didn't betray us? I ask, surprised. No, of course not. An elaborate ruse to get us deep within the Salzfeld Kriegsbunker. I will prove to you my loyalties later. Edward tosses 2 pistols to Elizabeth and I. These belonged to you. I managed to scope them out after they had disarmed you. Edward! Edward! Thanks. Let's focus on Elizabeth. She's been shot. Scheiße! Edward exclaims, running to Elizabeth. I will tend to her wounds. Cover me. Got it. I shout, taking the pistol into my hands and pointing it down the direction that Ribbentrop fled. That way is section Bertha. Behind us is section Anton. Beyond Anton is section Dora. And whatever that explosion was took out the entire of section Kaiser. I am still on comm, so I can hear when they rout troops. I will signal, you get ready to open fire. Your aim still sucks, Elizabeth strains. But you at least got us through that. Save your energy, Elizabeth. Edward stifles laughter. I looked for the rifle that the Nazi ambushed had. Finding it on the ground, it had slid away, putting itself at about the middle of the walkway. I picked it up off the ground, analyzing it for just a moment. It was made up almost entirely of unpainted steel, and what wasn't steel was made of black plastic. A brutish weapon. I'm uncertain of its reliability, but with some luck it may prove to be a surprise. Ready, I say, pulling some magazines off the Nazi's body. Moving from Anton, 2 soldiers. Edward states. I turn around, a door bursts open, with 2 Nazis flooding from the interior. Repeated gunshots like pounding drums pierce the ears. Fully automatic. 1 Nazi drops to the ground, but bullets ricochet back in return. I hide behind the corner, peeking around it and firing in bursts. The other one drops to the ground. Upstairs, 1 soldier coming down. Edward states. I pulled out my pistol, waiting until I saw a red armband turn the corner with haste. 2 gunshots burst into the air, the soldier falling back instantaneously. I've got it. Let's move, Edward says as he tries to lift Elizabeth up. No good. She's packed with modifications. I can't lift her. John, can you carry her? Shit, what did I just do? Okay, good. On it, I say, hurrying to Elizabeth and hoisting her into my arms. Even as I grow in strength, she is still rather heavy. All that metal they forced into her body must be weighing her down substantially. Hold on to me, it could get bumpy. They took Michael to another place, one I never heard of. Salzfeld Forschungsfabrik. Fuck, I fucked that up. I fucked that up real bad. Salzfeld Forschungsfabrik. Are they going to run experiments on him or something? They took him first. Over Elizabeth? Don't they view Jews as the worst of the worst? Yes, but it's complicated. They took him there because Elizabeth already had too much done to her. Her body won't be able to sustain much further experimentation. There's a limit. There's a limit? When you apply enough thinking, yes, there is a logical limit to how much you can do to a person before they perish. Okay, when you put it that way, it makes sense. Elizabeth is at that limit. If they did much more to her, she will die. They're going to put Michael through hell if we don't get to him in time. Edward looks down at his coat, ripping the iron cross from it and throwing it down into the crater. It's time I pay you back for saving my life, true comrade. Where is that... I trail off, unsure of what to say. Research factory? Edward finishes my question. Yeah, I responded. Where's the research factory? What are you knowing about? Oh yeah, Michael. Fair. The boy. Yeah. Through the admin room at sublevel 25. Edward pauses, letting out a gasp. Section Kaiser. That section just collapsed, didn't it? If we hurry, there may still be a way in. And what about getting out? High Command may be crazy, but they aren't foolish. They have a backup exit. We can find that if the entryway closes up. Let's move. Edward and I, with Elizabeth in tow, begin to run towards Section Kaiser. Another explosion can be heard off in the distance, loud alarms blaring as well. Suddenly I feel the ground begin to crumble beneath me, the structural integrity falters, and the concrete begins to cascade down from beneath me. My run turns into a sudden, uncontrolled slide. A piece of rubble interrupts my path, sending Elizabeth and I airborne. Now in free fall and spinning, my back slams into the concrete beneath me and I land curled backwards on my back. Can you sense it now? The manifestation speaks into my mind once more. My body feels like it's shifting around internally, correcting my apparently broken spine. How on earth am I gonna explain this later? There was no time for wondering. Are you alright, Liz? She gives me a nod. That's enough for me, I responded, getting up. I have no idea how you just survived that, but I'll regroup with you in the research factory. Just keep pressing forwards. Edward shouts. I look to my left, seeing a number painted on the wall. -23. Must be sub-level 23. I'm 2 off from the admin room. I ran forwards towards Section Kaiser, then stumbling across a hole at my feet, in the rubble where the initial explosion had happened. I crawl down into the hole, Elizabeth tightly in my arms, and fall into a strange room. Looking at the room, you'd believe an entire war to have taken place here. The corpses of Nazi soldiers littered the room in pools of blood, some without heads, arms, legs, their bodies looking like it had been eviscerated in the attack. Puddles of shredded human flesh, unrecognizable from what once were, litter the ground in pools of their own blood. I almost feel bad for them, but they stayed loyal. There was, however, one that had all of his limbs intact, but a huge hole bigger than his head had been punched through his torso. His intestines, or rather what's left of them, spilled out onto the ground. There wasn't a single drop of blood anywhere else. What ran through here got through without so much as a scratch. Brass litters the ground like bronze-colored sprinkles. Most of the casings look to be a standard size, but then a most curious casing reveals itself. It looked like something you would fire out of an automatic cannon, but such a round would be almost impossible for any human to handle. No weapon in the area could have possibly fired a round of this size. Hey, he's scared about having to eat humans. Just eat the Nazis, bro. I think there's still, a bit of a thing, bit of a problem. The whole cannibalism thing. He's really not a big fan of that. Right. Then, taking it into my hands, I noticed the round had yet to be fired. What on earth is ripping through here with a gun of that size? I press forwards. There's a strange object before me, circular and loaded with electrical current. Unsure of what it could be, I turned to a door on the right. Forschungsfabrik. The door was labeled. This appears to be the place. They're bad people, it's okay. Yeah, but it's still cannibalism. This appears to be the place. I walk forwards, opening the doors. The temperature rises significantly. Why on earth is this place so hot? I walk forwards, braving the heat. An intercom buzzes. Well, if it isn't Jonathan Price, and with the soldier Jew in tow, huh? How interesting. A camera shifts on its gaze onto me, a British voice coming through the speaker in the room. I suppose you came looking for me. After all, you must be so mad for what I did at Riding Mountain, but you must know the truth some way or another. Come find me in the weapons research wing, and while you're on it, you might as well read some of the research documents from before the devouring. Might happen on some useful information. In the meantime, I'll be doing some little tests on Michael, a little pet project of mine. Damn you, you smug prick, I'll kill you! I shout in a rage. I stomped forwards, and through the next door was what looked to be a command center or an office. I won't be able to wander my way into the weapons research wing, I don't believe. I'll have to find a map of the facility. I set Elizabeth down on one of the chairs for a moment, searching for a functional computer. Maybe I can get a map of this place from the computer? I walk several steps before finding a computer that remains on. I put down Elizabeth in the chair next to the desk. Weird. With the functioning computer, I pull the chair underneath me. Sitting at the desk. On the desktop were a few things: documents, command, and intranet. I clicked on intranet. Intranet not available. Please check with your supervisor if this is an error. I clicked on documents. It opened a few folders: Universal Archive, Transmissions, and Facility Map. I clicked on Facility Map, and it opened up a document of the facility. I spent about a minute and a half looking at the layout of the facility. It's a massive cylindrical prison bunker underneath what was a concentration camp, which has since ceased to exist. Most of the facility has listed purposes for every room except for this specific wing. The wing has a large arc. The wing is a large arc around half of the bunker. A half of the bunker part of the research facility. The only thing that's labeled is Timegate Research Factory entrance. Everything apart from this is labeled classified. I need to rest my voice again. My vocal cords are literally burning. A lot has happened. So much. So much has happened. Ugh. Ugh. Oof. Time is it? 2:22 a.m. Holy shit. Man. My voice is fucked up. I'm gonna get a soda. Your boy is back. How far are we from the end? We're still 23 pages away from being done. Or 22, really. This chapter hasn't really felt like it's been that long. That's the crazy part. It's just so dense. It's so dense, there's so much happening. Ugh, alrighty. I'm feeling a little better. Just a little bit better. So, we continue. I stood up from the computer, then turned to Elizabeth, who had her hand placed over the gunshot wound in her left thigh. Doesn't seem I'll be able to get any information from the map of this area. Seems they wanted to keep this place under wraps, even more than the Krieg's bunker. Been told you're dense? Well, do you still float on water? Makes me wonder, what could they possibly be hiding in this place? I ask somewhat pointlessly. Not even Edward knew about this place. Yeah, it's hard enough being back. To think there could have been even worse things going on beneath my feet. It's terrifying. I could only imagine. Do you need me to carry you? Yeah, that bullet vaporized some of my muscles. Elizabeth winces in pain. Picking her back up, I looked around at the surroundings, checking for any Nazis or Edward or and as I thought about who to look out for, something occurred to me. Night Stalker and Dante were still unaccounted for. I leaned my head back, my eyes pointed towards the ceiling. Where could you be, Night Stalker? I feel a pulse rush through my body like the waves of an ocean crashing on the beach. The surroundings begin to look as if veins sprawled across them. A strange sensation that I had never felt before becomes overpowering. I can feel heat from far-off places, sensing them not near me, but exactly where they are. My sense of smell changed. I can pick up on subtle scents I never could dream of smelling before. It's as if my nose had become that of a hound dog's. It was strange, being able to sense so much so suddenly. For the most part, I could only smell blood. But there were slight details in the sense that allowed me to differentiate the sense of blood not only from each other, but from the rest of the ambient sense entirely. There was one smell in particular that stuck out, a strange scent, akin to that of what a devoured smelled like, a scent of dirtied flesh and sweat, but here there was something off about it. It smelled cleaner, as if the dirt and grime had been removed and instead replaced with metals. Then another sense came over me, a sense somehow of pain and anger. It was impossibly complex. And all of this, from my sense of smell, it felt foreign, impossible, but yet it had revealed itself immediately before me, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. The scent of devoured was overwhelming. The bloater was seemingly everywhere. It reeked of bile in addition to the regular scent of the devoured. Then I felt a rumbling. But this was not because of the bloater, rather, something else. I could hear a distant mechanical whirring, followed by what sounded like a chorus of miserable pain screams. Immediately afterwards, a blaring alarm. Warning, the reactor is online. Ascertain that you are secure and all objects in your immediate vicinity are secured. The alarm fell silent for just a few moments, and the bloater's scream, a shriek as loud as an explosion in the ear despite being muffled by the concrete and steel between, shook the entire facility, knocking down chairs and tables, making loud crashing sounds all around me. The lights flickered on and off for a moment, and when the bloater's scream stopped, the light stabilized. I wish I had earplugs. I regained my footing, securing Elizabeth, and walked forwards, coming to a set of doors that looked like they had been pulled open. The doors were made of some sort of steel, perhaps titanium, and mechanisms inside the door that appeared to lock them together, mechanisms that had been forced apart and broken. The middle of the door was bent in on itself, and you could almost make out where each finger was on the door. What on earth could have done that much damage to that door? As I walk through, I hear a gunshot from my left echo through the room. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. A man with a timid, high-pitched voice to my left appears from the darkness. Who's there? I shout, and the man recoils in fear. I'm just a scientist. They were holding me captive. Please don't kill me. I'm not with them. The man approaches from the darkness, his hands in the air, revealing a white lab coat. I'm a mycologist. I study things like mushrooms and stuff. I don't have anything to do with these people. Why do you shoot? I ask angrily. I thought you were that mechanical monster of a man with the red arm. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot at you. Please, listen to me. Who are you talking about? I shouted, though I shouldn't have. Calm down, John. It was a mistake. Let him be. Elizabeth says, trying to calm me down. You're right. Sorry, but who are you talking about? I lowered my voice. There was a man who came through here, ripped right through the Nazi soldiers with almost no resistance. His right arm was made of, like, Machines. I can't possibly explain it, but that arm was made... It was a shade of dark crimson. You haven't seen him, have you? No, I haven't seen anyone like that. You couldn't miss it. Carried a huge revolver, but he fired it like it was a machine gun. Why were you being held hostage? They believed me to be with the Soviets. In their mind, the war is still going on, and they were going to torture me for information. What information did they want? They wanted information about a virus they believed had been planted in their computers, one that was supposedly messing with their clocks and possibly listening in on whatever was going on here. I don't know anything about computers. They probably would have killed me trying to get that kind of information from me. Do you know a way out of here? I don't, but I could help you if you'd like. I've got this gun. I'm not a good shot, but it's more than nothing. Yeah, let's press on. What's your name, scientist? Abel. Abel Davenport. Abel states his name, approaching to where I could make out his face. He was a young man, maybe early 20s, blonde hair, brown eyes. He had a prominent chin, the rest of his face looked gentle. He wore big round glasses, which accentuated the overall shape of his face. He wasn't a very large man, in fact he was rather skinny, but was decently tall. My name's Jonathan. Jonathan Bryce. But you can call me John. It's good to meet you, Abe. It's good to meet you too, John. Let's get moving. We haven't the time to waste. Agreed, I said as I continued walking forwards. We began walking down a long corridor, littered with the bodies of dead Nazi soldiers. Why'd they think you were with the Soviets? I asked Abel. Because I'm a British immigrant who moved to Canada for research purposes. Right, because the Union of Britannica, or not Union of Britannica, the Union of Britannia was in the Warsaw Pact, so because of your British background, they immediately assumed you were some sort of Soviet spy, or somehow working with direct orders from Andropov. Yeah, that's right, and they're apparently still receiving orders from President Kohl. Himmler, on the other hand, is, by what little German I know, being protected in a place called the Compound. Though I can't be certain High Command isn't just outright lying to keep the Germans to keep... Though I can't be certain High Command isn't just outright lying to the Germans to keep up morale. Being a scientist, is there anything you know about the Black Forest? As a scientist, not much. But its use of spores and infection process tells me it's a fungus. But I can't imagine what kind. On the other hand, I did overhear conversations among the soldiers about how badly the mutagen project backfired. Apparently it was meant to be some sort of bioweapon which grew flora that would render the soil useless and cause famine. So that was their last resort, starving the entire planet out. It seems so. The Nazis being pushed into America and cornered must have fully believed there was no other option. Now that I think about it, why did you shoot at me? I know you said that there was a man with a metal arm, but wasn't he killing your captors? Yes, that's true, but however, he was clearly on a rampage. He cared not who it was he was killing, he simply treated them as obstacles. I decided to huddle up in a corner and shoot whatever re-entered this room, whether that be a Nazi or the man with the metal arm. Makes sense. Just trying to wait out the chaos. It seems that chaos has moved into the... It seems that chaos has moved deeper into the facility. He's after something, but I can't be certain what. Abel pauses, extending his arm and pointing at Elizabeth, who had passed out in my arms. As for her, she appears to be wounded. Is she your significant other? No, I shake my head. She's my group's leader. She was shot in the upper thigh while we were trying to regroup and escape. There's a supply room beyond that section there. Abel points to a small sectioned-off room with a recess immediately beside it. I notice that's where the Nazis go when they need to get something. I think they even have things for severe wounds in there. I see, I say, approaching the room carefully. I'll look inside. You stand guard outside the door. I enter the supply room. The door creaking open, letting in a slight, motherfucker, god damn it. I entered the supply room, the door creaking open, letting in a dim streak of light. I reached to the left for some sort of light switch, accidentally knocking something over, then finally flicking the small lever of a light switch. The lights in the room slowly fade on, then flicker slightly, revealing a room filled with assorted supplies and metal contraptions, with a few signs organizing the room. Medical, tech, and parts were the three categories. I immediately moved to the medical section, which was the furthest to the left. On the shelves in the medical section were a bunch of miscellaneous surgical tools and bandages. I walked a bit further where there were a few contraptions lined the shelves on the right. Arms and legs. Read the sign above this section. I looked what appeared to be a cage for a leg, unsure of how it would work. At the foot of the section was a small book, an instruction manual. I set Elizabeth gently down up against the shelf, careful not to wake her. I then took the instruction manual into my hand, opened it, and read what was inside. It had a few diagrams, first explaining how to put on the cage. I took the leg, following its instructions. I first unlatched a few buckles on the leg, opening the upper leg, then the lower leg, then the foot. "Hey, Elizabeth," I say, poking Elizabeth's cheek. "Hmm?" Elizabeth groans. "What is it?" "Could you lift up your right leg for me?" "Mm-hmm." Elizabeth lifts her right leg, wincing, and I slide the contraption underneath it. She sets her leg back down, and I latch the contraption closed. Do you have something for this to go?" I say, pulling a thick cable from the contraption. "Is that..." Elizabeth's eyes widen in fear as she moves her hair a little with her right arm, revealing a port just behind her ear. "Does that look like it goes there?" "I think so, actually." I imagined for a moment just how extensive her physical modification might actually be. Taking the end of the cable in my hand, I place it gently to the port behind her ear. As I insert the cable, Elizabeth jolts forwards. "Whoa, are you okay?" "Yeah, that just felt really odd. Like some sort of electrical shock sent through my entire head. Could you help me get up?" I nodded at Elizabeth, offering my hand. I pulled her up and she seems to be fine standing. Then she began walking. "Does it hurt?" "No." Elizabeth looks down, perplexed. "It's like all the weight has been distributed away from my leg and onto this machine?" "Let's get moving. We have to rescue Michael. He's in the weapons research wing." Elizabeth and I left the room, meeting up with Abel outside. Elizabeth and Abel exchanged very brief introductions. Then we begin to head off deeper in the facility in hopes of finding the weapons research wing. We then came up to a huge door, which had been blown in, labeled Reactor, by a sign hanging from its top left corner. Looking inside, I could see a man in a Nazi uniform, his hands balled into fists. That man was Edward. Elizabeth and I stepped forward into the room. In the center lay a large cylindrical mechanism with massive cables sprawling outwards like a spider's web. The cables led to the outermost reaches of the room, sprawling out into thinner cables that led to what looked like seats, stadium-like seats lined across the wall. In these seats were hundreds of corpses, cables linked all over the body. "Edward," I asked nervously. What's this?" Edward looked at me, pulling a piece of paper from his coat, handing it to me. He did not speak, but the look on his face was screaming hundreds of hateful words. I took the paper into my hands and began to read. Project Soulcatcher, 11th of April, 1983. A new invention in power generation has just finished its final testing phase. Designated Project Soulcatcher by Dr. Samuel Evans, Ph.D., the new method of generating power relies on the Axis's greatest foe as its power source, the Untermensch. Dr. Evans found that by extracting energy directly from humans, it may be possible to use the Untermensch even after their bodies have failed them. By placing their body in a power cell, it is possible to extract energy directly from a source Evans only noted as classified. This document is classified. Do not distribute outside of the Free Patriots Imperial Government or the exiled German High Command under any circumstances. Any party who attempts to do so will be charged with treason and executed. The words I read were chilling. The room I stood in right now was one giant reactor, and the fuel source, people. Ribbentrop would have likely sent Elizabeth here to die. I handed Elizabeth the paper, watching her eyes turn to shock and to horror, and only then did it hit me. Dr. Evans designed this. It said so right on the paper. My hands clenched into my hands clenched into fists. Edward, let's go. We're going to kill him, I say, pulling my pistol from my coat. Yeah, we're going to make sure he gets what's coming to him. Edward lifts a rifle from his shoulder. Edward, Elizabeth, Abel, and I all headed deeper into the facility. We knew that at some point we would reach the weapons research wing. It felt like hours, but mere minutes passed as we crossed further into the facility, finding more bodies and splashes of crimson red all over the rooms we passed. It seemed that not a single Nazi survived whatever beast of a soldier blew through here ahead of us, and it was at that moment that this crossed my mind that the four of us froze in place. A man stood alone in a dilapidated section of the facility, which we had concluded by elimination was the weapons research wing. The man faced to our left, but strangely, no matter how hard I looked, his face remained obscured as if by magic. He wore a dark red military jacket with patches unbeknownst to me sewn into the sleeves. He turned away from us, revealing his right arm. What Abel said was true. His arm was entirely mechanical and a deep burgundy in color. He held a sort of burgundy revolver in that hand. It looks like it was hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years ahead of any technology we had. The revolver looked to be about half the size of a man's torso, with a strange barrel which looked like it had lightning coursing all around it. I could barely make out the word epilogue etched onto the barrel. Package secured. Fucking hell. Package secured. Zeroing the MBG structure now. The man's voice was hauntingly deep, as if it intentionally obscured from us. It resonated throughout the room, and It resonated throughout the room and almost sounded unreal. This man was Salazar. I now understood exactly why he is so feared, exactly why even other members of his organization feared him. All of this power, and he was still a junior member of the organization. I could only imagine the power other members who have been there for far longer possess. I should just pull a weird. There we go. He steps towards the edge of what appeared to be a stone balcony. You, the last of what will remain of this sickening monument to evil, will henceforth remain silent. He pulls an electronic device from his jacket, presses a button, and a muffled explosion goes off. Then suddenly I felt concussed, my vision blurred, and a loud ringing pierced both of my ears. The heat in the room became unbearable, like my skin was ready to melt from my bones. The outside became a wall of bright light and flame. Incendiary warhead detonated. The flame dies down, and the heat slowly returns to a hot but bearable temperature. Stumbling and looking through blurred vision, I approached the man cautiously. "It would be wise of you to stay away, Jonathan." Salazar's voice shakes the ground and sends a chill down my spine. His gaze pierces my soul, as if this man alone wielded more power than the whole world itself. You are not part of my mission, but one more step, and I'll decom you. Salazar walks away, and in the blink of an eye he vanishes. How did he know my name? I do not know what just happened there, but I am glad that whoever that was didn't just slaughter the four of us where we stood. Abel states, fidgeting with the Luger in his shaky hands. We proceeded forwards after recognizing the coast was clear. Where on earth did he go? Just how many did he kill? It had to be hundreds. I had no time to think. I just had to be thankful that for now he wasn't pointing that revolver at us. I took a brief look over the stone balcony Salazar stood at, staring down at the bloater. The white mass now burned and blackened, a bottomless pit appearing from where its mouth had once been. We'd made it to the last part of the facility, where we believed Dr. Evans held Michael. Fortunately, we were right. Just through the damaged titanium door you could hear Dr. Evans' accent muttering whatever useless and hateful ideas ran through his head. Without thinking, filled with rage, I kicked down the door leading to his workshop. Dr. Evans stood there, just in front of the door, hovering over Michael, who was restrained to an operating table. I noticed your friend here likes mechanical work, so I thought the best use of the Empire has for him is to put him to work. And what better to start than with this? Dr. Evans moves to the side, revealing Michael's left arm lifted into the air. I have replaced his arm with a welder. Unfortunately for us, it seems we've been put out of business by an unsavory gentleman, wielding a high-caliber revolver, but at the very least I offered a vial of mutagen K14B in exchange for my life. Wait. Professor? Abel calls out. Wait. Abel, is that you? Hasn't it been ages? How have you been? Dr. Evans is interrupted by the bang of a gunshot. A small stain of red appears on his chest. Do not act like we were friends. Not after everything you've done. Abel. Dr. Evans falls backwards onto an operating table, his words strained and his breath now labored. You shot me. Your teacher. Why? Have you lost your mind? That man passed out on the operating table because he couldn't handle the pain. You of all people know how to use anesthesia, and I know for a fact you aren't in short supply either. Abel is shouting at the top of his lungs, but then he turns to me. I know you have a personal grudge against him, so I ask of you this. Abel hands me his Luger. Kill him with my gun. I take the gun from Abel, silently turning to Dr. Evans. I lift the pistol up, approaching Dr. Evans. He looks at me right in the eyes. Jonathan, you wouldn't seriously do this. Dr. Evans strains. You owe me your life. I'm the one who brought you back at Riding Mountain, remember? I remain silent. He is lying. You were healed by what they call protein K14 regeneration, found only in hunters and highly advanced devoured. Then the manifestation speaks to me. I tightened my grip around the trigger until it gave way. A loud bang filled my eardrums, and I watched as Dr. Evans' head jolted back with a bullet hole right in the forehead. I handed the gun back to Abel as Edward helped Elizabeth get the bindings off of Michael. Now all that remained was to find Night Stalker and Dante. Michael, now awake, stood with us, facing towards the back of the workshop. He looks at Elizabeth and speaks up. Just before I passed out, I saw a bunch of people go that way. He tries to point, noticing the arm taken from him, then pointing with the other arm. There must be a way out that way. We all looked down where he pointed. There stood a large double door that almost blended into the wall. I approached it and attempted to push the door open to no avail. Is it a pull? I asked myself. I tried pulling the door, also to no avail. Sliding? I tried to pull the doors apart, but this time it gave way just a little bit. I tried to pull the doors apart with all my might, and yet still nothing. Hey guys, let's try to pull this apart together. I shout back to the rest of the group. Elizabeth, Edward, Michael, and Abel all complied, Abel being the last to make it to the door. On three. 1, 2, 3. What followed afterwards was a roar of machine gun fire, and before my very eyes I watched as Abel was turned into a red mist. A sharp pain pierces my shoulder and abdomen. Ah! I let out a pained noise. I've been hit! Is anyone else hit? I shout. Ricochet! Edward shouts. Bounced off the exoskeleton on my leg, Elizabeth shouts. Got a bullet lodged in the welder, Michael shouts. I'm okay though. John, are you alright? I feel strangely fine for someone who just got shot twice. Suppressive fire's got us pinned. We can't get a shot out at them. I shout. There's gotta be a way through. The gunfire stops for a moment. No one dares speak around the corner, out of fear of being shot dead on the spot. Then I hear someone walk towards us and stop. This is Reichsminister Friedrich Ribbentrop. Surrender now, or be slaughtered where you stand. Ribbentrop shouts, Grenade! A soldier screams, followed by a loud, ear-piercing boom. Suddenly I could hear the cracking sound of crumbling concrete tumbling into the room ahead, followed by a loud roar. Scramble! I heard Night Stalker command. Ross is rampaging through the Nazi soldiers. I can see him bite one in half, and I attempt to spot Ribbentrop amidst the chaos. Once I barely capture a small glimpse of the Nazi officer uniform in retreat, I open fire with my pistol at Ribbentrop, but much to my dismay, I miss every single shot, and am forced to watch as Ribbentrop throws himself onto a motorcycle and rides off into the tunnel, abandoning his men. The room suddenly fills with nothing but the distant roar of a motorcycle's engine echoing through a tunnel. I look down at what's left of Abel. He's completely unrecognizable, a pile of blood and gore with clothing loosely wrapped around it. I'm sorry I couldn't save you, Abel. We will remember what you did for us here. I promise I will take down Ribbentrop, I said quietly. Elizabeth approaches me. There was nothing you could have done. You couldn't have known there would be an ambush behind those doors. Elizabeth reassures me. I know, I just wish I could have. It's just human nature, right? Elizabeth puts her hand on my shoulder. You're right. Thank you. I stand up. Good to see you're all still intact, but it is indeed a shame we could not save another from this place. We were lucky to make it out alive. We have only fate to thank, Night Stalker says, approaching Ross, who has certainly filled his required caloric intake for the week. Ross bares his bloodied teeth at Night Stalker, but he doesn't seem upset. Rather, it almost looks like Ross is smiling. Dante appears from the left, perfectly intact, carrying a large backpack. His head immediately locks its focus onto Michael. Mikey, you're safe! He runs to Michael, slowing to a stop about 2 meters from him. Dante's head and shoulders drooping. Mikey, what did they do to you? Dante mutters in horror. Michael doesn't move. He just returns a deeply miserable look to Dante, looking off to the right. His lips quiver as he frowns. They took it, Michael says under his breath. They took your arm and replaced it with this? Dante asks. Michael returns a silent nod. I should have been there. I'm sorry. You don't have to bear everything upon your own shoulders, Dante. Night Stalker approaches Dante. You have others who wanted to be there to save Michael too, and they got there as quickly as they could. I know. My mom always told me I was too hard on myself, but how could I not be? I wasn't there to protect Mikey, and these monsters, they maimed him. Dante's shaky voice turns to anger, his face wincing in pain as he grabs his right arm. I understand that. I do. More than you could even imagine. I may never have had the chance to meet your mother, but she sounds like the kind of person who wouldn't want to see you beat yourself up over the actions of others. You're right, Night Stalker, Dante says, clenching his fist. My mom, she would want me to fight. From this day forward, until my last breath, I'll dedicate myself to getting rid of scum like this. You're a good man, Dante. A better man than I could ever hope to be. So fight the good fight. Night Stalker pats Dante on the shoulder. And Michael, I will make sure they don't get away with this. You never deserved this. Thank you, Night Stalker. Michael nods. Now, let us go. We mustn't waste time here. Night Stalker turns around and paces towards Ross, and the team follows suit. An uneasy feeling ached me, but I could not place it. Hello, Felanio. Welcome, welcome. You're a bit late to the party. The read-along is actually over. I was stopping at chapter 9. And I don't think I could... I don't know if I could actually make it through chapter 9. Hello, Mama Rednax. I found you on Twitch. Oh, very cool. I just started there, so you are one of the few people to have found me so far. But hello, hello. YouTube is the better platform to be viewing me on because you get twice the quality here. How are you all doing today, by the way? Oh, it's okay. You know, you at least have the VOD if you do ever intend to read my book. There is the whole... It's all on Blue Sky, as always. And now you have... roughly 60% of the story now in some sort of weird-ass audiobook form. At 400 subscribers, I will complete the story, most likely, because I read 200 pages today, and I only have 170 left to go. So one more stream, and we will be able to finish the entire story. I'm looking at how long this chapter is in particular. This chapter starts on, or it ends at page 361. So it's only 30 pages. So this one would be pretty quick to get through, but it would also still, like, take an hour. So, yeah. My vocal cords are burning, as per usual, but hey, congratulations, you actually got to the first depiction of me. Yep. Toast, you were right. That was me. With all of the things in particular. However, there is something important to note. One, the jacket's a different color. And it looks a little different. I bet, but you have a great reading voice. Oh, thank you. New Kelly with Salazar. I mean, straight from the descriptions, though vague in some of them, they were pretty particular. One thing to note, he does not have this black arm here. Doesn't have it. Not yet. It's a proto version. Let me swap tabs really quick to go back to my screen. Now, if any of you are wanting to read this, there is now 60% is kind of voiced. So a lot's gonna happen from this point forward. This next chapter is my favorite chapter, which is why it pains me to stop so early. Or not stop so early, but stop here. This next chapter is incredibly important because it kind of reminds you what kind of book this is. It reminds you what kind of stuff I write. And I think no better way. No better way. to showcase that than to start it right off of the bat in the next 400 sub special. You write angst, I write tragedies. Yeah. This book is a tragedy. And the next chapter will remind you that this is not a happy story. So, book, so the next, what am I trying to say? So this next, or rather this chapter here, that very end was a slight taste of hold up. This situation is worse than I thought. And this very specific, part of this chapter was meant to showcase that our protagonists are definitely not immortal. Because I introduced a character, and then I killed him immediately. I gave him a little bit of a backstory, I gave him, kind of a personality, and, you began to meet this character, and then I killed him just like that. That is supposed to be a reminder that no, the main characters are not invincible, they are not covered by plot armor. Chapter 9 will further showcase this. I love Chapter 9. I love Chapter 9 very dearly. It is not the most important chapter from the lore perspective. It's not the chapter that you, get all of the plot twists from. I like Chapter 9 because that is, the point where once you've read Chapter 9, you're like, oh. Right. Okay. This is not good. And then we're gonna have a, what was his name? We're gonna have a peeler moment from, Cyberpunk Edge Runners very quickly. Because Cyberpunk Edge Runners episode 6 moment. So, get ready. Cause shit's about to hit the fan in the next chapters. However, it will be a very long time before I get to that area, because I am still at, let me see, what am I at? I am at 321 subscribers. The next read-along will be at 400. I need to gain 79 subscribers in order to do the next read-along. So, with that being said, I'm going to go find our raid targets. Firstly, we will start with Twitch, or actually, I only have one viewer on Twitch. We'll just get rid of Twitch. Bye bye, Twitch. See ya, sucker. Okay, Twitch is now gone. Everyone else is here. Which means that I will be sending you to another... I'll send you to a YouTube instead. No. Okay. Well, that was you. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't expect much out of Twitch because I I happen to be fairly new on Twitch, so it's fine. I came to Twitch with the whole idea like, hey, that's just gonna be another source for people to find me, and it worked. No way you're live. Holy shit. You've been live for 7 hours. She plays Persona fucking 5 forever. I don't know how she pulls that off. Anyways, our raid target is the old co-host. So, if you don't know how raids work on YouTube, I'm under 1,000 subscribers, so I can't do the redirects, which means that I gotta send a link to the chat. I'll be sending a raid message into the chat. Then bam, we got it. Oshimark. Where the Oshimark? Where is it? Where? There it is. Click. So if you'll go ahead and copy that message and click that link, it'll send you to our raid target. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get blasted. Okay, I didn't get blasted. Alright. Go ahead and give them a like and a subscribe, or else. And that will help me, it'll help her, it'll help other VTubers in the community. With that being said, I will see you in another time.